Thank you. So I can see everyone has beautifully settled down. I would request you to kindly keep your cell phones on silent since it's a very prestigious event and I want your complete attention throughout the event. And like a good host should do, I'm your host Pallavi Shetty, welcoming you all to this glorious event of Indian Resins Manufacturer Association and to the wonderful seminar today. A very good morning, everyone. Good morning. Wow, so everyone is awake and such wonderful morning faces. Towards my left, I can see the crowd full of energy and they're very excited. All right, to begin with, I would request everyone to kindly rise for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंह सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
So just like a true Indian, this just comes by heart. Bharat Mata ki! Wow, with that spirit, we start this wonderful evening, wonderful morning. And I would request our convener, Mr. Siddharth Shah, to please join us on the stage along with our co-convener, Mr. Manish Khandekar. And of course, the claps can be louder and better. I need not ask for that. It's your event, it's your day. And now I would request our convener Siddharth Shah and co-convener Manish Khandekar to accompany our President IRMA S. Mahadevan sir on stage. He deserves a big one. He's a president, but I have not seen him rest for a second. Now I would request our convener Siddharth Shah to kindly felicitate our president with a bouquet. I haven't seen Mahadevan sir sitting for a second since this morning. A huge round of applause for such hard-working president of ours. Thank you, gentlemen. Now I would request our Vice President IRMA Hiren Shah and Secretary IRMA Mr. Aditya Chandrachu to come on the stage. And now I would request our President and Convener Siddharth Shah to escort our Chief Guest, Professor Aniruddha Pandit, on stage. We are truly honored to have him here, and once again I would like to thank him for taking his valuable time out. And on that note, I would request our President to felicitate our Chief Guest with a bouquet and shawl. Thunder applause? Indeed. In fact, this is no less than a thunder, sir. We are in Maharashtra, Lonavala, and this traditional touch adds everything to it. Come on, once again, a huge round of applause, because this means a lot. I'm going to ask for lots of claps, because that's the only thing I can expect from my audience. What a beautiful moment indeed. Now, since we have...
More token from our side for seeking your blessings. Thank you very much.
Such a beautiful traditional touch. And now since we have all the gentlemen on stage, so let us proceed with Ganesh Vandana and lamp lighting. Request all the gentlemen to proceed for lamp lighting. दीप प्रज्वलित से हम शुरुआत करेंगे. Lamp lighting is always auspicious, and on a positive note, we start this event. Can we have all the past presidents?
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय
That is why it is beautifully said.
गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय
Starting this morning with the auspicious lamp lighting. That is why it's beautifully said, Shubham Karoti Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya Deepar Jyoti Namostute. That is the power of the diya. That is the power of lighting of the lamp. And we start this seminar on a very positive note with a very traditional touch. Along with our past presidents and our current president, with our chief guest and our conveners. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. And once again, thunder of applause as our president rightly says. And on that note, I would request our convener Siddharth Shah to give us his opening remarks. I've been waiting to hear this gentleman. Yes, indeed, he's an opening batsman. And he is having a lot of fan followers, I must say.
One more. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Today's chief guest, Professor Aniruddha Pandey. He is a Vice Chancellor of ICT, everybody knows him. All the learned speakers, dignitaries, all past presidents, my fellow committee members, ladies and gentlemen, and all the delegates present here. It gives me great pleasure to see you all here on the occasion of the biennial seminar of IRMA. This seminar theme, Green Initiative for Resin Industry, is relevant in today's time when everyone is talking to reduce the emissions and carbon footprints. And as a part of industry, it is our responsibility as to contribute to this cause. In today's day, long interaction with the reputed industry stalwarts and the learned speakers definitely will gain more insights on what more and in what different ways we can contribute. My special thanks to President Dr. Prashant Samant, President Madhavan, past President Dr. Prashant Samant again, and last but not the least, Executive Secretary of IRMA, Mr. Kannan, who were my backbones for all this mega event. I also thank co-convener Sri Manish Khandekar and fellow committee members for their hard work and contribution to make this event successful. Everybody was awake till 3 o'clock in the morning today. Give them a big hand. I will not take much more of time as there is, Prashant told me, thoda short kar dena. So I am not taking your more time as there is a long way to go all day and as we are late today. I hope you all will have nice interaction and take away from this seminar. I thank you all for joining this event in spite of your busy schedule on working day and hope that you will have comfortable stay at Hotel Fariyas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are truly delighted to hear you. You were perfect, absolutely. I think they did not needed me. Well, on that note, I would request our co-convener, Mr. Manish Khandekar, to kindly address the audience.
I'm still in time to say good morning to you all. Good morning. Respected dignitaries on the dais, respected past presidents, ladies and gentlemen, all my fellow committee members, and all my dear friends. It's once again a pleasure to be a part of the IRMA seminar and see it happening at such a grand level. And I thank everyone for being a part of this event today. When we started to think on the IRMA seminar to be conducted this time, we were wondering what topic to take. But then IRMA being a part of, it's the, I would rather say the representative of the Indian resin industry, has its responsibility to always give some, I would rather say, interesting topics which would bring in some future trends for our resin fraternity. And now everybody knows that, even at the government level, everybody is talking of greenhouse effect, green fuels, green buildings, and everybody is talking of, reducing the carbon footprints. And we said that the theme of this event, even though it's for the resin industry, should be what more or what new green initiatives that we all as in the resin industry and the allied industry should take in the times to come. Of course, resin chemistry is very, very, very wide. And not just 1 day or even 2 days or 3 days would be enough to justify discussing or presenting ideas on green initiatives or green chemistry for the resin industry. But we widely thought on this, and then we decided to include at least the major resin categories like alkyds, epoxies, polyesters, and invite eminent speakers who have vast experience in their respective domains and present their ideas, what they think can be the new green initiatives that our resin industry can take. For some of us present here, it would be I would rather say a refresher's course when they listen to the ideas. For some, it may be a new idea generations. For some, it may completely new or a paradigm shift in their working or thinking. So hopefully, we believe that the package that we would deliver today post-lunch on the technical sessions would address most of the concerns that our resin fraternity has. But then we thought that, having whole day technical lectures can sometimes be too heavy. So even though businesses are technical is the backbone, we do understand, we do respect. But then there's always a commercial side or a business side to the industry. And we thought that there needs to be some motivation also when we all go back. And so we also have some good topic on motivation lecture. Probably when you see the program sheet, you will say it's for the entrepreneurs. But I believe that all of us present here and all our friends who are not present here, whether they are entrepreneurs or whether they work for the corporates, there is always an entrepreneur hidden in him or her. So we believe that the program that has been designed would be of interest to everybody. At the same time, the committee has taken efforts to also have some program for our ladies who have come all the way along here with their spouses. So there is a program for them also to keep engaged, to give them some new ideas on their levels. And of course, last but not the least, there is a wonderful evening which has been set up, which includes a nice musical program, thanks to the efforts from convener Siddharth Shah. And I believe that the day session and the evening session should be of interest for one and all. I thank you for the same.
How beautifully sir conveyed his message. I don't know if interest entrepreneurs or not, but anything that is in the interest of environment and this atmosphere is in the interest of the generations to come. So a huge round of applause for this wonderful initiative. And now, again with a huger round of applause, help me welcome our respected President IRMA S. Mahadevan sir to deliver his address to members.
As I said. Good morning and namaskar. On behalf of my team at Indian Resin Manufacturers Association, it's my privilege to welcome you all to our mega flagship event and the first major event post-COVID at IRMA as our great nation enters into a period of Amrit Kal. We were unable to hold the last residential seminar in 2021 due to COVID lockdowns. Post my taking over as the president of the association in September 21, we got together to beat the Omicron blues and have online program for our members. The support given by the fraternity to the various initiatives has been overwhelming. This goes to show the commitment and the resources in the organization and the zeal among our members. The association keeps the member abreast with the raw material trends, technical news through its quarterly news magazine, IRMA News, under our able editorial of our Executive Secretary, Mr. Kannan. As you all know, post-COVID, the world dynamics, even our daily lives have changed a lot. I'm reminded of a saying, your thinking creates your world, your performance causes your impact, and your devotion to learning shapes the depth of your destiny. True to above, IRMA has always been in the forefront of enhancing members' knowledge through its seminars and workshops. Climate change and global warming is destroying our path to sustainability. Ours is a world of looming challenges and increasing limited resources. Our generation is charged with an unprecedented responsibility to lay a secure foundation for the global civilization. Sustainability is no longer about doing less harm. It is about doing more good. IRMA, in keeping with its commitment towards a sustainable tomorrow, has designed a theme of today's seminar, Green Initiatives for the Resin Industry. This will provide all you members an attractive platform to revisit one's processes, raw materials, and thereby work towards a cleaner and greener tomorrow. We cannot choose between economic growth and sustainability. We must have both. In fact, I'm pleased to announce that we have clocked the highest number of rooms and highest number of delegate counts till now in the history of IRMA. And this goes to show the passion among you members to be a part of our events. We hope in future we have much bigger attendances going forward. Our convener for the seminar, Sri Siddharth Shah, along with our co-convener, Mr. Manish Khandekar, have carefully designed and packed the day with lectures from industry experts and panel discussion by eminent personalities in the industry. I request all you members to take optimum benefits from these sessions for their skill enhancement. The large number of ladies joining us grows to show the sense of family bonding among IRMA members. I would go a step further in calling ourselves IRMA Parivar. To enhance the bonding between the ladies, the conveners have planned special sessions so that they can keep themselves engaged. We are blessed to have among us our Guru, Professor Anirudh B. Pandit, Vice Chancellor of ICT, who has honored us by accepting to be the chief guest of today's seminar. I warmly welcome him on our behalf to our IRMA Parivar. Our association has long tradition of honoring individuals who are visionary in their field and for their contribution to the growth of the association. A special welcome to our Lifetime Achievement Awardees, Sri Ashok Goklani ji and Dr. Prashant Samant, for their passion and support for our association growth. A warm welcome to all our past presidents of IRMA and the founder members for your guidance and push, which propels my team to excel in what we do. A hearty welcome to all the speakers and the panelists. An event of this magnitude would not have been possible without the support of our sponsors who form our backbone. We thank them from the bottom of our hearts while appreciating the efforts of the convener, the managing committee members, and my fellow office bearers. A special thanks to our Executive Secretary, Mr. Kannan, for his efficient handling of the IRMA back office. Last but not the least, all you members who are the heart and soul of our association and who are the motivating energy for us to bring the best. Wishing you all a great day filled with knowledge assimilation and a pledge to ourselves to work towards a cleaner, greener, and a sustainable tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Spoken from heart. And I think I welcomed you all wrong. I should have said extended family of IRMA, isn't it? Like he said, the family is growing strong day by day, and I wish it reaches great heights of glory and success. And on that note, I am truly honored to have our very special chief guest today, Professor Aniruddha Pandit, and I would request him to say a few words to the members. With a huge round of applause, and with a wonderful traditional welcome, I must say.
Good afternoon. Since 6th of June, Shivaji Rajyabhishek Day, this has been becoming a daily affair, especially in High City. President Mahadevan, Convener Siddharth Shah, Co-Convener Manish Khandekar, Hiren Shah, Aditya Chandrachud, the Lifetime Award winners Prashant and Koklani ji, all the past presidents, my students, collaborators, and I would say teachers. When I say teachers, the reason for that I was not into a business of resins at all and was forced into a resin business and understanding the technicalities when I started working as a consultant for Asian Paints. And the first assignment which was given to me is to reduce the batch time of alkyd resin manufacturing activity and reduce the batch time from the actual 42 hours to reduce it to as minimum as possible. We are able to get it. Theoretically, it was possible to get it in 18 hours based on the kinetics which was already established. But we managed to get it to 24 hours, but we would never get it actually on the shop floor. I started looking at it and I realized the fact that unless there is an incentive for the operators who are going to operate it, why would they reduce the batch time from 42 hours to 24 hours? There should be something for them. Only when you start sharing that increased turnover related profits, you would get that. So I advised Ashwin Bhai, said that anyway your new agreement with the union is coming up. You tell the union that you give me production and 20% of the additional profits which we make will be shared. I think only with that the batch time was reduced to 30 hours. So from 42 hours to 30 hours. So many a times the point which I am trying to make out here is the problems are not technical. The problems are HR problems. Now once you take care of your employees, try to understand their aspirations, try to understand their difficulties, and start sharing what you earn or what you make, I'm sure you will get the productivity. I was talking to Aditya in the morning during breakfast, and he was telling me one of the difficulties which we are facing currently is to get a competent manpower having a skill set in resin chemistry and resin manufacturing activity. And I said, you start something, we come up with the syllabus which will essentially take your own operators and train them over a period of maybe 2 months, 3 months or the weekend, and we make them resin chemists or resin operators where they understand not only the chemistry, not only the operations, but the reason why these operations are to be carried out in a specific way to improve the productivity, to maintain the quality. Second option which is also available is to convert all these batch processes into continuous processes. But many a times the market is so fluctuating that you dedicate a full-fledged continuous plant for one particular resin manufacturing activity, and suddenly a new resin comes out in the market, everybody starts making that, and whatever configuration which you have envisaged for your continuous plant cannot be modified, and you have to think in terms of a batch operation again. One of the major reasons for industry continuing batch operation, very similar to pharma industry as well, is this ability of variability in the product requirement and continuous improvement in the product. When I say continuous improvement in the product, is even though the basic material resin remain the same, the kind of additives, the kind of extenders, the kind of plasticizers which you come up with significantly improve the quality of the resin which you ultimately make. Since the topic of today's seminar is green synthesis or green manufacturing processes, green resins, it is necessary for us to look at it. If you consider, as Manish correctly pointed out, three types of resins: polyester resins, epoxy, and alkyd. Now, to a large extent, alkyd has got some renewable source, mainly because you start with some sort of oils, which is a renewable feedstock. As far as polyester is concerned, you don't have much choice, but others, which are essentially phenolic resins, the only major requirement from the hydrocarbon industry is that of methanol. So you have methanol, you do partial oxidation using silver catalyst, you make formaldehyde, and then you make urea formaldehyde, phenol formaldehyde, whatever. I mean, you have a choice open with the additives. You can tailor the properties of the resins which you require. Similarly, you should start exploring polyester as well as epoxies in terms of what are the sources which are generally available, what are the sources which are sustainable, what are the sources which can be renewable. And if you look at it today, with the advent of biomass-based chemicals such as ethanol and other derivatives, 5-carbon sugars, furfural, so on and so forth, at every stage you are generating huge quantity of lignin. Now, lignin is a mixture of multiple phenols, and if you are in a position to isolate, separate out some of the components, you don't have to have a pure component, because resin chemistry that way gives you that flexibility of getting the desired properties based on the reactions which you carry out. Similarly, another one which is likely to have, and it is already being looked into, is cashew nut shell liquid. And people are already making resins based on that. You have an alkalic acid, decarboxylation will give you cardinol. You have cardol available. So there is another possibility of synthesizing in a sustainable way resins based on cashew nut shell liquid. So cashew nut shell liquid, lignin, and methanol, if these three components are there with small additives, you can actually explore the entire resin chemistry. Polyester is still not there, but I still feel that if you are thinking in terms of recycling of the plastics, then there is a possibility for you to also not necessarily enter into a renewable, but a recyclable feedstock for polyester resin. So that option also needs to be explored. Now, all of this, the topic and what we call as sustainability, and President Mahadevan mentioned about it, is economic growth is not the only criteria. Along with economic growth, you have to think in terms of environmental protection, because whatever we do, if we do not think of our future generation, then we are borrowing things from the future generation without actually asking them. They don't have any say. The people who are not born yet, they don't have any say. But we are assuming that we have only this lifetime and we will do whatever we want to do in this lifetime. Let the future generation think of themselves. We cannot be taking such an attitude. It is necessary for us, when you consider sustainability, to first define what is that sustainability period. Now, this period will vary significantly depending upon to whom you ask this question. If you ask a beggar on the street, what is your definition of sustainability? You will get an answer, आज का खाना, कल का खाना मिलेगा, I am happy, I have sustained myself. The same question you asked to CEO, he said, I have to show positive line in a quarter. So my objective and time of sustainability is a quarter. You ask the same question to a politician, he'll say, till the next elections. Right? As long as I'm able to get. So first, as a technical entrepreneur, we need to first define what is our definition of sustainability period. And in my opinion, we need to think in terms of at least 150 to 200 years, because that is the typical period where disruptive technologies come up, and whatever thinking which we have and whatever technological competence which we have goes through a sea change, goes through a complete revolution, and that is where we will be thinking in terms of new technologies. So when you consider 150 and 200 years, we need to take a stock. The only exhaustible source available to us is sun. And whatever manifestations of solar incident energy which we use, whether it is hydrocarbons, whether it is biomass, whether it is rain, whether it is harvested rainwater, everything has an origin in sun. So we must think in terms of what is the solar equivalent energy which we get. See, people have started coming up with these various ideas. When we did not have hydrocarbons, we used to think in terms of fish oil equivalent. Then fish oil equivalent became coal equivalent. Then when the hydrocarbons or crude was discovered, now everything, the growth as well as the sustainability as well as the growth of an industry is expressed in terms of barrels of oil equivalent consumption, in terms of energy. Now everything actually has an origin only in terms of sun. So you really need to go to the basic, which is the solar energy, and what fraction of that energy we are using it for the transformation. Fortunately, in a resin industry, there are not much wastages. They are mostly additives, and only wastages which will come are handling wastages. Otherwise, you don't get many byproducts as such. The only thing which you are going to do is you may be in a position to produce certain effluent which has got some traces of CO2 which can be handled quite effectively. So recycle recovery of water is going to be one of the key factors defining the success of resin industry. Second is recovery and recycle of the solvents which you are going to use as media during the reactions is going to be the second aspect of sustainability as far as resin industry is concerned. And the third fact, of course, the way and the type of energy which you need to supply to carry out your reaction. Now, whether it is steam and steam generated using biomass pellets, steam generated using gas, steam generated using coal, all this you need to do a proper balancing and you need to do a proper accounting depending upon, of course, the profitability which you have to keep in mind, also keeping in mind the environmental impact. So water footprint, carbon footprint in terms of energy consumption, and sustainable raw material availability should be the key drivers as far as our sustainable future of resin industry is concerned. I'm really happy to be here, and I'm really delighted to be among my old friends, students, as I said, and collaborators for giving me an opportunity to say a few words. And I wish all of you to have significant deliberations, and maybe at the end of the day, you come out with a white paper which gives guidelines for the resin industry through Indian Resin Manufacturers Association. And I look forward to interacting with Aditya and Irene in terms of coming up with a syllabus for what you can call an upgradation, skill upgradation course, which can be used under the banner of ICT and IRMA for the benefit of Indian Resin Manufacturers Association. Thank you very much and all the very best.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would request our convener, Siddharth Shah, to present chief guest with a memento. Once again, it was a great honor having you, sir, with us. And on that note, moving towards the most prestigious Lifetime Awards, and to do so, I would request Mr. Manish to please take over. Oh, before that, we have a very, very, very important segment. We will be having unveiling of the souvenir, and I would request all the gentlemen to please proceed, along with our chief guest, president, and all the members on stage. Huge round of applause. Come on, everyone. The clap should not be stopping. Green initiatives for resin industry. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. And now we shall proceed towards the Lifetime Achievement Awards. And to do so, I would request Mr. Manish to please kindly join us on the stage.
थोड़ा पुढे गए. Hello? Yeah. So, one of the hallmarks of the inauguration seminar, and which goes for all the associations, and that also includes IRMA, is the felicitation of the Lifetime Achievement awardees. And IRMA has always believed that its past presidents have been a guiding source of light, and they will continue to be a guiding source of light. And they are always the pillars of strength of IRMA. They were, they are, and they will always be. It's a honor for me to read the citations again this year. And now I may request the first recipient of 2023 Lifetime Achievement Award, Mr. Ashok Goklani, to come forward, please. A big round of applause, please, for Mr. Ashok Goklani. May I also invite the family members of Mr. Ashok Goklani. Mrs. Goklani is here. It's a photo moment.
Let's capture this beautiful moment indeed. And I believe and suppose they are the reason why we are here today celebrating the seminar.
So, wait. I would now read the citation for Mr. Ashok Goklani, this year's recipient for the Lifetime Achievement Award. Ashok Goklani is a chemical engineer and accomplished entrepreneur in India and completed his middle and high school education at St. John's High School, Nagpur, and SDM High School, Rajnandangaon, respectively. Throughout his career, Ashok Goklani has faced various challenges and experienced both success and setbacks. Ashok began his professional career as a sponsored candidate at the National Chemical Laboratory, Pune. Operations. He suffered significant losses due to blocked funds in closed mills. As a result, he took a job as a development manager with the Prabhat Group, overseeing their projects in Jammu, J&K, Hoshiarpur, Punjab, and Nepalganj, Nepal. He worked with the Prabhat Group from 1983 to 1990. Following his tenure at Prabhat Group, Ashok provided project consultancy services to several small and medium-scale industries, including a market survey and a project report for the terpineol project to a client in Indonesia. In 1994, he established his own manufacturing unit, Anek Chem Private Limited in Taloja, for the production of hard resins. In the year 2000, he established Magnichem Industries with larger capacity for the manufacture of rosin derivatives and hard resins. Magnichem Industries has grown significantly under the leadership of Ashok Goklani. His vision for Magnichem Industries has been to create a company that is committed to producing high-quality synthetic resins, which also provide exceptional customer service. Under his guidance, Magnichem Industries has expanded its product offerings and entered new markets. The company has also invested in modern production facilities and research and development capabilities, which have enabled it to produce super quality synthetic resins and stay ahead of the competition. In addition, he has fostered a culture of innovation and continuous improvement at Magnichem Industries. He encourages his team to think creatively and challenge the status quo, which has led to the development of new and innovative synthetic resins that meet the evolving needs of the industry. Aside from his professional accomplishments, Ashok has also been an active member of Ujjain JCs for more than 10 years and has a passion for writing shairis. His career has been marked by several ups and downs, but his perseverance and entrepreneurial spirit have enabled him to overcome challenges and establish himself as a successful businessman. In recognition of his unparalleled contribution to resin industry at large, and IRMA in particular, Indian Resin Manufacturers Association has duly resolved on this day, 8th June 2023, to confer upon Sri Ashok Goklani IRMA Lifetime Achievement Award for year 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Ashok Goklani and his family. Now, may I now request President Madhavan to felicitate Goklani with a shawl. And present the Shrifal. May I now request Mahadevan, President IRMA, to present the memento to Sri Ashok Goklani. A big round of applause, please. May I now request today's chief guest, Professor Aniruddha Pandit, to present the citation to Mr. Ashok Goklani, please. A big round of applause, please. May I now request Mrs. Sumati Mahadevan to please come forward and felicitate Mrs. Madhaviji Goklani with present with a flower of bouquet, please. Parag, a bouquet for Mrs. Goklani, please. Mrs. Sumati Mahadevan presenting a bouquet to Mrs. Goklani. A big round of applause, please. Please, Mrs. Mahadevan will present and felicitate Mrs. Goklani with a shawl as a mark of respect and tradition. Thank you, Mr. Mahadevan, Mrs. Mahadevan. May I now request Mr. Ashok Goklani to respond to the felicitation. It's up to him whether, Mr. Goklani ji, you would like to come to the dais or you would like to present? Yeah, here. By the way, we friends in IRMA have been very lucky to keep on listening to his very wonderful shairis. एंड गोकलानी जी, एक दरखास्त है आपसे, आप रिस्पॉन्ड तो जरूर करेंगे, लेकिन हमारे आप मौजूद जितने लोग हैं उनके लिए कुछ 4 पंक्तियां अगर आप सुना देंगे। चलो बढ़िया, बहुत सारी पंक्तियां रखी है शाम के लिए।
Honorable Chief Guest Anirudh sir, President Mahadevan जी, Convener Siddharth Shah, Co-Convener Manish ji, IRMA committee members, my IRMA colleagues, eminent speakers, ladies and gentlemen, माइक पे आया हूँ थोड़ा डरते, सुबह से दोपहर हो गई इंतजार करते करते। 1960 के दशक में एक पिक्चर आई थी, फिल्म का नाम था सन्नाटा। बहुत पॉपुलर नहीं थी, तनुजा हीरोइन थी, अनिल चटर्जी बंगाल के हीरो थे। उसका एक गीत था, गुलजार जी ने लिखा था, हेमंदा ने गाया था, बस एक चुप सी लगी है। उसकी कुछ पंक्तियाँ ऐसी थी, वो दास्तां जो हमने कही, हमने लिखी भी, आज वो औरों से सुनी है। मेरे साथ भी कुछ ऐसा ही हो रहा है। Honoring the past presidents with Lifetime Achievement Awards was initiated during my presidency, and we had then awarded the first president, let's say Amal Vakil and Vinay Joshi ji. और देखो आज मुझे एक अवार्ड मिल रहा है, वो दास्तां मैं औरों से सुन रहा हूँ। Thank you, IRMA, for honoring me with this award. I am really overwhelmed. यहाँ मुझे मेरे दोस्त लोग जानते हैं, मैं थोड़ा फिल्मी बफ भी हूँ। राजेश खन्ना की फिल्म दाग का एक डायलॉग याद आ रहा है, अब आप न जाने क्या समझते हो मुझे, मैं तो कुछ भी नहीं, क्यों देते हो इतना प्यार, इतना प्यार मैं रखूँगा कहाँ पे, मैं तो कुछ भी नहीं। भारत के माहौल में इंडिया क्रिकेट का वो दौर चल रहा है, पहले आईपीएल हुआ, आज अभी टेस्ट मैच चल रहा है चैंपियनशिप का। तो मुझे महेंद्र सिंह धोनी जी का एक डायलॉग याद आ रहा है। वो कहते थे, द कैप्टन इज़ एज गुड एज हिज टीम इज़, एंड सेम applies to me also. I was very lucky to have a very good team, and I would like to compare my team with some of the cricketers. Then the Vice President, Mr. Bhupendra Sakaria ji, a very mild-speaking person, but a man of long innings. He is like Sachin Tendulkar, man of very long innings. IRMA should consider giving him IRMA Ratna during next seminar. Then the secretary, Dr. Prashant Samad, none other than Dr. Prashant Samad. I compare him with Rahul Dravid, a man who always plays with a straight bat and stands like a wall for the association and the team. Thanks, Prashant. Then the treasurer, Mr. Siddharth Shah, I compare him with Virendra Sehwag. He doesn't talk much, but let his game do the job. And look, today's seminar is also organized by him, and what a great arrangement he has done, along with Manish ji. I had two prominent members, but they could not continue for the whole tenure, but I would like to talk about them also. One is Mr. Ravi Shah. I will compare him with Yuvraj. He is capable of hitting 6 sixes in an over. And Mr. Rupen Choksi, very elegant, straight bat again, Jaisima-like old-timer. I had very good support from the past presidents, and I would like also to compare them also with some cricketers. My immediate past president, Mr. Balal Chandrachud. He was like Ravi Shastri to me, a perfect coach, very friendly but very pushing. The only difference I could find, Balal prefers whiskey over the old monk. Mr. Dhananjay Sathe, and all-rounder like Kapil Dev. From welcome speech to Thanksgiving, he is master of the ceremony as far as association is concerned. Thank you, Dhananjay. Give him a big applause. Mr. D.G. Parikh, he is not here today. I can compare him with Sunil Gavaskar because he has got all the legal and technical knowledge of the association, like Gavaskar has for cricket. पर D.G. Parikh के साथ एक ही तकलीफ है, उससे एक छोटा सा सवाल पूछो तो पूरा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का बुक ला के सामने खड़ा कर देते. Then Mr. Ashok Mehta, he is my favorite because he introduced me to IRMA. He is like Dilip Vengsarkar. He doesn't talk much again, but he is backbone of the team, always there to help everyone. In Vicky Kapoor, I did not have a player, but he was like Man Singh. Many of you people may not be knowing who is Man Singh. Man Singh was the manager who had accompanied the 1983 World Cup winning team. At that time, the players were having very meager allowances. So Man Singh used to spend from his own pocket to see the players are full comfort. In our case, Mr. Vicky Kapoor, along with his wife, Banti Kapoor ji, he sponsored most of our managing committee meetings at his residence in Chembur or farmhouse in Lonavala. This not only saved the money for association, also it gave an opportunity to gel like a family because these meetings were always with the spouses. My suggestion to the committee is that you should have all the meeting with spouses even if you were to spend from your own pocket. If you don't have sponsor like Vicky Kapoor. Thank you, Vicky. our executive secretary, Mr. Kannan, is a perfect pitch maker. He prepares good pitches so that committee can have a very good game in their tenure. I thank him also. इन सब दोस्तों के लिए एक शेर तो बनता है, जुबां पे इश्क के फसाने आते नहीं, इश्क हमेशा चोरे छुपे ही होता है, जुबां पे इश्क के फसाने आते नहीं, जो बीत गए वो जमाने आते नहीं, दोस्त ही होते हैं दोस्तों के हमदर्द, दोस्त ही होते हैं दोस्तों के हमदर्द, आसमां से कोई फरिश्ते साथ निभाने आते नहीं. I dedicate this award to my family who had been pillar of my strength. मेरे blunders को भी उन लोग ही सहन करते हैं. My wife Madhvi, my son Nishit, my daughter-in-law Shipra, grandson Riyan, my brother-in-law Sunil, his wife Gunjan, son Romil. We are very close-knit family and partners in business also. आखिरी में जाते जाते हमारे प्रशांत साहब हमेशा जब स्टेज पे आते हैं तो बोलते हैं तालियां बजाओ, तालियों पे कोई जीएसटी नहीं है. Am I right प्रशांत? Yes. तो मैंने एक दिन इनसे मजाक में कहा भैया कोई गालियां भी दे सकते हैं, गालियों पे भी जीएसटी नहीं है. तो अब मैं आपसे विदा लेता हूं. आप चाहे तो मुझे गालियों से विदा कर सकते हो, चाहे तालियों से. नमस्कार.
I think it's the most respected award. And sir, just for a second, would you mind coming on stage? And this is what I felt, only clap cannot justify this. We need a standing ovation, isn't it? Sir, right to the center. Such an charismatic personality, wonderful speaker, and I'm sure he had a wonderful journey throughout. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Truly honored.
Thank you.
Thank you. And moving to the next one, I would request again Mr. Manish to hand over the stage.
तालियों पे जीएसटी नहीं, गालियों पे जीएसटी नहीं, हंसने के लिए भी जीएसटी नहीं है शायद. We are in IRMA. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the second recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award for 2023. And the theme is green initiatives, and we all talk green. But this recipient is evergreen. May I now request Dr. Prashant Samant to please come forward so that we can start the process of honoring him with Lifetime Achievement Award. A big round of applause, please. May I also request Mrs. Manisha Samant to please be seated. Personally, for me, it's a big honor to be permitted to read the citation for Dr. Prashant Samant, because what you see me today here in IRMA standing on this dais is only because of him, that in 2017, he said, come, join me to work for IRMA, initially the seminar, and over a period with the association. And honestly, friends, I made a lot of new friends. Again, making new friends has no GST. So, the citation for Dr. Prashant Samant. Born and brought up in Mumbai, Prashant Samant is a doctorate in polymer science from the Department of Chemical Technology, University of Mumbai, and Master of Business Administration from Wellington Institute of Business Management. He started his career with Kansai Nerolac Paints as a research officer in their resin development department. Later, he joined Indophil Chemicals Company in 1990 in their industrial chemicals division as research head, coatings division. He then moved on as factory manager in Mafatlal Dyes and Chemicals, Hext Dyes and Chemicals. In 3 years, he was appointed as director on the board of company, the youngest working director appointed on the board by Mafatlal Group. He worked as board member for over 7 years with this group. He decided to work for a second largest chemical manufacturing company, Dow Chemicals, as global improvement leader for the Europe, Middle East and South Africa region for coating technology products. He was heading 12 plants across the EMEA region. In 2013, he joined Aditya Birla Chemicals as Vice President Technology Head for their epoxy business. He was heading 3 technology centers located at Thailand, India and Germany, and was instrumental in establishing the India Technology Center in 2014. He was a part of the leadership team which has taken epoxy business to a new height for the Aditya Birla Group. He has 2 patents on his name for development of multifunctional epoxies for use in composites, for aerospace, and was a key person in development of recyclamine to make epoxy composite recyclable. He also worked on a much wider portfolio of head innovation for the ABG Group's chemicals, fertilizers and insulator business, having a turnover of over 15,000 crores. Presently working as Vice President and Head R&D for Jubilant Industries JACPL, which has plants in Savli, Vadodara, Gajraula, UP and Kapasan, Rajasthan, with 2 R&D centers located in Vadodara and Noida, serving the business of food polymers, vinyl pyridine latex for the tire industry, consumer adhesives and wood finishes. He was a part of the leadership team which drives the business and new business plans for the company. He has applied patent on biodegradable polymers for chewing gum application. He is actively involved in various associations of paints and related industries such as Color Society, wherein he was the president twice in 2003-2004 and again in 2008-2010. He joined IRMA in 2005 as a committee member and elevated to the position of president in the year 2013-2015. He worked tirelessly for the association in the capacity as seminar convener twice and co-convener twice. He had organized 2 workshops of IRMA in UDCT on subjects of interest to the resin fraternity. Dr. Samant is an honorary professor, examiner and research committee member for surface coating technology and polymer engineering in University Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. He was the convener of Color Society, IRMA and Rangotsav seminars 2 times each. He has presented several papers at the national and international conferences, seminars and workshops, and also chaired many technical sessions at various seminars. He is honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Indian Paint and Powder Coating Manufacturers Association and the Fellow of the Color Society for his contribution to the paint and allied industry in the year 2019. In recognition of his unparalleled contributions to resin industry at large and IRMA in particular, Indian Resin Manufacturers Association has duly resolved on this day, 8 June 2023, to confer upon Dr. Prashant Samant IRMA Lifetime Achievement Award for the year 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Dr. Prashant Samant and Mrs. Samant. Mr. Siddhacha to present the Shrifal and the shawl. Siddharth, 1 minute. Siddharth, 1 minute. I made a gaffe. May I request the junior Samant? I'm sorry, we missed him. My apologies, please. to be also part of the family. Thank you, Rupal. May I now request, please, the photo, present a shawl to Prashant Samant, please. Dr. Prashant Samant, please. Momento. Convener Mr. Siddharth Shah will present the memento to Dr. Prashant Samant. May I now request our chief guest, Professor Aniruddha Pandit, to present the citation award to Dr. Prashant Samant. A big round of applause, please. May I now request Mrs. Sujata Ben Shah to please present a bouquet to Mrs. Samant. Mrs. Sujata Ben is requested to present a nice shawl to Mrs. Samant as per the tradition. Thank you, everybody. Now, I request Dr. Prashant Samant to respond. Before that, you can ask someone wants to respond on my behalf. Okay. So Dr. Prashant Samant wants to do the last batting. Yeah. So, So, I already have two requests. One is, of course, from his dear old friend and today's convener, Mr. Siddharth Shah. And there is one more who called me today morning and said, I know your function is very, it's running short of time, but I still need 2 minutes. So that I know who is this, but that is Dr. Prashant's another good friend, Manik Rao. So let's begin with Mr. Siddharth Shah.
As you have heard, another association which is connected with University and the Color Society. So when I joined Color Society, I came across him. Sorry. I learned so many things from him. How to run the association, how to present yourself, this, that, so many things. I want to go in a very big list of it. So I thought I must take him to IRMA, and I made him the member of committee in IRMA. And then we did so many things with the IRMA together always. He used to suggest me, you have to do this, that. Even the other committee members also he was guiding. And today I am, because of it.
Mr. Manik Rao Salunke. Yeah.
Hello. Today I thought I will get the opportunity to speak after Prashant's speech, but last moment he said because you speak first, so he will get the all the rights to take everyone's name and make whatever mistakes we make, he will correct it in his speech. Today, first of all, I congratulate Mr. Ashok Goklani ji and Dr. Prashant Samant for getting this Lifetime Achievement Award. I don't have much association with Mr. Ashok ji, but I have last 39 years association with Dr. Prashant Samant. Friends, when I entered ICT, UDCT, previously it's called UDCT in 1984, that time from Pandharpur, Sholapur, so that time I was not knowing first time I came to the Mumbai, I met Dr. Prashant Samant, and I saw this man who is full of confidence and helping to the people and reaching to the people and connecting to the people. From that time, he said, don't worry, Manik. And he always called the people with the first name and with the very, affection towards the people. Don't worry, Manik. And then he said that whatever problem you have, I'm there to help you out. And in 1984 and 85, we together have a manthan in UDCT that there is a debate happen. Love marriage is better, arranged marriage is better. All these subjects we used to debate together. And always I am keeping him ahead, how I should behave. And coming from the, and the first time in Metro City, first time I connected with him with the manthan that how to, speak, how to debate, and how to address the people. I was not having a confidence and he was full of the confidence. Person who made, he is an all-rounder. This is a God-gift qualities given by the God to the Prashant Samant. No, all the qualities are there. He was full of confidence and I never see him, he is, unhappy and he always laughing. He always make others to laugh and he always love and making others to happy. And this is a very unique quality which he has. And for the sense of humor, always when we are talking about, he always keep the jokes and, the presence of the mind. When he is talking in the speech, everybody has to alert. Otherwise, someone, you are sleeping, please give the attention. So everyone is alert, I don't know, he don't know, we don't know whose name he is going to take it and he is going to criticize or appreciate, we don't know, always in his speech. So everyone, all the mob, when he is speaking, is alert, what he is talking. He Lifetime Achievement Award is not a retire or stopping from the work. We said that you will be always a mentor and who is there for always many society like the Color Society and everyone. He is a teacher, he is a good teacher. Having a teacher sharing the knowledge to the people. Always he used to, not only the technical knowledge, listen to the life, how to stay, how to present yourself, like Siddharth mentioned. He's always a good teacher. And teacher, mentor to the everyone is very, unique property, unique quality he's having. I know that I'm not going to take much time, but he has not only the technical association in the politics, whenever we are having Dr. Padma Shri Anil Kakodkarji and Tatyarao Lahane in the Color Society, whenever I see, I have much association with these people, but whenever he is talking to the people, we feel that he has association more than 40-50 years and all that. The way he talks with the people, मैं तो सोच रहा है मैं ही इसका नजदीक है, but ये बात करता है तो we came very close to each other. That is the unique quality he is having. And other friend like social activity, Prashant Gaja and Kamlakar and all, from other not technical also, their people have a lot of affection towards him. Yeah, I said this is a God gift he had given and he is our Mahesh Dhoni. I came here, whenever he is playing IPL last, we feel that, he is going to retire, Mahesh Dhoni. Many people take the ticket only for him. And today with the request, I had asked Mr. Kannan, shall I get the ticket? He said, no, everything is full. Then I talked to him, I want ticket. So he arranged me and today I am thanks Prashant that I had made this conference because of I want to see my Mahesh Dhoni, how he is getting the award, Mahendra Dhoni. Yeah. So after that, I want to say about the Color Society. When I have an association after college life, the Color Society. The friends, the Color Society in 2000, he is the first person to have a conference outside the Mumbai in the Fariyas hotel. And with me and his, association, we made the Color Society first conference in the Fariyas Hotel in the 2002. And then in 2003 and 5, when 2004, he said, you know, all the whatever contribution people we are doing for the association, we should acknowledge. And he is the first person who has started the Lifetime Achievement Award giving to the Color Society. And J.S. Nadkarni was the first person who gave, you know, we gave the Lifetime Achievement Award. So very senior people and very young people, you know, the age doesn't matter. He has everywhere all the age friends. And that time, from that time, we have Professor Potnis, we have Ravi Marfatia, and all Narkade sir, and all we had started giving a Lifetime Achievement Award. He also taught the association, whenever you are sitting on the chair, it's not only for the chair, you'll have to contribute to the society, you have to contribute to the association, and it is a moral responsibility whenever you are sitting on this chair. And friends, I am proudly saying you, the Color Society previously, whenever he was a president, that first time we have started earning the money and making the, you know, the contribution to the education and the society. In that, since he is the role model, he always says that, you know, always contribute. So in the pandemic period, I was the president of the Color Society. We had a, you know, good profit of 10 lakh, I know Prashant, 10 lakh per year, 2 years. And the student we have started the first time in technology diploma in the Color Society. And the first time, not only from the India, from abroad, many students had joined this course and request all the, you know, who are associated with the Resin and all, they can take, you know, admission for this course. We have started this, and in pandemic situation also we had with his guidance we have started the ink technology, and also we have a pen technology diploma in this. I am going to, you know, Manish ji is saying this one, so I will lastly say it. You know, if I say only Prashant Samne, it will be injustice, because today whatever he is there, his better half is there. So Samant Vaini, you know, I congratulate Samant Vaini and give her a big hand to her. Because without her contribution, we know the outside of the Prashant. If we allow her to talk, she will tell the inside of the, you know, Prashant, better half story. But, so I request after Prashant Samant, Prashant Vaini, Manisha, you can also talk. But the motivation, the senses, the association, all his contribution, I thank you, sir, Dr. Prashant Samant, and your services are always required for association, and your contribution will remain, and thanks to your service to the association. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm here because he has been signaling me that I must say some good words about him. However, he has not prompted me what to say. Friends, lot has been said about Prashant as well as Ashok. I can't add more. I must say one thing. It is good to have such biodatas published, because, you know, though these are good friends for a long time, we never really knew their abilities, the detailed background. And for the first time, I realized that these people are not only as great as we thought, they are much, much larger than life. Prashant, of course, has been a backbone of all the seminars of IRMA, and that will continue to be so. Of course, this is not a lifetime achievement award, is not the retirement that is as Manik has. I am not an orator like Manik, you know, so I cannot keep on talking for hours. But I will be very brief. The another thing is, Ashok, what you talked about was fantastic. If you have prepared it, you have done a wonderful job. If it was spontaneous, hats off to you. But the most enjoyable part for his ceremony was his grandson. And he was so thoroughly enjoying that, you know, all the awards should have been given to him only. Okay, so that's, and the other thing is, of course, Doctor, this is not a vote of thanks from me. But anyway, this is wonderful. Thank you very much.
गरज आहे ऐकायची.
First of all, thanks everybody for the huge applause and listening to Manik, DM Sate, and my dear friend, sentimental Siddharth patiently. Thanks for that. And I want to talk a lot actually. I got confused. And let me start how I entered IRMA. As Siddharth said, I was the president of Color Society in year 2003-2004, and that was at the age of 42 friends. Why I am saying this? Because I already completed 21 years as a past president. I thought that Mahanavar and all the Color Society members will be here and they will think of me as the next lifetime achievement awardee. Then in 2002, by looking at somebody will invite you to join association. But after that, it is all the hard work, passion towards the subject, and contribution towards the association. In 2002-2003, I was not knowing many IRMA members, but I applied myself. And I made it such a way that people should recognize me. They should invite me. I never fight for, please put up my photograph in the souvenir. It is the members of the association, they should feel right that by putting your photograph in the souvenir and association will get a lot of benefit out of that. To that extent, everybody should work. Selfless working, which I always tell people, that join any association, but work so hard that people should take you to greater heights all the time. And from 2003, I became president of Indian Resin Manufacturer Association in 2013 and 2014. And it's a long time now in 2022, but I never thought that I will get a lifetime achievement award from any association. So normally people, what they do, they color their hairs black, correct, to see young. But this time I had a different problem. When I am receiving a lifetime achievement award, I should look senior, no? So you can see some of my hairs are grey today, on both the sides, to justify this award. Otherwise it will not justify this award, no? So thanks to the today's chief guest, Professor Aniruddha Pandit. This is also one thing I would like to tell you. This association, IRMA, I'm so close to this association, they were to felicitate me through at the hands of some chief guest, correct? And who selected that chief guest? I selected that chief guest. That who will felicitate me? I went to Professor Aniruddha Pandit, who is a dear friend of mine, saying that I would like to get felicitated at the hands of Professor Pandit. Isn't it? Professor Pandit, I cherish my very good moments with him. We worked together in UDCT on many occasions, and he's one of the rarest of rarest professor. I always call it as a consistent professor, just for everybody's information. When I say consistent professor, people join the institution, UDCT, VJT or anything. For first year, they are very good. But when they become senior, in this year, who is your best professor? So Aniruddha got awards at least 3 to 4 times consistently. The way Lata Mangeshkar used to get award for the best singer. So many times he has got the award. But I would like to tell you something, not to take away his excellence. In 2007-2008, Sandeep, we organized a workshop. Gokulani attended that workshop. And in that workshop, Professor Pandit was one of the speakers. And I was also one of the speakers. There were 5 speakers were there. Professor Shenoy, you remember that. Myself, Aniruddha Pandit, Salvi was there. And the 5th speaker, I don't remember. We were all supposed to deliver knowledge on resins. And he spoke on reactor designs for resin manufacture at that time. He is a wonderful speaker. But at the end of the session, again IRMA did that survey, who is the best speakers. 50 people attended that, including all the global industry. Subhash Sundarev nahi hai? सुन रहा हूं ना? राम को पाया. And out of that 50, 37 people, Aniruddha, voted in my favor. 37 people, that number was bigger than Aniruddha. So that was only for that occasion what I'm saying. I thought I will get some applause from you people. Are you sleeping? Because it is not easy when Aniruddha Pandit is giving a lecture and I am giving a lecture and I am getting more marks than him. It will not happen many times. He has also given the veto to you, no? His vote also he has given to me.
That's the greatness. I'd just like to add that he told me that he is getting felicitated and getting a lifetime achievement award only after I accepted to be the chief guest. So he did not tell me.
And now, whenever you get lifetime achievement award,
This reminds me, one second. There was a indoor seminar and they gave me lifetime achievement award. And I was shocked to see and receiving the award from a film actress. It has not happened to you. You are lucky.
No.
Irma is very intelligent. Thank you.
and in one of the seminars, friends, Color Society seminar, Aniruddha, we invited JB as a chief guest. Probably Manik and others must be knowing. And that was held in Kohinoor Hotel. Interesting to listen carefully. And that time JB Joshi was the director of UDCT. Okay. And during my speech, I said, here you have a wonderful scientist in JB Joshi. He is a material of Padma Awards. He is a material of Padma Awards. Government of India has not recognized his talent. And I say that Government of India should recognize him by giving a Padma Award, either Padma Bhushan or Padma Shri. And what happened next? Within 25 days, Aniruddha, he got Padma Bhushan Award. Don't take it as a mere coincidence. It's the wish from the heart which contributes in life. So here you have Aniruddha Pandit, excellent scientist, excellent professor, and now the Vice Chancellor of ICT. On this forum, I say that Government of India should recognize this person as early as possible with a Padma Award. Now I have to thank all my family members. Of course, Manisha has been thanked by others also. I have to thank her, my sons, Saumil, Swapnil, and all my family members, father, mother, brother, everybody, and my dear friends, who all are here today. Some of my friends, Sandeep, what he said, it is not an award to you, Prashant. Don't get flattered. It is an award to the group of friends, and you are only representing us on the dais because you are able to speak well. So I am able to speak well, I came to know from him. So that's why I am there. So on behalf of all my friends, Kamlesh is there, Mangesh is there, Mohan is there, Sandeep, Maku, Manik, if I forget somebody, because all are my friends, on all behalf of everybody, I am accepting this Lifetime Achievement Award. And after accepting this award, I also say that I will continue to work for IRMA, Color Society and all the association. As hard as I was doing earlier, I will continue to work like that. Okay? And once, last but not the least, friends, IRMA as an association, I am accepting this Lifetime Achievement Award. What next for IRMA, Mahadevan? What next we are going to do? We are an association doing good workshops, good seminars and interactions and all that. So association now should think what is new, what is innovative we can do, what way we can contribute towards member, which may not be done by any other association, but whether we can do that. So that's the thought should come to you. And with that thought, I would like to end mine. And thank you all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are not letting you go so soon. I would request you to please join me here. And such an inspiration. And when I joined, when I just entered the banquet, you were explaining me what to do and how to do, and I never thought you're going to get the Lifetime Achievement Awards. You're too young for that. But then still, I would request you to please join me on stage, and I would request everyone to please rise and give him a huge round of applause. And this is a respect that is needed to the most respected award and to the most wonderful personality, such an positive energy and inspiration.
Thank you, thank you.
Keep motivating, keep working. Thank you so much. And now for the vote of thanks, I would request our VP IRMA, Mr. Hiren Shah, to please join us here. Our VP is the most youngest one, I guess. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
As she rightly said, the time I joined IRMA committee, I was the youngest, Goklani sir always says. ढुलकते हुए गालों पे आंसू कहता है, छोटा हूँ तो क्या हुआ, हूँ मैं आंसू एक. छोटा हूँ तो क्या हुआ, हूँ मैं आंसू एक. सागर जैसा स्वाद मेरा चक्कर के तू देख. No, it's far, far beyond. Namaskar IRMA Parivar. We welcome all the delegates to reinforce the maverick in you with the methodological approaches which will be shared in the seminar, with some amazing sessions lined up for you from the best in the industry, and break the taboo about difficulties in green initiative. It is said that it takes an entire village to raise a child, and this biennial seminar with the souvenir being IRMA's proudest children have had the sweat and nourishment of the entire IRMA leadership team. It is a privilege to propose the vote of thanks. First of all, heartily thanks to our beloved Professor Anirudh Pandit to accept our invitation to grace this occasion with his presence. Congratulations to our Shairi Master, Mr. Ashok Goklani ji, and Mr. Perfectionist, Dr. Prashant Samant sir, for receiving the Lifetime Achievement Awards. For any such event, financial support is must, and our sponsors, who are family to IRMA, have always generously and magnanimously contributed towards every event. I profusely thank each and everyone for this gesture. I'd want to thank our dynamic president, Mr. S. Mahadevan, our ever young convener, Shri Siddharth Bhai, and the smart working co-convener, Manish Khandekar, whose passion to make this conference the best has been so infectious, and to place their faith in me to assemble the souvenir. The entire organizing team, comprising of Dr. Prashant Samant sir, Dr. B. Venkatraman, my friends Aditya, Ashay, Bhagyesh, Dr. Parag, who so flawlessly give their all to execute things brilliantly. How can I miss out on all our past presidents for their guidance? Thank you all. Also, not to forget our color publication team for helping us tremendously to get the souvenir completed on time and with perfection. A big thank to Mr. Arvind for designing the banners, setting up the beautiful LED screen, and many other things. How can we miss out on the management of Hotel Fariyas for their hospitality, which you will be experiencing throughout the day? A special mention to Mr. N. Kannan, our Executive Secretary to IRMA, for being our go-to person for all the archives, contacts, data, and innumerable small yet big things. We once again, with all our heart, invite you all to experience the world of Resin with IRMA and this biennial conference. Thank you all. That being said, I would say let's break for lunch and we'll assemble in an hour. Uh, ladies program is gonna start from 3:30 in the Senate Hall, the hall where we did all the registrations. Thank you.
currently working with Grasim Industries Limited, Aditya Birla Group as Senior General Manager, India, Middle East and Africa region for coating and construction application of epoxies. He has more than 25 years of experience in technical and commercial functions in epoxy industry for various applications of epoxies. May we have a huge round of applause because that one was very dull. I would request Mr. Khandekar to present a bouquet to our speaker. Mr. Verma, we are waiting to hear from you, and the stage is all yours.
Hello, good afternoon everybody, and I think it will be a very difficult task for me to keep you awake, and Mahadevan as usual he has given me one more pressure that Pankaj you have to keep everybody awake, and with this I would like to start the presentation on epoxies for sustainable future. Today we are talking about the green epoxies or green chemistry and all. So in my presentation I will be going through the Aditya Birla Group, a brief 1 or 2 slides, then I will talk about 1 or 2 slides on epoxies for the benefit of the people who are not knowing much about the epoxies. Then I will get into some of the sustainability aspect, then getting into the new concept which we at Aditya Birla Group has thought of and how we are going into the future with the green epoxies or green chemistry. So to start with, I will go with the Aditya Birla Group. In India, it is not required to introduce Aditya Birla Group, but for the benefit of the people, that some of the things which we feel that it will be good to let people know that how big the group is and how our Indian companies are doing well in the global market. See, if we look, we are present into the metals, cement, telecommunication, acrylic fibers, carbon black, pulp and fiber, trading, mining, renewables, and all these businesses. Other than this, we also have a chemical business which is about $2.5 billion business for the Aditya Birla Group, and epoxy business, which we earlier used to call as, it is now known as advanced material, and that is a part of chemical business. So our leadership position in the various businesses, we are number 1 in the world in aluminum rolling mill, we are number 3 in cements, we are number 1 in caustic soda and specialty chemicals in India. We are leading player into fashion segment. We are number 1 in the world for carbon black. We are number 1 in VSF fibers. We are leading players into the financial markets and telecom player. Now I will move into the advanced material, that is the part of epoxy business. Earlier it was known as Aditya Birla Chemicals Epoxy Business or Grasim Industries Epoxy Division. Now we are getting into different chemistries, let's say polyesters and polyamides and those kind of chemistries. So we want to rename ourselves as Advanced Material, Aditya Birla Chemicals as Advanced Material. We are among top 3 specialty players in the world for the epoxies. We have the global presence in India, Thailand and Germany. We produce about, we are also having one more plant that is in USA. I think that should be up somewhere in 2025. We have DNV GL accredited lab, application lab. This is what I would like to explain a little bit, because GL accreditation is something which is very important for the people who supply a lot of products to the wind industry. As you know, in the wind industry, that the wind blades which are made out of epoxies, they have the guarantee of about 20 years. So the epoxy blade suppliers or the machine suppliers, they need to give the guarantee of 20 years for the products. To have that, the germination Lloyd, all the products which are used into that has to have germination Lloyd approval. I have some of the friends from the renewable energy or the blade manufacturing companies. So maybe in the panel discussion you will interact with them and you will have some of the important things. So earlier, when we started our journey for the windmill thing in somewhere in 2005-6, that time in Asia we did not have any GL accredited lab. So we were dependent on one or two labs in the Europe. And what used to happen that our products used to get into line. It used to take about 6 to 8 months to get one product approved or one product get tested. If it gets rejected, then we have to restart from the beginning. So that was the problem for us. Then we thought somewhere in 2010, we thought that let us get our labs GL accredited so that we do test at our lab and our results get approved by GL. So with a lot of efforts of our R&D guys and our technical team and the support of the management, we could put a lot of machineries, we could put a lot of resources towards this. And in Asia, we were the first one to have the GL accredited lab in Thailand, or the Thailand plant, which is our mother plant. I will talk about it maybe in the next few slides. I am mentioning about this DNVL GL accredited lab for the simple reason that going forward in the presentation, I will come to something where I would throw some opportunity for businessmen in India or for the entrepreneurs in India. We have synthesis lab, R&D lab in India, Thailand, and Germany. We are pioneering recycling technology. We all know that thermosetting epoxies are thermoset resins, but there was a big burden on the composite industry or electrical industry that what to do with the blades which once their life cycle is over. So we developed the technology for recyclamine, whereby if you use this particular product, recyclamine technology, then you can convert these thermosets into thermoplastic under certain conditions, and you can reuse it. So that's the important thing which I would like to talk about. I will give some more time when we go into the more details. We have won prestigious award for the recycling technology in JEC. It was a global award. We partnered with Siemens and we got this award for the blade in 2022. So this is really a prestigious thing for a group, for Aditya Birla Group, or as an Indian, that an Indian company can stand out in the global scenario, and we stand out and performs very well in the competition of the global leaders and with the Siemens. We partner with Siemens, so that's an opportunity for an Indian company. Now I would like to talk about what the epoxies attributes are, why epoxies are so important. See, what epoxies gives? Epoxy gives you light weighting, it gives you very good electrical insulation, it gives you very good adhesion. Epoxies also are known for very good corrosion protection, chemical resistance, as well as mechanical attributes or mechanical advantages. So what do we do? When we use any product, we try to exploit the properties which a polymer or a system gives to us. So when we talk about composite industry, we use light weighting and mechanical strength of the product. So the epoxy goes into railways, windmill blades, surfboards, aerospace, and a lot of other products. Second thing, I'm talking about construction, that is about civil applications, a lot of floorings, a lot of construction joints, a lot of other things which you can do with the epoxies. And here we use mechanical strength, chemical resistance, adhesion, and all these properties. So now coming on to the third thing, that is the can and coil coating. Can and coil coating is very important when we go for the coating into the thin substrates for the cans, which are used for our making beer cans, Pepsi cans, and all these things. The coating is used of epoxies. So that is also very important. Here the corrosion resistance is very important. Corrosion resistance adhesives. These are very important things. Now let us move to another application, that is industrial coatings. Many of us know, because a lot of epoxies or a lot of other resins also go into industrial coatings. So here we utilize adhesion, corrosion protection, chemical resistance, sometimes mechanical properties as well. Then coming on to adhesives, of course the adhesion is very important for the epoxies. There was a tagline of very, very important adhesive manufacturer that you can join anything to anything except the broken hearts. Probably the stalwart, the old timers would remember this tagline. So epoxy can be used anywhere. And epoxies are used mainly for the metal to metal adhesion. Electronics, because of mechanical properties, and electrical insulation which epoxy gives. Epoxies are known for the good electrical insulation and good thermal insulation and all those properties. Then, of course, the electrical industry, which we talk about the capacitors, transformers, bushings, circuit breakers, and all those kind of industry. So epoxy really is a very versatile chemical, and we supply a lot of material to these in this industry. Moving on to our manufacturing sites, IRMA Advanced Chemical or Advanced Materials Thailand Limited. This was our first plant. That was our mother plant, we can say. It was established somewhere in 1992. And then this particular plant is in Rayong, Thailand. And this particular plant, we started somewhere with about 10,000 tons capacity, and now we are talking about 120,000 tons. So out of, in about 30 years, we have doubled, not doubled, we have 12 times we have multiplied. So that is the kind of growth which we are looking at. This I am just talking about one plant, which started in 1992. We make all kind of resins. This is our mother plant. And moving on to the second thing, which is our Gujarat plant, that is in very close to Bharuch, about 20 kilometers away from Bharuch, in Vilayat. And this particular plant, we started in 2013. In 2013, when we started with about 30,000 metric tons of epoxies. And today, we are about 100,000 tons of capacity. And now, in July, August, I am saying August, okay, July, plant people say July, we feel August, because sometimes the new plant, there could be some breathing issues. So July, August, we will be having about 200,000 tons of capacity in India. See the reason why I am showing this, in the plant, in front of that, if you see there is some green patch. In that green patch, the new plant will be coming. And on the right side, you see there are a lot of plantation. So when we are taking something from the earth, we are also planting something on the others. So we have taken this, we have this land in the plant, and we also taken another land, which is about 8 to 10 kilometers away from the plant, where we are creating a green belt, where we will be doing a lot of plantation. Because this is the theme of our today's seminar, so I thought maybe it will be good to mention that. Then third plant, which was established somewhere in 1993, it was called as CTP GmbH. We took over this company in 2013. This company is based in Rüsselsheim, very close to Frankfurt, about 30 miles away from Frankfurt. And we also have another company that is CTP GmbH, Advanced Material. That company also we have taken, that is in somewhere in Düsseldorf. And both these company put together, we have a presence in Germany. So we thought we have a presence in Southeast Asia, we have a presence in India, we have presence in Europe. Now we will move on to USA. Because it is very important to have the localized presence, because it helps in servicing to the customer and also to the green initiatives which the company has envisaged. IRMA Chemicals R&D Center in Thailand. This is about India. We synthesize solid resins, liquid resins, advanced some of the application development, and a lot of things we do into this laboratory. We have two colleagues from our R&D center, Diganta and Gajanan here. And this is our R&D center. We have the presence here into the R&D center. And GL accreditation, we thought that once we have the Thailand lab approved, why not to have GL approval for India also? Because this is the thing which we need to break in order to become self-sufficient Indian company. This is the application development center in Thailand. This is the product which, this is the material, this is the lab, this is the actual pictures of Thailand lab. All the pictures which I am showing are of actual pictures. These are not taken out from the internet or something. So these are our colleagues, and again, a lot of product colleagues are working. The 63 number needs to get changed. This is the old number. I think the number would have gone up. Because 63, the fifth year things will go away, and the coming fifth year will come up. But I am sure that new products, because of our renewal approach, a lot of new products have come in. So the number of products in the 5 years would have gone up. R&D Application Development Center in Germany. These are again the actual pictures. We do all kind of formulation and development work in Germany, because in Germany the reason for buying this company or acquiring this setup was that we have the products which are important for us, and there was a base for buying this. And in European climate, if you have the European flavor, people prefer you more, because sometimes people feel that, okay, Asian companies and European companies. So this is the advantage which we took, and now we are becoming part of the European companies and American companies, which we have demonstrated by in 2022 by winning the JEC award along with Siemens. Okay, so this was the background about our company. Now we thought, let us move towards the sustainability, which is our main topic. Probably some of us, I think I would not have bored, so probably I am able to keep you awake. Sustainability is a very important things for all of us, because as the morning Professor Pandit was talking about, for someone the sustainability is something, someone sustainability is something. We talk about, यार हमारे बच्चे settle हो जाएं, हमारी life का sustainability वो है. Generally we talk in this way. But in this particular case, we need to think about not about the हमारा बच्चा या वो. We need to think about, as Professor Pandit was saying, that we need to think about 100 years, 150 years. So we as a global means, when I am saying we, I am being a part of the global community. So the UN, so we need to think about sustainability and sustainability future in true sense, not in talks, because talks we have been doing for many years. Sustainability plus, which is very important, that when we are talking about sustainability, it should not be for people friendly, it should be environment friendly, as well as the prosperity, because we need to look at the people, planet and prosperity, all three things together. So if we talk about these three things, these three pillars, we also, when we translate these three pillars, it becomes social sustainability, environmental sustainability and economic sustainability. Because unless all the three sustainabilities are part of our system, and we talk on this, we dwell on this, we work on these things, I think our next generation will curse us, or they will say, what you have left for us. So moving on to this, I will just mention about the UN FCC, that is the Paris Agreement in 2015. It was said that we need to keep the global temperature rise less than 2 degrees Celsius. And what was the reason for mentioning this 2 degrees Celsius? See, the reason for mentioning this 2 degrees Celsius was that some of the studies were done by the various global climate control people, or climate activity trackers, people call it CATs. They found that if we don't control these things, then the temperature will go beyond 3.6 degrees Celsius from the date of industrialization. That is somewhere around 1930 and 1950. Somewhere on that, there the temperature will go to 3.6. And there was a study in which it was said that if we don't control the temperature to 2 degrees Celsius from the industrialized thing, then about 1 billion people will get affected because of heat wave and humidity. So 1 million people means 15% of the people in the world. That was a huge number. So all of us got activated a little bit. It was a big threat. Sometimes people think when they see, oh, the threat is coming. So that was a scenario when we as a community had gone for the Paris Agreement, and there we thought, let us try to do something which is below 2 degrees Celsius. So in that, based on the sustainability pillars, all these countries, about 190 countries, thought of getting into this kind of scenario and reduce the temperature and to work on these 17 goals. I will not go into each of the 17 goals, because our topic today is green chemistry, sustainability. So I will talk about this. So I will go into the next slide. Why this global? I am focusing my presentation onto the 2 degrees Celsius, how we can manage the 2 degrees Celsius part of thing. So the global warming is one aspect where we can contribute more. And there is another thing which we can do. We can do a lot of plantation. That is a positive greenhouse reduction. So that's what we can do. So with this greenhouse gases, there are three ways of doing it. That is scope 1, when we use the fossil fuel for doing the plant, vehicles and all these things. That falls into a scope 1. The second scope is about what we consume fuel in the industry and all those things. So that is the part 2. And then third is the commuting, that is the transportation of the material and all those things, commuting with the people. So that is a third way by which we can start looking at reducing those things. So we are working on scope 1, scope 2, and we are trying to put satellite plants, as we said, in India, Thailand, Germany. We are moving towards US. So that at least the fuel efficiency or the fuel consumption we can reduce certain extent. So that was the one thing. So when the temperature rises, if the temperature rises beyond 2 degrees Celsius, then we can have lot of drought. We can have lot of typhoons. We can have lot of wildfires. So all those things will affect the humidity, and we have to work towards it to control these things. So when after 2015, there was one more event which has happened in Glasgow, somewhere in 2021. And then whatever the work we planned, that was planned for less than 2 degrees Celsius, but actually when the expert of this field, when they got into it, they found the plan is for 2.7 degrees Celsius, not 2 degrees Celsius. And 2021, it was decided that we need to cut down this further. And we need to be a bit more strict in order to reduce the greenhouse emission and all this thing. And they also realized one more thing, that whatever was committed that greenhouse reduction will be so much by 2013, it was not that way. By the calculations which the countries have provided to the committee, the COP, that coordination committee of parties, something, the COP. So they found that it will be double emission. It will not be the same emission. It will be double the quantity. So we will reach about 2.7 and all these things. So we cut down to 2.4. Now we need to do at 2.1. We cannot touch with the current ratio. What are the commitment which we have given in 2021? By 2100, our global temperature rise will be about 2.1 degrees Celsius. We can correct it, provided we do positive part, that is the forestation. We don't do deforestation, but we start planting the trees. So now we have to choose our path, that how do we go about it. It is not for you, it is not for you, it is for all of us. This we need to take the responsibility. Maybe we put one plant for ourselves. Maybe we do something. What are the minimum we can do? We need to do it. It is not for you, it is for great grandchildren's. It's not for our children, it's not for great grandchildren, it's probably for great grandchildren's. Because after 2100, if we don't work, these people are talking about 2100, not 2021 or 2031. So we need to choose our path very carefully. And how to do this? We all know this. We need to change from fossil fuel to renewable feedstock and all these things. We need to do this, and we need to start working towards it. I'm not saying that you will start doing it today. We have started doing it few years back. We have reached to certain levels, so I'll mention about it. And if you want to know about something about the products, just outside the hall, we have put 2 standees whereby you can see what are the product line which can be converted into green epoxies, and there is a advantage and disadvantages for all of us which we can look at. So the bio-based polymers, they can reduce the greenhouse gases. So we are working towards this technology. Economy. There are 2 types of economy. One is linear economy, that is produce, transport, consume, put to the grave. People said cradle to grave. But now we need to move from cradle to grave to cradle to cradle. That means you produce the goods, manufacture it, transport it, use it, don't put it into an end of life cycle, reuse it, repurpose it, and then again you put in the use. So that is what is also one of the ways of reducing the greenhouse gases. Conventional thermostats, we are reducing by using some of the renewable stocks. We are doing something by renewable ways as well. If I try to put these things into 2 axis. One is x-axis. On x-axis, I put the non-recyclable to recycle, and from fossil fuel to bio-based. So what we thought that how to go about it. Conventional is on the lower bottom left side is conventional one. So that is what we are not trying to do, but sometimes we have to do. Green epoxy, that is not good enough. Recyclable epoxy, that is not good enough. We need to combine it with green as well as recyclable. So that's what we are aiming at. We have the products for both the things. So I will talk about it. Now, we thought that we need to design a strategy which should be a positive planet. It should not be a negative planet. And which should enhance the value for customers, climate, and ourselves also, that means communities. So this is what is very important. And here is a topic that is green business. Sorry, I am taking a little bit longer time, probably 5 minutes extra. The innovation approach. What is the innovation approach we have at Aditya Birla Group and Advanced Material? The bottom line which I am saying, it is very difficult to read, so I will read out for the people, for them, if the view is not clear. This is increased need for the business today to think beyond profits. I am underlining profits. Profits will get hampered today to some extent, but if we survive, we can earn profits. Profits exhibit care and responsibility for society as well as environment. This is what is very important for us, for our next generations. So we need to think on those lines. So what approaches we have taken? So I will talk about the approaches which at Aditya Birla Group we have taken to sustain these things. One is about series of biosource. I want to do this. If you see on the left side, you have written in the left top, right, we have Aditya Birla Advanced Material. On the left top, you have Bryogen. About 2 years back, we launched this particular brand, Bryogen. That is the products which are having Bryogen, they are used by using some of the renewable products, renewable raw materials. Those are bio-based. And they give you less carbon emission, and they also give you equal performance. So we are not compromising on performance. We are doing it purposely to convert into the renewable sources. The second thing is recyclable. Recyclable technology, that is a very good technology where you use the thermosets, and at the end of the life cycle, you can repurpose, reuse it for the different applications. If someone wants to know a little more, we can discuss after the session is over because of time paucity here. Then the third thing is waterborne series. The waterborne series, we are working on it from last about 10 years. Waterborne series, we talk about epoxies generally are used for the solvent-based or solvent-free. We have the products which are going into the market. From last 7-8 years, it was not going into Indian market so much, but from last couple of years, I have started seeing some traction into this market, and which is very good for the country. I feel very happy. And there are a lot of small or medium scale companies who are taking a lot of initiative in this. I am very happy to announce this. And in this, we have the products for the coating industry, for the metal coating. We have the product for flooring industry, construction industry, and marble industry. So we have a lot of products for this kind of application. So we need to think about the water base. Non-BPA, I will not talk about it because it is more for the can and coil coating, and it is not today's topic, so I'll leave it at the moment. The performance meets vitality and sustainability, because that is what is very important. The product which we have from the biosource of the Bryogen, which you see on the left side, the Bryogen products are biosource. These are the epoxy resins which are manufactured, as I already explained to you when I explained the technology, that these are bio-based raw materials. The second thing is about recyclable. I just mentioned about the recyclability thing. There are a lot of products which we have recyclable. They are the hardeners, which can be converted into compost, converted to material, and can be recycled, repurposed. Then custom vitalized products. we have Bryogen products coupled with some of the recyclaments. We can use a custom-made products and can be used for the application. Okay, I have dropped down certain names because some of the people know the products with YD128 and RD108. These are again the same things which leaves lower carbon footprints, improves compliance, enhances values, not today, for tomorrow as well. So Biogen YD128G, when we say, it is about 28% less bio content into it. And when I was explaining to DNBGL, that time I was saying that I will come to you when I will talk about some of the Biogen products. There is an opportunity for all of us that we set up certain labs in India where we can check the bio content of the material. Today we go to Europe, we go to Americas. We pay lakhs of rupees for doing one analysis. So this is the opportunity for us. But when we do it, we should not have any loopholes in the system. We need to have proper trained people, proper instrument, so that we are recognized not for a couple of years, for years to come. So that is a good opportunity for all Indian entrepreneurs. When we can do GL approval in Thailand, people can do this in India as well. So this is the one thing, RD108G. Then Biogen recyclamine, R101, I just mentioned one. There are a series of products which you can, if you want to scan the barcode which is written there, you can get the details about it. R101, it gives you the amine value will be 750, the TG will be about 100 degrees Celsius, spotlight will be about 60 to 70 minutes. I'm just giving you the right names of this, but probably it may be interested to someone, it may not be. We are not selling this product as of now because our new plant is coming up very soon in Thailand. So that is why it is. This is the product for which we got the GA award for JEC award, where Siemens used this particular product for consuming these things. So this is the product. You can use all these products that is recyclable or biosource products into all these applications, be it wind, be it architecture, mobility, aerospace, marine, construction, sports, industrial, all these applications you can use all this. You can reduce your bio component, you can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So if you use, let's say, just for the benefit of the people, they might ask, because there are a lot of curiosity which may be there, that if I use YD128 normal and if I use YD128G, how much carbon greenhouse emission I'm going to reduce? I can tell you that it will reduce about from close to 8 to about 3.5 per kg. So that is about 40% reduction, 45% reduction into the greenhouse gas emissions. So there is an opportunity for each one of you who are dealing in epoxies, who are using these materials, to buy this material. And I'm not trying to buy this material, buy YD128, but epoxy material which is green. And we are pioneering this technology. You can use this. I'm coming to end. Maybe Madhavan is looking at the watch. So it's fine, Madhavan. I'm just joking here. I'm just joking. Vitalizing. I'm just joking. Vitalizing planet, that is very important for us. Not for us. Probably we'll die in 50, 60 years from now. But the people will look at us. Okay, these are the people who have done something good for the planet. Optimizing health of individuals, we all. And the third thing is maximizing safety for all of us. So these are the three things which these biosource material or the Biogen material will give you. These are the 4 brand names which we have. I started with, I am working for the organization, so I have to sell also the products. So I started with Aditya Birla Group, ending with the my marketing thing. We have Epotech, which all of you know. CTPOX is the material which we supply from CTP GmbH. We also started manufacturing this certain products in India. We can offer from India. Biogen is a new technology, and recyclamine and Biogen were launched somewhere about 2 years back. And these are the values which we feel that we offer to the customers. This is an old slide, but it is very important from our perspective that we show these things. And this is what we aim at. ab-am.com is the our website. I would like to, at this juncture, I would like to say thanks to my colleague Nitin Metkar, who was not able to come for this seminar. He has helped me in making this presentation. So thank you, Nitin, though you are not here, but I want to thank you. Thank you, Nitin. Dr. Prashant just told me that you are watching live. Thank you, Nitin, for doing it. Thank you, friends. If you have any questions, I am ready to answer. If the time is positive, I am ready to answer afterwards. Thank you very much for patiently listening, and we feel that we should end up in having a greenhouse effect and reduce the greenhouse gases and make the world livable beyond 2200 or 2500. Thank you very much, friends. Yes, sir. Sir, there are various raw materials which are biodegradable. We can discuss in, yeah. We can discuss about it. Not an issue, sir. We can discuss about it. I know, sir. Raw material is always a problem. We are also stuck with it. Yes, any other question? Yeah, BPNI, that is not a green chemistry, but that is a human friendly, because there are a lot of people who are suspecting BPA is not that good, but BPA has been used, and we feel that BPA is not an issue. But we feel that BPNI, since the word asked, so we have to give what the customer wants. Yes, we have the products. We are supplying to some of the customers. Yeah, but as you know that sometimes people ask about the price. So sometimes this price cost is high. Price is also slightly, but the value which the people who give non-BPA, if you go and buy the bottle in the market, you buy 50 rupees. If you buy BPA free, you get 150 rupees. So this is what is the game which one can play and can give 50 rupees extra to us and make 100 rupees. Thank you. Anything else? Yes, doctor. Please, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, doctor, for your inputs, and I will appreciate, because you have been in the group, so you know a lot of things. So I thought, no, thank you very much, doctor. Thank you very much, doctor. Sir, if you don't get, you can send the sample to doctor. Doctor will organize it. Doctor has been always the friend. और कोई क्वेश्चन डॉक्टर? रॉ मटेरियल बता देना उनको. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I would request you to stay back, Mr. Verma, and I would request our president to kindly join us on the stage, and would request our president to kindly present the memento to our speaker.
Thank you.
What a fruitful session it was.
Your classmates together in ICT. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Sure. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And moving ahead towards the second technical lecture of today's seminar, we'll be having someone from Reda Chemical India Private Limited. And we'll be discussing about Chempart Eco Green solutions for resins and solvent-based paints. And I would request Mr. Bhagesh to accompany our speaker, Dr. Ashraf Moner, on stage. So, talking about Dr. Ashraf Moiniar, he is a General Manager of Chemical Partners Industries Limited, Egypt, Technical Director of Chemical Partners Global, 10 countries, holds a decorative in a doctorate in organic chemistry from USA. He has 33 years experience in paints and coatings, R&D and resin technology. That is huge. He has been presenting technical lectures all over the world for more than 5 years. He holds patents for several products developed over the past few years. He started the Chemical Partners Scientific Center, which is accredited by several international companies. So many feathers to his hats, and it will be a wonderful session, I guess. And I would request to kindly felicitate him with a bouquet. We all are waiting to listen from the expert himself. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank a lot IRMA Association to give me this chance to be among of you. And I'd like to say something. I make a presentation all over the world now for more than 7 years. This is the first time I feel that I am among family, not a normal one. This is really my feelings. I was impressed today. And you know, we always say that Egypt and India have these emotional things and relation and habits nearly the same. So again, I'm so happy to be among of you. Allow me first to give you very short idea about my company. Sure, this is our Fariyas. We make this one to introduce our customer, our service to our customers. Supposed to start from here. This is our business segments. Chemical Partners is a group. We are two companies, Chemical Partners Egypt and Chemical Partners Industry. Chemical Partners Egypt established in 1995 as a distribution business, and we are representing more than 13 European and American companies for raw materials used in inks and paints generally. With head office in Brussels in Belgium. We have 10 offices all around the world. And I have the honor that I am the technical director for the group all over the world since 2010. And Chemical Partners Industry, this is the industrial facility, and this is only in Egypt, established in 2010, and we are specialized in producing only innovative and very special products. Like what we will see now about the polysaccharide emulsifiers and other additives. Chemical Partners Scientific Center. This center it's a scientific center established to serve all our offices all around the world, to introduce all the technical support and technical service to all our customers in all fields we are working in, and also I have the honor that I'm the founder of Chemical Partners Scientific Center, and now this big lab is accredited by 17025, ISO 17025. Let me start with introducing our product range. SC100, SC400 is a polysaccharide resin. This polysaccharide resin that been used as emulsifier, as we will see. In my opinion, this one, 100 and 400, this type of resin, I mean, solved the hard problem that make the balance between reducing the cost and keeping the same properties and the benefits of the paint formulation the same. In my opinion, I'm 33 years now in this field of paint and coating R&D. This is the only additive I found that it can make this balance between cost and quality. We always have to sacrifice by one of them. Emulsifier series also, this product is not traditional emulsifier, as we will explain later on. There are thousands of emulsifiers produced all over the world. But when we talk about that one, we will know that this one also is innovative. And the last thing is the milling series. This is very innovative and good products I think we will have time to talk about. I like to start with this slide which talk about how we make our paint green. Let us simplify that. Let's make very simple. We will not talk about very hard and complicated expressions. The paint, one of the products that share in pollution of the environment. By what? All of us know that paint can be solvent-based or water-based, or dry form. This is another thing. But I talk about the liquid paints that cause a problem always. Liquid paints, water-based or solvent-based. Water-based, no problem. All what evaporates is water, mostly water, so no problem. All the organic material is traces, so no problem with the water-based. Coming to the solvent-based, what is the problem in? The problem here is in VOCs, volatile organic compounds. What is volatile organic compounds? Simply, this is the volatile part from some organic solvents or compounds in the formulation. This organic part, so when it's volatile to the environment, it's pollute the environment. So what we try to do to reduce these VOCs, there are a lot of standard world, international standards that control that. I think the most famous, in my opinion, is the REACH certificate that applied in all products in Europe. REACH certificate put limits for VOCs everywhere. For every type of paint, they put level for VOCs. So, how can we succeed to produce solvent-based paints without pollution and with the accepted level of VOCs? Before, this question was very hard to be answered. Nowadays, we have an answer for this question. Let us go for that. The idea behind that we will, as we agree, we will try to reduce the VOCs, the volatile organic compounds, in the paint formulation and replace it with something safe, like water. Okay. In the solvent-based paints, and we have a lot of scientists, I never ask them. I ask general question, in solvent-based paints, what, especially alkyd paints, what cause a lot of VOCs? What is the source of VOCs in solvent-based paints? Anyone knows? I will answer. Alkyd and solvents. Okay, all alkyd has this bad effect? No. Only the solvent part of the alkyd. You know, alkyd can be 60%, 70%, 50%. The other part, which is the solvent, this is the problem. Okay, now we know the way. So let us go to reduce these solvents in the formulation and to replace some of the alkyd in the formulation with what? With water. That's all. So we can reduce the VOC of the formulation. To do that, we have another problem. What is the problem? The alkyd resin is based on oil. How we can add water to this oil? Also, before polysaccharide, we have one solution, emulsifiers. And now I tell you, and by the way, emulsifier, also the traditional emulsifier is either amines compounds or isoxylates, which is now prohibited. So what is the solution? Only one solution right now. The one solution is the polysaccharide resin. Is it emulsifier? No, it's resin. It's a film forming material. We will talk about later on, but let me give you very fast idea about emulsion. What is emulsion? We said we will replace solvent by water. We will add water to solvent-based paint or to the alkyd using polysaccharide or emulsifiers. This combination called emulsion. How we can make emulsion, or what? First, what is the type of emulsion? Let's see. Two main emulsions. One, the blue one, called oil in water emulsion. The blue one, oil in water emulsion. And this type is being used mainly in cosmetics and pharma. You see most of emulsion syrups of medicine is white, milky white. This is emulsion. Lotion and creams, body creams, all of them is milky. This is emulsion. This is, all that is oil in water emulsion, because, by the way, the fats being used or oils being used for cosmetics and medicine is oils, and you have to add water, so you need to make emulsion. The other type of emulsion, this is our target. This is called water in oil emulsion. So we will add, very simple, we will add water to the oil. Oil here means alkyd resin in the paint formulation. All types of alkyd resin in paint formulation is based on oil. So we said water in oil emulsion. Okay? So this is the two type of emulsion all over. And as we agree, we will go to that one. Okay, coming to the most dangerous point in my presentation. And I'm now 5 years discussing this point with every paint manufacturer. What is macro and micro emulsion? Big difference. When you prepare, underline this sentence. When you prepare emulsion and your emulsion is classified as macro emulsion, you have a problem. But if it been micro emulsion, you are successful. Okay, what is the difference and why this problem became? Normally, my friends, and I think for a lot of people, this will be surprised. A lot of people that use technology of adding water to the alkyd or to the oil will be surprised. To make emulsion, first you prepare your emulsion mechanically, not by emulsifier nor by polysaccharide. You have to prepare your emulsion mechanically. Then you can stabilize your emulsion either by polysaccharide or emulsifiers or other chemistry. But the first step is to prepare successful emulsion mechanically. Okay, what I mean by making emulsion mechanically, and I will give you example right now. What I mean that to add water, also I try to make it very simple. To add water to the oil, you have to break down the water droplet to be less than 30 angstrom to be able to emulsify in the oil resin, which is the alkyd resin later on. Again, you have to break down your water droplet to be less than 30 angstrom to be able to go between the oil layers and chains of the alkyd to emulsify. Okay, if it's bigger than 30 angstrom, it will become macro emulsion. Imagine that this is two alkyd chains and this is the distance between. If the water droplet is big, it cannot penetrate, it cannot come here. So always it will be alone. That will be separate very fast. But if your water droplet is 30 angstrom or less, it can penetrate the alkyd chains and start the process of forming emulsion and stabilize it. And to reach that, to have or to success to break down the water droplet to 30 angstrom, there is a procedure we will follow. All the bent producer, I don't know if we have bent producer here or all of us are resin manufacturer. All bent producer should or supposed to know this one. This is the standard measurements for the dispersing machine, for the mixer, and the relation between the mixer diameter and the can, the vessel he will use the mixer in. The target from this, I will not talk a lot about that. The target from this, I have to point here, sorry, there is pointer here? Okay. Sorry for that, look for this one. This is only half of the foot. The other half is here. This one moved like that, and this one moved like that. If, let me tell you that from my experience, from my study, from everything, for everyone want to disperse, not to mix, to disperse. If he doesn't has this vortex, while he is dispersing, he is not dispersing. He is mixing, he is homogeneous, but no dispersion. So, first of all, you have to prepare successful emulsion, you have to have these measurements. The D is the disc diameter, and your vessel supposed to be 2 to 3 times the disc diameter. And the height supposed to be from half to 2 of the disc diameter. By the way, believe me, this is not theoretical words. This is the practical one. If you don't have these measurements made with the right way like that, you will never get dispersion. And you will always have problem behind, either in preparing bent or preparing emulsion. Okay, if we have this one, how we can make emulsion, you can put your oil or alkyd, you can add the method you will use, either polysaccharide like SC400, SC100, or emulsifier, or any emulsifier. I talk about ours is W21. Then you mix just for homogeneous. Yes.
The placement also
This is also very important. Thanks, doctor. We talk about the distance between the last point of mixer and the bottom of the vessel, supposed to be half D, half of the mixer.
For 30 nanometer, it is 30 meter per second and one half that impact distance.
Yes, yes, this is exactly. Exactly. Thank you, doctor. And after adding your oil or alkyd, your materials that you will use to stabilize, coming to 3 steps to have successful emulsion. Number 1, you have to increase your mixer speed to be from 25 to 30 tip speed. What is the difference between tip speed and RPM? By the way, suppose that all paint and coating producers work based on tip speed, not RPM. I think also this is another surprise. Why? Suppose everyone in paint, coatings, inks also, everyone deal with dispersion, supposed to deal with tip speed. Tip speed is a relation between RPM and disk diameter. This is why in production, you can go 25 to 30 tip speed only by 1000 RPM. And in the lab, to go 25 to 30 tip speed, your RPM is supposed to be 3000. Because tip speed, again, is the relation between disk diameter and RPM. And this is very important. It's the most important to make dispersion. Yes, I think this is the tip speed question. Yeah. Tip speed is 3.14 multiply D multiply RPM and on 60. So number 1, you have to increase your tip speed to be, your mixer speed to be 25 to 30. Then you add your water slowly by rate from 30 to 50 liter per minute. After adding all water, you should mix for around 30 minutes. Like that, you prepare successful emulsion. In the vortex, like that. This is a photo to how to add the water to the vortex and to prepare emulsion. Okay. Now we know about that we can add water to the oil using stabilizer like polysaccharide or emulsifier that we will know the difference later on. And we now, I think we know how to prepare successful oil in water emulsion. And coming to this point, if you add water very fast or make your speed very slow, what will happen in preparing emulsion? Emulsion will not be prepared. You will have partially emulsion that will separate very fast because you didn't break down the water to the needed particle size. Okay? Creaming only. And I will show you later on photo how also it will separate. Okay. Always been asked how we can know that we prepared successful emulsion. When we add water to our paint, or when we add water to our alkyd, or when we add water to our oils, and prepare emulsion, by the way we mentioned, everything is running great, and we have this milky solution. How we can be sure that we prepared successful emulsion, oil and water emulsion? Let me tell you, you have only two ways. Only two ways. One, you can make it every batch you prepare emulsion, you can use it. And the other one, you can try it only once on the beginning of the trial. The first one is by measuring the viscosity. The viscosity is around 90 to 95 Krebs unit, or equivalent by centipoise if you will measure by Brookfield. I want to ask a question for our youth, small chemists. Can we measure the viscosity of the alkyd resin? I know all of you are alkyd resin manufacturer. Can we measure the viscosity of the alkyd resin using Cupford? Can we? You are teacher, but I want I want to ask my sons in the end. Can we measure the viscosity of the alkyd resin using Cupford 4? Okay. No is the right answer because you know we have two ways to measure viscosity: kinetic or dynamic viscosity. Normally, alkyd resin cannot be measured by Cupford. But we can find solution. If I am a small factory, I don't have Brookfield or Stormer. How can I solve this problem? It has a solution, by the way. Dilution. We can dilute our alkyd resin by solvent, then we can measure. Because now it's not alkyd resin, it's a vehicle. Okay? The same is here. I tell this story because the same here. Here, I cannot measure the emulsion by using Cupford 4. I should use some rotating instrument, Stormer, by Krebs unit or by Brookfield. So, if you measure the viscosity and the viscosity is 95 or more, you prepared successful emulsion. But if it's less than 90 or 95, it's 80, 75, it's failed. What should I do to prepare that? Very simple. I should mix for more 10 minutes for high speed to improve the emulsification. Can I ask one more question, please? Why the viscosity increased? Although we add alkyd, and alkyd has solvents, and we add water, and we can find the viscosity increase. When we see the formulation of emulsion intermediate, we add alkyd to solvent nearly 1-to-1. So the alkyd is supposed to be very low viscosity. But I said 95 Krebs unit, which is high viscosity, or equivalent from centipoise around 3,000, 3,500 centipoise. Why the viscosity increased? Supposed to be vice versa, supposed to be lower. No. Here is the point. Here is what polysaccharide do. In the beginning, I told you polysaccharide is not emulsifier. Polysaccharide is resin. Which form? Hydrogen bond. Yes, around 4. Which form? Hydrogen bond with the alkyd resin and the micelles around the water. Micelle mean it's capsulate the water droplet that been added to the formulation. By this cross-link with the alkyd resin change, the molecule became like that. So the viscosity increase. This is why every time you prepare emulsion intermediate and the viscosity is higher, you are better. Okay? What is the other method to measure or to check about the stability of your emulsion? It's a very tough test called heat stability test. Heat stability test, you take sample from emulsion, put it in the oven 60 degree, and can be 55, for 7 days, continuous, 24 hours, and then check about stability. This is called hot box test.
Yes. If the emulsion is homogeneous, you are 100% okay. But if it's 3 layers, like we will see,
means your emulsion has a problem. See, this is what I mean. The photo in the middle, water is down, emulsion in the middle, and alkyd in the top. This is bad emulsion. This one is bad emulsion. And this is how to measure the viscosity. Okay? But the good in this test that this 1 week represent 3 months stability. So all customers keep the sample in the oven minimum for 1 month to have vision for 1 year stability. And I have one customer in China put the sample in the oven, sample of emulsion in the oven for 3 months, because he write down on his paint can, it's valid for our expiry date is 3 years, so he checked. This is very tough test, by the way, but it takes time. So I told you in the beginning, you can make it only once, just to be sure from the compatibility of everything. Okay. Now, coming to the difference between polysaccharide and emulsifier. I'm very interested to this slide because I always say polysaccharide is film-forming material that behave like emulsifier. But emulsifier is a surfactant, means he acts only on the surface tension of the paint or the oil or the alkyd. He reduces the surface tension, then the water can penetrate. But this point is the most essential one. With polysaccharide, I mentioned before, all water that will be added will be capsulated with polysaccharide, like that. So you add water, but there is no water in the formulation. Till you apply the paint and this water evaporates. This is why with polysaccharide, you can add water and keep your formulation specs the same, even better in mechanical properties. But with emulsifier, you allow water to be in, but all water is free, is moving. So you will suffer from the presence of the water. You want to?
No, actually the polysaccharide actually does one more wonderful thing, that is called inversion. Invert the emulsion.
Yes,
So
yes.
from oil in water to water in oil.
To water in oil, yes, yes. But this point, this is very, very good point. This point also depending on the mechanical. So by mechanical you can convert.
Yes.
And temperature also, yes. Coming back to the point, please, be careful from that. And here I want to ask one question. What can the water do if it moves free in the formulation? By the way, we have the two products. We have polysaccharide and emulsifier. And I have the honor that I invent both of them. But I invent the emulsifier because the market needs that. I don't like. I like more polysaccharide quality-wise. So what is the disadvantages of the water, of the free water? 3 things.
Pinhole,
And we have one more dangerous than that.
popping pinhole.
You all, or most of you are alkyd producers. This is right? How the alkyd polymerized or form the film? Alkyd chains became to definite distance, I think 300 microns, if I remember well. On this distance, hydrogen bond can be formed. So all chains are cross-linked. What happened if alkyd chains became more far from each other? They will need for more time to become closer to this distance than polymerized. This is what happened by using water. Water will be between the chains. And this is why alkyd chains will be more far from each other. This is why it takes more time. So the paint drying time will be prolonged, will be more. This is number one. Number two, for the solvent expert, all of us know that the water is one of the most strongest solvent. This is right? Water is one of the most strongest polar solvents. This polarity always cause fast yellowing for the alkyd resin because it accelerates the oxidation of the alkyd. So you have longer drying time, you have very fast yellowing of your product, your mechanical properties is less because not all alkyd will be able to come to the distance to cross-link. We will lose part. This is, you feel only after the paint application. This is why all the big paint manufacturer and multinational paint manufacturer use both polysaccharide and emulsifier. Polysaccharide for premium products and emulsifier for economical product that you need only to add a lot of water. Because here is another important point. For alkyd producers, for polyurethane alkyd producer, for epoxy alkyd producer, you have alkyd and hardener, you have polyol and isocyanate, you have epoxy and amines. This is right? I think you have to calculate how much hardener needed for this resin. This is right? You cannot add more or less. Both of them is wrong. The same is here. We said when we are using polysaccharide, every water drop should be capsulated with polysaccharide. So we have to add enough polysaccharide to this amount of water to be sure from stability. I sell this product for 45 countries all over the world. I always face the same problem. The paint manufacturer want to add much water and very little amount of additives of polysaccharide to save cost. Okay? Whom will encapsulate this water? This water you add is free. So after 1 week, 2 weeks, it will separate. This is why you should take in mind when using polysaccharide, 1 part of our SC400, 15 parts water. Why I said our product? This is not advertising. Because we are the only polysaccharide with 60% solid content. So this is the only one can accept 15 part water. But the emulsifier, whom know how much emulsifier to water? Sanjay, no, sure, I told you. Whom other know? Each 1 part of emulsifier, you can add 35 parts water. You see the difference? This is why we are using emulsifier in economical paint. So you can add much water with a small amount of emulsifier. But polysaccharide, 1 to 15 only. Very fast, this is our history of product. We start production SC100. This is the first polysaccharide we produced. It was in 2010 and it was against the competitor. We have only one competitor all over the world. This one was in front of him and this was 50% solid. And when we go after 5 years, we invented SC400, this one who solved a lot of problems of polysaccharide. Polysaccharide before was limited in use with a special type of alkyds, with a special type of solvent. Now SC400 you can use with long, medium, short, fast dry, medium with xylene. And the good news, and you are the first one who know that we will launch SC400 to be used in nitrocellulose paints. This is our new invention, and it will be launched by REDA people in the next times, not to take a lot of time. And our emulsifier W21, I told you, this is the first emulsifier made from plant raw material, from agriculture raw material. This is the first one. So this emulsifier is not isoxylates, is not amines compound, it's natural emulsifier. This is why when you go in deep, you will find big difference in using this one. Only one comment I'd like to say about emulsifier. And believe me, I tell you that from the science transparency, and from the science point of view, forgot that I am chemical partner and that I'd like to tell you very important point. When I visited the market here in India, it was 2 months ago, I visited a lot of factories. I found that some of our colleagues are using some products, I don't like to say names, which mainly been invented to be buffer for water-based paint. To be used to adapt the pH of water-based paint, they are using these raw materials as emulsifiers. My colleagues, my friends, this is very, very dangerous point. You know what you did? What you did? You neutralize your alkyd resin. All the alkyd producer now know the problem. You lost all the hydrogen. You lost the acidity of the alkyd resin.
And the gloss.
All the mechanical, because when you lose your hydrogen bond and the acidity, how is the alkyd will cross-link? How it will polymerize? So this product depends on neutralize the alkyd or the paint, then you can add water. But you destroyed your formulation, my friend. You destroyed it. Now you don't have alkyd, and you can say 50% of your alkyd will polymerize, and the other 50 you lost. So you will lose everything, gloss, mechanical, drying, yellow, very crazy yellowing will happen. So please, I agree to use isoxylates emulsifiers, other chemistry, but please don't go for this, especially to this type of product. Come back to our product. As I mentioned, it's natural product. You can use it as emulsifier with all type of alkyds, long, medium, short, fast dry, to add from 40 to 50% water. This photo, this is the difference between our polysaccharide in my left hand and competitor polysaccharide. You see the difference in color. I think we have samples here. Parish, can you have sample? This is our product. This is our polysaccharide, and this is the competitor polysaccharide.
This is the blend actually.
Yes.
This is the blend of amine surfactant, and that is only pure saccharide.
No, suppose both are polysaccharide, but I can tell you something. The competitor is oldest than us. He's 30 years in the market. I respect him. He had good product. By the way, his product is excellent. And I used to be customer for him for when I started.
We were making it for this.
Sorry?
Ashraf, that this we were making it for him 20 years.
Yes.
This is LPR 76.
I cannot say. Yeah. it's 30 years, not 20 years. But when I invented this product, I tried to avoid the problem happened here. What is the problem? By the way, this color is not the problem. This color will not affect your paint directly because it's an additive, 2% in the formulation. And this one, what we made, what is the difference? This is pure polysaccharide, 100% pure. This one, because the technology of manufacturing is a little bit old, it's more than 30 years, they have to add some additives to improve the emulsion. This additive is the problem, This additive cause very fast yellowing. Problem with aromatic solvents. Shelf life of your paint, 6 months. With this one, we guarantee 4 years. Written guarantee. We can give you a written guarantee. 4 years. Okay? Molecular weight here is very, very low, and this is the new technology, and this is why it's 100 CB. This is old technology. Molecular weight is big. It's 1,200 CB. This is the difference. I know I'm exceed my time, so I.
Excuse me, Mr. Ashraf, can we?
Sure. 5 minutes.
I'll appreciate it. 3 minutes.
Okay. So this is our products, okay? 100, 400, and W21. I will leave this presentation with all this formulation. This is, by the way, formulation of emulsion intermediate if you would like to make emulsion intermediate, not direct water addition. I will leave all this formulation. Sorry, this is another difference between our product and competitor. This is what I told you. On the right hand, you see the paint is white and here is yellow. This is directly after the test. 400 is the same. All this formulation, I will leave it. And as I told you, using polysaccharide in alkyd resin and in nitrocellulose paint, this is 2 new innovation will be with Redachem team. And anytime, feel free to contact me if you would like. Thank you very much for attention. Thank you, and I'm very happy to be with you. Thank you.
Dr. Ashraf, I would request you to stay back, and I would request our VP, Hiren Shah, to kindly join us on stage. Dr. Ashraf will be needing you here.
Thank you.
Would request Hiren Shah to kindly present a memento to our speaker.
If you are using emulsifier, there will be corrosion because the water is free. But if you are using polysaccharide, suppose not to be, because all water is capsulated with polysaccharide. But if you have 1% free of water can cause problem. So we normally add something called rust flushing aid. Rust flushing aid being add around 0.5, and that's all. Even you can use uncoated cans. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And what do we do when we have long sessions like this, technical ones? Not slow claps. Can I see both the hands up in the air, everyone? Both the hands straight up in the air, and a huge round of applause. So this is a good way of a small breaker. And quickly moving to the next one, we'll be having another technical lecture from IRMA Chemicals India Private Limited, and we'll be discussing about coating solutions for sustainable coating using renewable solutions. And I would request Mr. Ashay Mehta to please accompany our speaker, Dr. Jitendra Khandare. He's an Assistant Manager, R&D, IRMA Chemicals India Private Limited. He has completed MSc, PhD in the field of polymer science with thesis entitled Renewable Sources as a Platform for the Synthesis of Polymeric Resins and Reactive Diluents for their application in coatings, composites, and published 4 international papers in reputed journals. And waiting to hear from you, a very young doctor indeed. With a huge round of applause to this charming personality, over to you.
Very good afternoon to all of you, and whenever necessary, a warm good morning too. So we are here to represent our esteemed organization, IRMA Chemicals Private Limited. Along with me, my 2 colleagues are also with us, Mr. Pranav CP from R&D department, and our sales director, Vibhash Talnikar, is also with us. First of all, thanks to the IRMA family to provide us such kind of opportunity to represent our organization in such kind of conference. So let's start without having any kind of relax. So our topic is coating solutions, a leader for sustainable coating using renewable resources. Since from morning we are discussing over the renewable resources, sustainability, circular economy, CO2 consumption, and all about environment related aspect. As this complete week is dedicated for environment, as we all celebrated International Environment Day on 5th of June. So we have big ambition for 2024 to be a specialty leader offering the most innovative and sustainable solution to address our customers' current and future challenges. As a globally, IRMA decided to use all kind of sustainable raw materials that could be possible in our product lines, and this is a snapshot globally our presence that 21,100 employees and our global presence in 55 countries with 148 production plants, and this is all about our presence globally. Sustainable innovation, how IRMA is dealing with the sustainable raw materials and its future perspectives, and the target is to generate 1.5 billion additional sales that could be based on our sustainable product lines. Okay. Okay. So, in which kind of perspectives IRMA is continuing its research? In clean mobility, we are working over lightweight, durability, battery and hydrogen related products. In urbanization, we are working over thermal and acoustic insulations. On environment aspect, that we are using wind and solar based energies for our production lines. I would like to mention here that the facility we are having in Navi Mumbai is currently purchasing green energy for our production line. We are committed to a sustainable futures. The kind of activities we are doing that are safely in terms of people as well as processes, their health, climate related activities, resource management and the environmental, and responsibility towards the product stewardship. That new energy, our Navi Mumbai plant is working on the coating solution activities and produces 4 kinds of solvent based systems, that is alkyd resins, polyamides, polyesters and few of powder coating grades. So we are working on a unique market player, that coating solution. We are having both specialty as well as the different commodity related products. So having multiple applications in the field of coating and inks, in composites, water treatments and other kind of product range that here we mention. World leading positions in specialty monomers, manufacturing of resins, few specialty that are dedicated for UV specialized products and few additives to enhance our product performance, that is providing high performance and innovative solutions. How we are continuous our performance in terms of collaboration, that having all kind of monomers, acrylic resins and additives along with support in terms of technical expert peoples for the tailored service and using digital tools. So enabling opportunity to create value together. So on the basis of our innovations, use of sustainability, customers' participation and our high performance product range, we are tried to provide a good opportunity to all of our vendors too. supporting our customers in achieving their sustainable development achievement. As Arkema itself trying to use few sustainable products that are based or derived from bio-based materials, and accordingly our marketing people are also working to explore all kind of our bio-based products, and it also helps to our customers to introduce this kind of bio-based resins for development of their products, and directly it will also help to them to create sustainable products using this kind of products from Arkema's portfolio. So these are the major product lines: waterborne, UV LED based materials, high solid, powder polyester resins and other powder resins, and products for 3D printings. So we have one little video here that tried to explain the sustainability and its need for the present situation. Thank you. So in previous video, we look for more sustainability and how Arkema is working over new product range that helps towards the sustainable development. Here are a few our products that are based on fully bio-based materials. In our Gujarat state, we have initiated castor oil production with a few farmers and their unit of farmers, and all castor oil based products are also manufactured at our Singapore plant. So these are focused materials that purely based on bio-derived materials. So advanced material capacities that are available in China for UV related products. For a powder capacity, we are having our manufacturing facility in Navi Mumbai, and for waterborne, we are having our presence in Mexico. So we are also try to use the recyclable PET. At the morning session, we discuss on renewable as well as recycled material based product designing. So these all aspects we are try to follow in our product designing. Launching of a leading bio-attributed offer using mass balance, as we can use bio-derived material 100% or partially with a combination to the fossil fuels. If we are using 100% fossil fuels, so we can add bio-derived materials partially to maintain the performance as well as other properties. So these are the key factors where we are working to provide safer solutions, lower carbon footprints, and circular economy. So our engagement to reduce carbon dioxide in the system with using our new bio-attributed acrylic resins, and why it is the need of present to use such kind of bio-derived material. We having small video. So the concept we are seen in a previous video, offering lower carbon footprint solutions to our customers. That is our part of discussion in previous slides. So how Arkema produce such kind of materials that based on the sustainable resources or bio-based or bio-derived materials. So these are a few grades that are based on the bioderived materials and having their applications in different areas. Bio-based feedstock, replacements of current fossil fuels by bio-based feedstock, their traceability with certification of all the supply chains according to international sustainability and carbon certificate records, how we are performing towards the reduction or CO2 emission. This is about our coating solution business across the world, our presence and having 30 plants where we are having production that based on solvent-based systems, and 21 R&D centers are dedicated. Types of acrylic monomers we are currently preparing at our different locations, and how we focus over the sustainability. UV and 3D related product range that we are manufacturer these kind of products in our 4 industrial sites and 6 R&D centers. We are dedicated for this kind of product range. Rheology and specialty additives. So these are our few grades that are dedicated for additive applications. And in this video, we are see about how Arkema preparing its products for different applications in our day-to-day life. Thank you one and all for your presence. Thank you.
Is there any questions? I would request our Secretary IRMA, Mr. Aditya, to please come on stage to present the memento to our speaker. And we shall proceed for the tea break, and I shall see you all back in next 10 minutes. Gentlemen, kindly settle down.
चेक करो. हेलो. हेलो. ओके.
Settle down, everyone, please. We'll be moving towards the panel discussions. So I would request everyone to settle down. The break timings are pretty interesting. It never ends. So I guess our panelists are the only one who are sitting here because they know they have to come on stage. The rest all are outside. So meanwhile, the rest are coming. I would request a very interesting personality to join me on stage. We have Dr. B. Venkatraman, President Global Sales Marketing, Advanced Material Business, Aditya Birla Group, to come on stage and join me here. And we shall together will be introducing our panelists for the panel discussions, and the topic will be challenges and opportunities for industries in achieving green and sustainable goals. And I hope all the panelists are here. So Dr. Prashant Samant, hope he's here. So doctor, we shall wait for a minute or so.
Yeah, I think so.
So rest of them are here. All right. So I guess Dr. Deepak Yadav is here. So please come on the stage. So I guess people are not clapping, so they are not willing to come on stage. Yeah, that's not done. Mr. Ashok Dubey, Mr. Nitesh Mehta, Dr. Subramanya Shripati, and Dr. Prashant Samant. Is he here? So he's the VVIP, I guess, the most awaited one. So meanwhile, since the gentlemen are here, we'll like to proceed with the bouquet, and I would request our president from IRMA to please hand over the bouquet to our panelist.
Let me take the privilege of.
Our president is very, very active one, I must say. He's the one who's running the whole show and himself running around. A huge round of applause for our president as well. A huge and bigger one. So I guess Dr. Prashant Samant is with us. And I was very sure that he is indeed a VVIP here. The most awaited one. So make yourself comfortable. It's your home and family. So on that note, Dr. Venkatraman, the stage is all yours. Yeah, that I saw, and you people are looking more 10 years younger and evergreen. Yeah, but looking from the lady's eyes, from this side of vision. Maybe the purpose is something else that technically you people will be handling. Flattered, isn't it?
So thank you, Pallavi, and very good evening to everyone. So it's a very interesting topic, right? So challenges and opportunity in achieving these sustainable goals for the Indian industry. That's an opportunity we are here to talk about. And I think, Prashant, you said, to explain why we are wearing the green T-shirt. The thing is, when you're talking about sustainability, a kind of message we want to give it to everyone, saying that we really care for our environment, society, where we live. And yeah, that's right. This forest green is T-shirt is an idea that came in. I think it looks nice actually for all of us, right? Thank you. So just before we start this session, what I thought is I'll have a small introduction of all the panel members. Number one. Number two, I'll also try to give a context about this panel discussion, what we are going to discuss about it, right? And then we'll just go through this panel again. The objective of the panel discussion is to see, as an industry where we are, what we can do, small things that makes a big difference in sustainability. At the end of this panel, if we can get out 4 or 5 ideas, each of us carry back, that's what the expectation out of the panel, right? And we expect to have around maybe 45 minutes and then the open questions. That's how we want to do this. A quick introduction on the panel members. I think, one thing when we talk about the panel, we wanted to have people from a diverse industry experience. Here we have people from CEEW, Center for Energy and, So I think I'll ask you guys to introduce yourself rather than me introducing. So why don't Nitish, you can just go ahead, come. Yeah, you can use the mic, whatever, right? So.
Hi, good evening everyone. So my name is Nitesh Mehta. I am one of the co-founders and directors. So I represent 2 companies here. One is Nureka Green Synth Technologies. So we are a company offering technologies around green chemistry to the chemical industry, including pharma, dyes, chemicals, and all specialty chemicals included. And then I also run a non-profit organization called Green Chemistry Foundation, where we interact with all stakeholders of chemical industry, including regulatory bodies, government bodies, industry, solution providers, everyone, to bring them together to organize this kind of conferences around green chemistry and sustainability, including offering some corporate training workshops to those companies who are keen on green chemistry training for their chemists. So that's my short intro.
So Nitesh is very passionate about the green chemistry. We'll come to know. Thank you, Nitesh. Hi.
Good evening, everyone. I am Subramanya Shripati. I work for Asian Paints R&T. So I am with Asian Paints for 15 years now. Started my career working on corrosion science, then moved to surface science, and then now I am looking at raw material development and material characterization. So as an add-on, I am also responsible for the product stewardship part of ESG framework for Asian Paints.
Thank you. Thank you, Sripati.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. This is actually Coffee with Venkat, not Coffee with Karan.
Oh, that's nice, yeah.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Samant, past president IRMA, and I think enough introduction has been already done in the morning, so I will not introduce again. But more than 35 years of experience, and I know little bit of, but I'm interested in chemistry actually. Chemistry between human beings is of utmost interest to me. And if it is green, then further. Okay. Looking forward to interaction, Venkat.
Thank you. That's our evergreen Dr. Samant, right? Thank you. Yeah, that's ever forest green. Great.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ashok Dubey. I am with Reliance for the last 10 years. heading their new materials business, wherein we are coming up with new polymers, reinforcement materials and other things, including carbon fiber. Started my career, the Aditya Birla group of companies, can say sort of Prashant and Venkat were my colleague, not at the same time, but yes, spent 15 years with Aditya Birla group of companies. Now, then did in between a couple of greenfield projects in Middle East and India. Now for the last 10 years with Reliance, with the acquisition of one company in Baroda, we acquired that company called Camrock. And now we have revived that, and we are into downstream composite products, as also coming up with a lot of new materials, including carbon fiber, Kevlar and other things. So that's what we are into. Reliance as a company wants to make a mark in new materials and downstream applications. That's what I am heading as of now. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Ashok.
Good evening, everyone. I am Deepak Yadav, a program lead at CEW. So CEW is the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. We are a not-for-profit policy research institution based out of New Delhi. I have been at CEW for about 4 years now, primarily working on green hydrogen, carbon capture and utilization and storage, decarbonization of the industrial sector, mostly on steel, cement, fertilizer. And I am the only non-resin guy on the panel discussion here. So, oh, you are also non-panel, non-resin guy. Okay, so that's it about me. I look forward to having a good interaction and discussion with everyone here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Deepak. I think that's been intentionally designed in such a way that so we have someone from industry and somebody from the regulatory body who's advising the government, so that we exactly look at sustainability in a 360-degree angle, right? Thank you very much. So quickly about me, I'm Dr. Venkat. I am the president and global head for sales and marketing of Aditya Birla Advanced Material Business with the group for the last 9 years. Okay, so before we start this context, I just wanted to put up a video. So let's go through a video, maybe a 2-minute video before we start this discussion. Video, please.
ये दुनिया गोल है, हमारी होल एंड सोल है, जवानी का घोल है, 2 दिनों का बोल है, शादी का ढोल है, नए से दिखने वाले जूते का टूटा हुआ सोल है, कचरा लाइफ की हाईवे पे गाड़ी दौड़ाने का टोल है, पर कचरे का भी मोल है, उसके अंदर भी सोल है, उसे दफना मत, जला मत, डुबा मत, तैरा मत, इसका सही इस्तेमाल फ्यूचर के लिए अनमोल है। लाइफ के पर्दे पर वेस्ट का डबल रोल है, क्योंकि दुनिया गोल है, हमारी होल एंड सोल है। अगर इरादा हो सच्चा, वेस्ट को बना सकते हैं अच्छा। दुनिया गोल है, हमारी होल एंड सोल है।
Thank you, guys. I think, I don't think anyone can explain the importance of sustainability waste management. It's a very nice video. It's part of our Aditya Birla Group's initiative in promoting sustainability in every part of our business context here. So, next slide, please. Great. So, what we are talking here is green initiatives for the industry, right? If you look at this environment part, social part, governance part, there are regulations that are defining or governing this sustainability initiatives, and plus a lot of industry initiatives. We have gone through the initiatives by Asian Paints, Kansai, AXO, Berger, how they are working and what all they have done in the initiative to improve sustainability in the operations. Now let's talk about environment, right? When you look at environment, they're all talking about Paris Agreement and everything. A simple thing, 1 degree increase in the global temperature, global warming, that is going to have adverse impact on the climate, on everybody's life, right? I was trying to capture this, how can I explain this to a common man? We can't talk about Paris, right? So that's where this one shairi, I'm not that good in Hindi, but I'll try to say that, which says, गर्मी का आलम ये है कि गर्मी का आलम ये है कि मिट्टी का मटका भी अपने मिट्टी का मटका भी अपना आधा पानी खुद पी जाता है. So I don't think, I'm just reading that, I don't know, it's so nicely done. Nobody can explain better than this the importance of global warming. I think that's where, maybe if you want to repeat again. I think you've done and everyone has understood. Okay, so that's a point. So gentlemen, here its most important part is how important is the global warming. Today you look at India, like the India's global manufacturing, by 2030, 30% of our growth is going to come from manufacturing. 30% of our GDP. You just think, if that much manufacturing is going to happen in India, what is going to happen on the emissions? What is going to happen on the resources like water? Where is the power, right? Just think, it's going to be enormous kind of growth, but how are we going to manage this growth? Now, we all know China has grown. China has become world's largest chemical factory today, right? 50% of the global chemical production happens in China. 50% demand also happens in China. They're the cheapest centralized factory supplying all over the world. What happened to China today? The China people, the China government realized it's not only about the growth, it's also about environment. It's also about the people. I can't grow at the cost of my own people, right? So the low cost, the developed countries moving their production and manufacturing into a low cost manufacturing. I think in the part of an agreement, they are supposed to pay $100 billion for helping this developing country to set up the sustainability goals. Otherwise, you'll not be able to protect your environment and society. So that is an importance today when you look at environment from an Indian context. I remember in 1994, 90s, all of us have traveled to Ankleshwar and the entire part of the belt, right? Gujarat. We couldn't even breathe, right? The amount of chemical exposure, because chemicals are hazardous, dangerous, the volatiles, it's been very difficult to manage. So are we going to leave this kind of environment to our people? Do we want to live? Just ask the questions. Look at agrochemicals. India becoming a global manufacturing for agrochemical. What is happening? Your herbicide, fungicide, insecticide, they're all what? Chemicals. Unless otherwise you use safe chemicals. Unless otherwise you are conscious about what you are adding in your formulation, you will not be able to give a safe environment to the society. So we need to be very cautious and careful. That's all about the environment. So society, if you look at it, we don't want another Bhopal incident, right? Everybody knows one of the worst disasters in the chemical history is Bhopal. And there was an ammonium nitrate blast, you all remember, that happened in Beirut. Again, chemical. So it's nothing wrong about the chemical, it's how you handle the chemical, right? We know that tiger and lion kills us. That's why they've been kept in a cage. So the way you handle chemical, you need to understand the process and the green part of it and manage it. That's very important. So society is very important. We can't have a growth at the cost of our society. And of course the governance comes. And a lot of regulations, if you look at it, REACH regulations. Anything I export to Europe, you need to have a regulation, right? All product has to be registered, REACH registered. And then you have TSCA, that's called Toxical Substances Act in US. So every country has put a kind of regulations. You can't dump product into the country. So the developing countries have to be careful. India is a country today, if you look at the entire petroleum chain, right? C1, C2, C3, C4, we all understand that. Today, C1, C2, C3, all getting imported into the country. So the feedstock dependence of us with this entire, China is very high. Whether it is ethylene chain or a propylene chain, so we are dependent on other countries. So we need to be very careful what we are importing, how we are managing this chemistry. That's part is coming in the regulation side. On industry initiative, everybody is working on simple, am I using the water? It's a resource that we need to take care. Am I moving into a coal-based to a, the renewable resource, windmill, solar? Are we using those power? I think that's very important. And in every daily life, whatever we do, how can I contribute to this environment? What should we do? I think that's where the awareness should happen. So this is a context. So the whole discussion we are going to have about is understanding this and taking forward. So I hope the context is clear, right? Now let me just get into this, discussion with our esteemed panelists here. So the first question, it's very important. I'll just put this question. I think it's good to all of us, right? I don't know, there is something called free culture. We'll start with you, Evergreen, Prashant, right? So they always say there's a free culture. Have you heard of the free culture in India? Free culture. Yeah. Normally politicians have this free culture, right? But what in chemistry, if you look at it, it talks about lead free, mercury free, formaldehyde free, ammonia free, solvent free, water free. I think there's so many free. Yeah, is it not coming? Yeah. Is it okay? In the moment I said the free culture, it went down the voice actually. So.
It became carefree.
Correct. So I think when you look at this, lot of chemical free, right? So all this chemical free we are formulating. All the chemistry we all know, right? Solvent free, formaldehyde free, ammonia free, benzyl alcohol free, salicylic acid free. Why this free word? Why are we doing that? It means we need to differentiate what are the good chemical and what are the green chemistry, right? Doctor, my question is, how do you define a green chemistry, right? Or a green product or a green process? Because I'm a vegetarian, whenever I go for any buffet, there's a green dot, okay, there's a green product which I eat it, right? So what does it mean green when it comes to a chemistry? That's what we want to understand.
Yeah. First of all, thanks to IRMA for giving this opportunity and the kind of panel Venkat has organized from the different streams is really, really good and a heartening change in normally in a seminar we see a lot of lectures and for some change then we go to Mr. Sathe for motivational lecture. But this type of panel discussion is a new thing which Venkat brought it. So thanks to him first of all. And then thanks to Sandeep also, who took efforts in 2 days' time. He implemented Venkat's idea of forest green and then printing it with IRMA. So that is also important. And coming back to your green products, green chemistry and all that, let's not make it complicated, friends. What we do is a lot of complications we do it. Just go back 100 years. Just go back 100 years, just go back 50 years, what we were doing earlier. And then you will find that we were very, very sustainable, we were very, very green, there was absolutely no problem at all. Just go back to that era, then things become very, very simple. For example, I will tell you, Ravi Zamkindikar is here. His product, oil-bound distemper, 20 years back, was 100% sustainable product. Was 100% sustainable product. Oil-bound distemper is a 100% sustainable product. It was containing glue, natural glues and all that. It's a 100% sustainable product. Lime finish was a 100% sustainable product. It was a green product. But do we need green products, first of all? Why we are shifting again to green? So gas-based cooking we have learnt, gas-based cooking. And then we are using steel utensils, aluminum utensils, and then this pan with a Teflon coating and all that. And now we have specialized restaurants cooking in earthen pots and paying 4 times. Similar is the concept as far as chemicals is concerned. Sustainable chemistry, green chemistry is all about that only. Okay, so the definition is clear. For resin manufacturers, I told you that 2 examples I gave you of paints which were sustainable in nature. Even we had flat oil paints, we had glossy paints based on alkyds only. Now alkyd resin is probably the most sustainable product and green product known to all of us 60 to 70 years back. Now when I say alkyd resin based on three raw materials. It is oil coming out of vegetable, glycerine coming out of biodiesel. Both these raw materials are absolutely green. What is not green is phthalic anhydride. Can we work on phthalic anhydride to make alkyd 100% green? Correct? And you require solvent to carry that. Our friend from Egypt is already here, and he suggested also, add my polysaccharide and you can add 15 times water, correct? These are the concept. You see, we have to go back to this concept. So instead of solvent, then water you can add, and then solvents are developed, green solvents by even Indian company, Giant Oil has developed green solvents. So those are things available with us. But now what happened, when I say green, then I had to charge 50% premium. I had to charge 100% premium. That is what has come in the entire value chain, unfortunately. Entire value chain, when you say that product is a green product, then it has to have a premium. Why? Because we have utilized our resources of oil and petroleum resources so badly that we have to come back to again to these products. So this definition was clear? Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're trying to give that. But again, the question is whether industry is going to pay for the 50% premium for any alkyd. I think that's a different question. I'll come back on it. So maybe, Nitesh, you're coming from the green process side, right? Green process side, what does it mean, green process? Are there certain reactions are defined as green or more greener than the other? How do you classify the green process?
Yeah, I think first of all, there's probably nothing like green product or a green process. There's always a greener one because it's always like a comparative to something. So there's nothing like 100% green. There's always greener to an alternative. And what I would call as green product is, something which is at the stage of use, where the set of people who are manufacturing, packing, using it as a consumer, the entire set of value chain, the entire set of people, it is safe. So safe to human beings. The second part is once it's used and disposed of, it is safe to the nature. So it doesn't pollute the nature, whether in terms of air, water or soil. And if it breaks down over a period of time, maybe 5 years, 25 years, 100 years, whatever it will break down into, it will have a positive impact on the environment, doesn't have a negative impact. And then the third aspect of green product is that it's manufactured through a greener process as compared to whatever could have been. So I think a component of all three is what I would call as a green product.
So you're talking the entire ecosystem, where everything is processed and safe to the people, environment and everything.
Correct. And so green process would be, you are starting with a raw material which is bio-based, which is coming from nature, rather than fossil fuel. You are using a manufacturing process which is as close to nature as possible in terms of, atmospheric pressure instead of a high pressure reaction, nominal conditions of pH instead of extreme acidic or extreme alkaline. That's how otherwise our chemical reactions are. So process-wise, it is as close to nature as possible. And then once the product gets made, you are using all the reagents which are as safe as possible.
So in short, what you're saying is using more of renewable sources rather than depletable sources.
Correct.
If you look at it, the entire oil-based, petrol-based value chain, that's more of a depletable.
Yeah.
So if you move away from depletable to a renewable, that's how will we define.
Yeah,
Something
so that's
like
just one aspect of it. The second is manufacturing process.
Correct.
So having safe reagents, safe solvents, instead of solvent, the way nature uses water every place, can you do all the reactions in water? Can you use all the formulations in water?
Correct.
Because nature does everything in water. Can you do at those kind of temperatures where accidents don't happen? Accidents don't happen in nature. Accidents happen only in our chemical plants. So it's a safe process, it's a greener process, and it creates minimum amount of effluent.
I'll come back to you about to give an example of specific. But in the meantime, Dr. Sripati, coming from a paint industry, we know green paint, right? But apart from that, what is green? How do you define green?
I think in terms of product, green is not very easy. It's not a single component definition where you say, okay, if it is safe, it is green. There are multiple facets. So one point you raised is free, right? So X free, Y free, or benzene free,
Right.
lead free. So that's the place where heavily these chemicals were getting used in paint, and then that initiative started. But today, if you ask me, it has multiple dimensions. One is toxicity to human health and toxicity to environment, and then how long the product can last, right? So that's also a part of green and sustainability initiative. So, for example, I will take example of Sir distemper. Distemper can last a limited period of time. So now we are looking at lifetime warranties, 15 years, 20 years. So it's now like a chakravyuh. We have traveled a distance, but there is no way going back. Right?
Well, it's
So it has
fully
to be
driven by performance, right?
Right.
Also, you need to have performance.
correct. So,
And
so
green.
the point is
That's a challenge.
Yeah, performance will now become part of green. So these are and then the overall carbon footprint, like.
So I'll tell you, from the time I joined the industry in '94, from the time onwards, people talk about waterborne in industrial segment, right? We keep on talking about waterborne. The way country like China progressed very well, I don't think still we are struggling to get into those chemistry, though all the performance features have been addressed by the industry, whether it is, hardness, gloss, everything has been addressed, but still why there is a, challenge in people adopting that?
See, what happens, Venkat, I will tell you, just adopting waterborne technology does not mean we are going green. See, partly we are just replacing solvent with water.
Are we not reducing the VOC?
No, VOC reduction is there, but what is happening is, while achieving VOC reduction, now we are develop polymer emulsions. C3 chemistry we are developed. From propylene we have developed all the monomers, acrylic chain monomers we have developed. And then based on that we have developed polymer emulsions. Now polymer emulsions we are using into paints. Polymer emulsions are not biodegradable, neither they degrade. So water 50% is okay, but what about 50% polymer? See, we tend to forget, what happens is, we tend to forget that we try to see that my house should be sustainable. What happens to other house that we are not thinking of. For example, I'll give you how many people know that whenever it comes to solar energy, everybody will feel it is sustainable. Solar energy, 99% of the people will put saying that solar energy is sustainable. Absolutely, solar energy is sustainable. But from where it comes and who is absorbing that solar? Solar panel, how we are making solar panel? That's a question mark. See, the time you are making solar panel, you require silicon cells. How do you make silicon? From silica. So for 1 kg of silicon, you are burning 10 kg of coal.
So the whole value chain needs to be kind of sustainable. It's not only one part of it.
It doesn't become sustainable.
Right.
So we need to have developed a process. Process also should be sustainable. The solar cells also need to be made sustainable.
Yeah.
It should be minimal. Efficiency of solar cell also need to be increased. Currently it is only 8%. If we increase it to 15%, it makes sense because the number of solar panels will go down. So that way we have to think. But हमने solar panel लगा दिया. I am using solar energy, green energy. कहाँ से आया भाई?
Because you are importing all panels from China, so I am not bothered about. Is that the way you look at it?
Yes.
No.
Not importing.
No,
in fact, not importing. I'm talking about burning of coal.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, Nidhi,
No,
you're saying
in fact, just last week I read an article which was talking about that the rate at which we are implementing, these solar panels across the country, not very far away, just 2030 and 2050 ke beech mein, we are looking at billions of tons of these solar panels being dumped because it will complete its life cycle.
Yeah.
And then we are looking at there is absolutely no way to, harness.
Correct.
Actually, we have crossed. The technology and humanity has come to a point of no return. See, once upon a time, as you rightly said, we were very sustainable. All oil-based, the oil institute like NPTI Kanpur was 100 years ago, the linseed oil, soya oil, everything, oil-based paints, everything was so sustainable. And now today, with the advent of polymer technology, the
I think bilkul sahi hai. I think Nitesh, I also like the point you said. Solar panel dumping happening. Look at even windmills, right? Yeah. So today wind is one of the best, renewable energy. And what is going to do with all the windmills end of the life cycle? Right? That's a big challenge. So again, of course, we have a solution as a group. Worldwide, we have done that. We'll talk later. So that's a good point.
The positive thing in that news also was that the first week of June, I think on the World Environment Day itself, the first factory in France opened up, which is claiming 100% recycle of all components of solar panel, which I think is a positive news.
Good. So I'll come back to Dr. Ashok.
But on that, they are recycling the panel for very limited application like furniture and other thing. So the kind of material we are generating is no proportional, because in our factory in Baroda, we are making blades of 65 to 70 meter length. Now, where is the green there? We say we are going for a wind energy, which is green. But where is the epoxy coming from?
So you work you work with Aditya Birla will give you a recyclable epoxy.
We are working with you already, but the solution is still quite distant.
We'll do it. So going back to Dr. Deepak, so I think moving away a little bit, right? People talk about carbon footprint, right? Carbon emission, carbon footprint. I think from a common man language, what is this carbon footprint? You can go there, yeah. How is this carbon footprint, measured, quantified, captured? You coming from a, consulting background, how do you look at that?
Thank you, Dr. Venkat. Thank you for having me here. So in terms of carbon footprint, before we get into this entire carbon accounting business, etc., how many of you have spent your childhood on the east coast of India, in Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, that Deccan area, etc.?
After that accident, I don't think anybody has any intention to...
Yes, but so on the east coast of India, cyclones are very frequent, right? So in fact, talking about the accident, Odisha was able to deploy resources quickly because they were ready for disaster. They are ready for disaster from cyclones, etc. Right? But how many of you have seen cyclones near Mumbai? Near Mumbai, I am born and brought up in 1980s. I have never seen any cyclone in Mumbai, but it is started, to happen. So in 2021, we had a cyclone in Ratnagiri, right? Those changes which are happening, those are happening because of, greenhouse effect or global warming, etc. So areas which we never saw cyclones, they are having cyclones now. Areas which were drought prone, they are having floods now. So these are the after effects of, the CO2 emissions which are released into atmosphere because of human activities. Now, if you look at CO2 emissions broadly, there are three sources of CO2 emissions in any industry. The first is the CO2 which is emitted out of combustion of any fossil fuel. So, for example, in a boiler which is used for any chemical industry, you are burning coal. That coal, after burning, it is converted into CO2, which is sort of emitted from the stack, etc. So that is the first part of CO2 emission which is happening in any industry. The second thing which happens is, we have captive thermal power plants, or we are consuming electricity from grid. So any, MSME, for example, they will consume electricity from grid, and they'll say, "Hamare yahan se to CO2 emit nahi ho raha hai." But CO2 is been emitted in some thermal power plants which is located far away. So that you are, as a consumer, you are also responsible for the CO2 emission which is happening there. So that is the second bit of emission. The third is, the process emissions. So process emissions are typically emissions that happen because of chemical reactions. So any chemical reaction, that involves if it is sort of, combusted. For example, in cement industry, there is CaCO3 which is converted into CaO and CO2, right? So that is called as process emissions. So these are three ways in which CO2 emissions.
How are these captured and quantified?
Yes. So I think most of us might be used to energy intensity accounting because of the perform, achieve and trade scheme from Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So that is something which is happening. I think MSME is not a part of PAT scheme, but that is something which is happening. Now, when we talk about carbon emission accounting, which is something which will come into the picture shortly, because in the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, they are working on developing carbon markets. So what quantifying carbon emissions means, you are producing X tons of, let's say, any chemical. Right? You are using 100 units of coal, for example, and each unit of coal has some factors. That each unit of coal has 30% carbon, so you will get 30% CO2. So that is emissions which is coming from the coal which is burnt in the boiler or in any chemical industry. The second is you are consuming electricity from grid. So for every unit of electricity which you are consuming from grid, there is certain amount of CO2 emission which can be attributed, which is around 0.71 kgs of CO2 per unit of electricity. So that is something which will be accounted for. And the third is on process emissions, etc. Based on the amount of chemicals that you are producing, etc. The emissions accounting will be done. Now this accounting, so far companies are reporting them voluntarily. That so Aditya Birla Group, for example, they will say our emissions intensity is so and so much, right? But nobody is certifying, no independent certifier which is authorized by the government of India is actually certifying those emissions or emissions intensity. Therefore, what will happen now is once the carbon pricing thing comes into picture, there will be government authorized, carbon accountants who will actually go in each and every company and they will measure what is your total amount of emissions. Okay, you claim your total amount of emissions is X. Right? They'll go and verify, okay, is it all adding up to X or not, right?
No,
so,
I think, I understand it's how important because, Europe has set up a carbon tax, right? Yes. So what they're talking about is 16% to 20% of all imports from these developing countries should pay the tax if they have more carbon emissions. So that's where this carbon, certificate, what they call it. And certificate is very important, which will be audited by a third party or a regulatory body in Europe. So all the factories in India, starting from this third quarter, October, they are telling you should start submitting the carbon emission numbers to this particular company if you really want to export to Europe. That's a kind of, so.
Yes. And they'll need guarantees on your emissions intensity. Right. Therefore, they'll have their own auditors or accredited auditors who will come to your plant, who will measure your performance, and they'll compute that, yeah, this plant has an emission intensity of X. They can, sort of export or, export it to European Union. This particular plant, it has an emission intensity of Y, which is, higher than our value. Therefore, they will not be allowed to, export to European Union. So that is something which is happening. But also there is a political angle to that. So what is happening is European Union, for example, they are responsible. There's something called as historical accountability. So European Union, all the developed countries, they are developed because they have, used this cheaper and, abundantly available fossil fuels, etc. And because they have been, historical accountancy and historical liability, they have committed to achieving net zero. And in the process of achieving net zero, their industries have not been competent. And therefore, just to save their own industries, just to save their own jobs, etc., they are coming up with these things like, carbon border adjustment mechanism, they call it as carbon leakage, etc.
In the form of outsourcing, they have moved all the, low-cost manufacturing into Asia.
Yes.
And then they're saying, you need to pay the tax. It's all, that's where the $100 billion they are supposed to pay to the developing countries to implement certain process. That's not happening
Nothing
now.
is coming,
It's
but nothing is coming in.
Yeah. So, yeah.
When you are actually making it a low cost region and again re-exporting with the bad energy, with the petrol and the fossil fuel, with the transport ships and going, again it comes out to the same. So it means what they are saying, you come back but you will not be able to come back. They have outsourced the production to the low cost region, which is not again sustainable. It means what? Local and local and local. Yeah. So that at least that one transportation you save.
Yeah.
Because 60-70% carbon emission comes either from breeding cattle and also your transportation.
It's true.
Trucks and vessels and ships.
True.
So it means local.
So, bit a different topic. Thanks. I think there's a good understanding of that. So I think Ashok, how are the Indian industries? How are they investing in this sustainable? There's a cost, right? Always. It doesn't come cheap, right? You need to improve your process, you need to biosource your raw material. Are Indian industries investing enough to really drive the sustainability goals? So maybe you can talk from the Reliance perspective.
Yeah. So before touching Reliance, there are two perspectives. There are industries not forming part of MSME or SME. They are really not investing. Let's be frank enough on that. Then, of course, there are groups like Aditya Birla's, Reliance and other things. They are investing because they can afford it. As simple as that. the basic thing, a lot of R&D has to go into that, which needs a lot of investment, and that it starts, it's a complete value chain. It start from the raw material, your conventional material has to be converted into the biosubstance, with biosubstance, it has to be converted into, which is not happening. Now the company like Reliance is investing basically in the material. We are having alternate, biomaterial like rice husk. We are trying to, develop into a polymer which is epoxy compatible also. Then morning, Dr. Pandit was also talking about the cardinal. So that also is one of the substance we are using. So that is on the raw material part of it. Now you have to have the technology also and the recyclability of your end product, which we are into. Now, so much of material is being generated, and as Nishad also said, another 20 years, we won't have any space. If we are not coming up with the recyclability or reuse or something of this. So this is very dangerous situation to land into for the industry.
At this point of time, everything is either, landing up in a cement kiln or some of the landfills. I think this has to...
No, landfill is not possible.
That's going to add your carbon dioxide.
Landfill is not possible because state pollution boards are not permitting at all. So the only permission they are giving is the cement kilns only. And sending it to kiln is a big cost. You have to sell it. There's a transportation cost. So you do not, the viability of the product goes haywire if you go and do that. So you have to come up with some kind of solution.
I think reusing and recycling is a way forward.
It's a way forward, but then using the biosubstance itself as a raw material is an investment, is an R&D area which the industry has to work into. That is the problem we are facing when we are into the downstream kind of product.
So you mean to say that we have no option but to invest in this kind of advanced technologies to make our environment better. So either we need to align with the global industries or get those technologies if we don't have, right? That's a key.
Again, the technologies are more suiting to the European and Americans. We need to come up with our own technologies and material which is available in plenty. So that kind of R&D we have to do with the kind of material available in our subcontinent.
Do you know an Indian company which is working on the recycling blades and everything? Great technology.
We know that country, but they are pulverizing.
That's no repetition.
We are trying to avoid that, Venkat.
No, the fact I was saying is not about the point is, if today the wind blades are not recyclable, it's going in, it's a big hazardous. It's a polluting industry. Today I'll tell you, it's proud for every Indian. It's not because of sponsorship. It's proud for every Indian. This is an Indian company, Aditya Birla Group. We are the first one to address this problem where every blade that is produced can be recycled. You can remove the glass fiber, thermoset, become thermoplastic. So I'm saying it's not about Aditya Birla, it's about every Indian we feel proud about. That's why by bringing that point on this side. So again, moving on the little bit on the paint side, VOC, everybody talks about volatile organic content, right? So how do you reduce this? What are the options you have? How do you work on this VOC? Everybody, it's easy to say, remove the solvents, right? What is the challenge you have? How do you manage this?
So before I take your question, I would like to tell one thing, that sustainability or green or usage of renewable always doesn't mean that there is a cost.
Right.
So there are good number of cases,
right,
where in fact it was other way around. We could achieve value savings out of this movement. In fact, VOC is one of them. Like in the beginning, you were right. Cost was a challenge. Second, technology was a challenge. Third, consumer was a challenge. So there were three sets of challenges. There are good number of options. Like since once you know the chemistry, you also know how to shift from, for example, from propylene glycol to diethylene to choose what blend you need to choose. So that is one major step. There's also a very good approach where whatever you put in paint, for example, in solvent-based paint, 50 to 60% of it goes to environment.
Right.
I think
absolutely
that's a loss for everyone.
Right.
But another version to it, generally in decorative paint, people perceive that solvent-based paints are the one who can't. Actually, it's other way around. That's only because the volumes we sell in solvent-based versus water-based, it is a big difference.
True.
So even 100 gram of VOC in water-based can contribute much more than what we sell in solvent-based paint. So both directions, Asian Paints as an R&D unit at Asian Paints, we have taken up, and I think we could achieve, if some of you read the annual reports where we publish what's the VOC reduction that we achieve.
I read it. I just say that it's in 2020 till that time, Asian Paints has reduced almost 24 million kilo of VOC from paints. Yeah. This is a great achievement, leading from front on the sustainability issue. It's a great achievement.
So there again, his point becomes valid. See, in sustainability, each of us have to play a role.
Right.
And it's never going to be an absolute number, right? It's always a relative from where you are and where you go. So each of us get opportunity there. Once we set the benchmark, for us, I think setting benchmark is the most difficult part for any industry and organization. Once you set that, then you know where to move and how to move.
So I think,
Venkat,
yeah, doctor.
See, adding lot of solvents in the beginning, and those solvents if you reduce, and then show that we are becoming more and more sustainable, that kind of thing. Then you are using C3 chemistry, suppose, propylene chemistry, and from propylene chemistry you go to C2 chemistry, ethylene chemistry. Then I am reducing carbon emissions from C3 to C2. So those things are okay. But what I feel is, he also said, Sripati, see, small inventions are quite possible to make our product sustainable. And I can see a lot of intelligent people, lot of brains are available here who can think about it, Not great invention, not great investment is required towards that. And it is not that difficult to make your products green or sustainable. It is achievable. And it is achievable for small industry also, MSME or medium scale industry also, and as well as the bigger industry also. It is possible.
Yeah. Thanks, doctor. One thing is, people should not feel that we are giving too much of...
तुम्ही हुशार आहात तसं मी सांगतोय, साठी साहेब हुशार आहेत म्हणून सांगतो.
No, one thing I am very cautious, it's not that we are trying to give gyan about this, how to be sustainable. So my next question to all of you is, can you give one example, maybe 3 examples we take, what we have implemented in the industry, what has happened, how we have done it, some contribution to the, who wants to take it up? It's an open question.
I'll take
go
it
ahead,
up.
go ahead, Sripati. Yeah.
See, I think one initiative that we have taken up 4-5 years ago is identify which ingredient in the paint formulation contribute the most to carbon footprint, right? So it's, when you do that assessment, it's really surprising that only 2 components contribute to nearly 80% of it. So then we consciously took 2 steps. One, how to optimize those ingredients. So I think there we could cut down, I just take last year's example, we could cut down 20,000 metric tons CO2, scope 3 emission.
Wow.
Just by understanding
Analyzing
where
it,
and how to optimize it.
So that's been already implemented or getting implemented.
Right.
So fantastic.
And it also gives, it's not a cost, it's in fact the saving. Because TiO2 is the one which has highest carbon footprint in a paint.
Actually, the small scale industry in India were the first one to reduce VOC with the Hulliarkar technology in redox primer, adding water into that. Earlier, everybody was using solvent, but the solvent was greatly replaced by water by adding some additive. So that kind of inventions are possible, and quality is not only maintained, quality was found to be better. Even the flow was better in that by addition of water. Nobody was knowing that.
Fantastic. So
sometimes consumer become challenge actually. So some of the water-based technologies I remember we marketed, they came back because they were not smelling like paint. They were not. They were not getting the feel in the hand.
People don't believe it's a paint unless it smells like a paint.
It smells like a paint, and they should get that feeling in the hand.
So sometimes consumers don't know what they want, right? So we need to go and educate.
It's really difficult, and I think there most of our energy shall go in moving forward. Right. How to educate and how, because it's my neighborhood.
So that's one example. Any other example you want to share, Dr. Deepak? What you have done with the government or any other organization, how you implemented this?
Yes. I can give an example. When I joined CW in 2019, right? So at that time, green hydrogen was something which was relatively new, right? So nobody was even talking about green hydrogen. Fortunately, I had done my PhD in green hydrogen, so I knew what green hydrogen was, etc. So when we started in 2019, 2020, the government wanted to frame a policy on green hydrogen. So at that time, given my background and the capability that we had in the team, we gave a lot of inputs, technical inputs to the government, starting from, what is the cost of green hydrogen, now how do we optimize the cost of green hydrogen, how do we size solar, how do we size wind, how do we size electrolyzers, etc. What is the current consumption of hydrogen in India, right? So, something like that. What are the market, the market potential today, the market projections in future, how will the cost of green hydrogen pan out in the future? So these assessments, one assessment was, on refineries, for example, what if we start blending green hydrogen in refineries? So, we gave numbers like, if we start blending 25-30% green hydrogen today, the prices of petrol and diesel will increase only by 80 paisa, 90 paisa. Nobody will even notice 80-90 paisa increase in price of petrol and diesel because we are at 100 rupees per liter today, right? So 1 rupee increase is nothing. So those are the insights that we gave to the government. Again, I think Dr. Venkat, you talked about, safety, you talked about the Bhopal gas accident. Hydrogen also has some history, especially on safety related aspects. So that is where we gave some inputs, etc. So in all that inputs that we gave culminated into the policy which was released by the government. Now we have also worked with 2 state governments. I cannot name them, but we are working with 2 states government. Where we are helping develop state level green hydrogen policies. And those policies have been released. One state has been sort of released the policy. The other state will be releasing those policies. So that is what we have done in the past 4 years at CW.
I think I really appreciate that because the hydrogen topic comes in. I think one of the most important invention in chemical industry over the period, if you have to name one important invention, that's I think Haber-Bosch process of ammonia, right? It's one of the oldest invention, but now they recently discovered to transport hydrogen, ammonia is the best option, right? The same, invention today, I think you talk about hydrogen, one is producing it, and how are we going to transport? They're going to transport in the form of ammonia. So that's where the direction people are working.
So on ammonia, it is the best way for intercontinental movement of energy. So earlier we used to transport crude oil, etc. But when we're talking about green fuels, green ammonia is the best way to transport hydrogen from, let's say India to Japan or India to European Union, etc. So that is something that we have learned from the chemical industry actually.
So great, the 2 examples we got what we implemented. Any other example anybody wants to share? Last one example.
So this is an example of the work that we did with a pharmaceutical company in my business organization. So this is an anti-AIDS drug called Nevirapine, which is given to women who are carrying HIV virus, so that the virus HIV doesn't travel to the child in the womb. So this drug is given to them. So one part of the process, our customer was using a very high pressure reaction, maybe about 10 to 15 bar kind of a pressure. They were using hydrogen gas as a source of hydrogen for that hydrogenation reaction. They were using a pyrophoric catalyst like nickel, which would catch fire if it comes into contact with air. And they were using methanol as a solvent, which is flammable. And the reaction was exothermic. So you can see that you are sitting on a time bomb, literally.
Right.
So we shifted that to a process which was based in water. So we replaced methanol as a solvent with water. We could do the reaction at atmospheric pressure. We could do it at a pH of about 5 to 6, which is pretty neutral. And once the product was taken out from water, we could recycle the entire water, not 1, 2, 3 times, but 800 times, which is kind of unheard in the pharma industry because they are very skeptical about quality. They don't, because the ultimate drug goes for human consumption.
Right.
They would not take chance with, even costly solvents they would distill out or throw away at cheap prices, but not recycle it. But we actually literally proved it to them, saying absolutely no problems in recycling.
So it's all necessity is a mother of all inventions.
So then they could actually recycle water for 2.5 years without throwing out a single liter.
Fantastic.
The same water.
Fantastic. So I think very good 3 examples how it got implemented. Now, I think we don't have much time. Maybe I'll have 1 or 2 questions, right? So maybe coming in from a different industry, if you look at consumer-based industry, let's say personal care, right? If you look at product like Fair and Lovely, it's my very favorite product whenever I speak about it. And this product contains an active called niacinamide, very coming from a synthetic base. And today, the entire thing has been replaced by a green ingredients. Now they are talking about apple seed extract, pear seed extract, and these are the extracts which are used to disposability, combined responsibility of the entire, gamut of people and industry. What is the role of this larger corporate and of course government towards or responsibility towards the smaller scale industry in helping them, or how do you see that?
See, there is always a war between bigger industry and smaller industries, whether it is paint industry, plastic industry, or any industry. So bigger industry is not going to help small scale or MSME. So we cannot just expect that. But I'm telling you again, the small scale and MSME industry, the brains are more brighter and sharper brains are there. So they have to help themselves, and in many cases they have done that successfully. And in this case also, I feel, rather than the bigger industry, smaller and the medium MSME can become sustainable or greener or biodegradable product, can bring them very, very quickly because they are more focused on that. So they will be able to do it much better compared to bigger industry. Huh?
No, I'm just saying, I think at the end of what I believe, it's also responsibility of the larger corporates and the government to really support in terms of technology. Even government can look at giving a subsidy to a smaller industry. If they started reducing their carbon emission, they started doing something. I think that's the only way you promote a whole ecosystem. It can't happen, somebody is 100% green, other way you're polluting the environment and you're competing. So that system will not be sustainable. So I think the responsibility is both on the government and the large corporate. That's what I believe. Maybe, I think associations like IRMA, if we can do something towards on that, that may be catalyzing the whole operation. That's what I was thinking on that.
The concessions or giving subsidy, for such things will never work actually. It has never worked. Subsidy is a very, very temporary phenomena. For solar cells also government wanted to give subsidy. For EV they wanted to give some subsidy. But that's not a permanent phenomena. One has to be self-sustainable. Whichever industry, why classify small, medium or bigger industry? It has to be self-sustainable.
I agree that point. You need to compete, in terms of your technology, cost, every aspect of it, Agreed. Yeah. Any other comments? Yes.
I think he may be right that there won't be any direct support, right? So there's not going to be any hand-holding type of support. But there are many indirect supports that small industries can get. One thing is the larger industries started publishing their sustainability initiatives.
Right.
So that also sets a direction to follow, right?
Like Dow Jones Sustainability Index.
Yeah, Dow Jones Sustainability Index, or even IRBR reporting.
Yeah, right.
So that means others get a chance or others get a direction where the things are moving. So then a follow-up automatically happens. So it propels.
Yeah.
And second thing is when larger industries start more specific about sustainability, then one element of that is responsible sourcing.
That's right.
Right. So in responsible sourcing, I think many small industries can get a better advantage. But all of this can be done only with innovation at R&D. So means there have to be a value proposition in that product that must demonstrate technical superiority.
Investing R&D is a key here. Yeah.
So that would be the key.
Yeah. Okay.
When we talk about the initiatives by the government, it's not necessarily be in the form of subsidy. There could be some kind of embargoes on use of certain practices and substances, So that is where some kind of filtration will take place at the basic level. So what you are left with is some fair thing which is good for the environment, which is good for the small scale also and for the large scale corporates also. And coming back to IRMA kind of initiative, now IRMA can play a very vital role. Now see the today's platform where all kind of industries are there. We are exchanging in kind of bonomies being generated. So let's share our experiences with each other, give a kind of feeling where we say we are not competing with each other. We are working in tandem with the new technology and initiatives which are helpful to the environment. So I think those kind of approaches a couple of years down the line should help the industry. And one more point on net zero, I would like to say, as far as Reliance is concerned, the government of India's net zero target, is 2070.
Right.
In Reliance, we have taken a kind of pledge that by 2035, we'll be 100% net zero in terms of using all kind of fossil fuel and conventional kind of things by solar or wind or whatever. So that kind of pledge can be taken at any level. Now the challenges will be there, but then one has to come up and try to address. And this forum can give that kind of platform where we can discuss our challenge and try to complement each other with our efforts and initiatives. Yeah.
Thank you. I think, maybe we are just the end of this panel discussion. I don't know what we try to attempt just to get the feedback and what has been implemented. So is there anything that we can say, maybe if if people have to go from this forum, 2-3 things if we can follow, simple thing, towards sustainability. Can you give one idea quickly? Who wants to start?
Yeah, but see, basic innovation and going back to the history. For example, I will tell you in the resin industry. See, one of the most 100% sustainable resin you have available is not alkyd, ester gum is one of the 100% sustainable resin available with you. Can you not modify ester gum? The rosin is coming from natural sources, glycerin is coming from natural sources. Penta, this Perstrop, now they are done the sponsorship, so I have to say good things about them. That's a separate issue. So they are also supplying these sustainable Penta, green Penta they are supplying. So you make these simple resins like ester gum also to work in quality paints possible, hydrogenated ester gum, disproportionated rosin. See, these are the simple ideas. Why make things complicated? Simple ideas also you can culminate into nice products. So think about such simple ideas. Don't think that when for making my products green or making sustainable, I have to invest heavily, government has to help me. All that thing is not required. You are fully competent. You are fully competent to do that, and you will be able to achieve that much better way. And you can compete with Europe, USA, everywhere. Isn't it, Zainul? You are doing that, correct?
Thank you. Deepak, very quick.
Yeah, so my thing is, look for low-hanging fruits and pluck them. Right, so low-hanging fruits are things like energy efficiency, for example.
Right.
Low-hanging fruit is something like rooftop solar, for example.
Correct.
Low-hanging fruit could be, something like the technology options that others panelists suggested. So look for low-hanging fruits, pluck them, and reduce your carbon intensity.
And reduce your water usage.
Reduce the water usage, zero discharge, etc.
Correct.
And once you have identified consumers who are willing to pay the premium, then you supply them greener commodities.
Perfect. Thank you. Sripati?
Yeah, I think first thing would be, as Dr. Prashant said, it's like first level is the confidence.
Right.
I have experienced many of the innovation nowadays are coming from small and medium scale industries. They are not coming from bigger ones.
Excellent.
So I think as a Indian, we all have enough competency. We can contribute to sustainability. So couple of things, if you can quickly go back and check, because it's a resin manufacturers association. So how solvent can be replaced with water, and then how much renewable I can bring in to the resin more, right? So whether it is hybrid, whether it is a newer chemistry like a click chemistry or other chemistries which we can try and get more renewable into the resin and replacing solvent with water.
Thank you. Nitesh?
So I think from MSME's perspective, I would suggest two things. One, I second his, I was just about to say that there are small stuff, or initiatives in your plant that you can take which would add to a lot of savings in terms of energy, water, and a whole bunch of places. So that is one place where there is gold mine sitting there. It's a low-hanging fruit. That is something that we should tap on. And the more we encourage that as a management, because the set of people who are sitting are decision makers, your plant people get really empowered, which is a very, it has a very catalytic effect. Then the plant people start looking for places where they can improve further. So that's something that I strongly recommend, to look for those small areas for improvement in plant, which doesn't require a massive investment. The second thing is tap academic and research institutes.
It's a very good point.
It's a massive resource we are sitting on. I interact a lot with IIT Bombay. They are hungry for SMEs to come. I mean, you will be surprised at the cost at which they will do projects for you. It's mind-blowingly low. So much affordable. And they are just waiting for industry to come.
Excellent.
And probably they are waiting, industry would take one step forward. Industry is waiting that I am busy with my stuff and the academic institute will come to you. I would say you take one step forward, connect with IIT Bombay, ICT, and a whole bunch of academic institutions. They would love to help you out.
Great point. Thank you, Nitish. So, gentlemen, that's the end of this panel discussion, and the panel is open for questions now from the audience. If you have time, I don't know, Ms. Mahadevan. Maybe 2 questions since I told them so. You want one? Okay, 1 question. Okay, 2 questions. Yes, sir.
नॉट अ क्वेश्चन, इट्स अ सजेशन. आई थिंक सोशल एस्पेक्ट को टच नहीं किया है और मैं आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स बात कर रहा हूँ. यहाँ जो बैठे इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट नथिंग, मैं मैन्युफैक्चरर नहीं हूँ, ट्रेडर हूँ. मेरी बात कुछ हट के ही है. वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट को हमको टच करना चाहिए. वी ऑल हैव वेस्ट प्लास्टिक. लोग प्लास्टिक को हटाने की बात कर रहे हैं, कभी नहीं हटेगा. दूध किस में आएगा? प्लास्टिक में आएगा. तेल ही किस में आएगा? आपके कोल्ड ड्रिंक्स वगैरह आते हैं, उसमें यू कैन नॉट रिमूव प्लास्टिक फ्रॉम योर लाइफ. इट इज़ देयर. उसका परसेंटेज बढ़ेगा घटेगा नहीं. तो करना क्या चाहिए? प्लास्टिक को रिमूव करो अलग से. आपके घर में, ऑफिस में, इंडस्ट्री में 2 डस्टबिन होने चाहिए हर जगह, एवरीवेयर, राइट नाउ, हियर ऑल्सो. ए पेयर ऑफ डस्टबिन. एक में प्लास्टिक आएगा, मेटल, कांच वगैरह जो भी है, ऑल ड्राई वेस्ट, एंड अदर में सब्जी, भाजी, बायोडिग्रेडेबल आइटम्स. होटल के बाहर, यहाँ पर हम लोग जहाँ खाना खाते हैं, वहाँ पर 2 डस्टबिन होने चाहिए. प्लास्टिक की बोतल पानी की एक में जानी चाहिए, उसमें सिर्फ प्लास्टिक की बोतल जानी चाहिए. प्लास्टिक की बोतल के साथ जब सांभर जाता है, राइस जाता है, पुलाव जाता है, तो प्लास्टिक बोतल अलग नहीं होगी, वो ज़मीन में जाएगी. लैंडफिल्स भर गए हैं. देवना डंपिंग यार्ड पे जाके आया हूँ पर्सनली. अंदर जाने अलाउड नहीं, मैं अंदर जाके हूँ 2 किलोमीटर अनऑफिशियली. वहाँ पर मतलब इट्स ऑल डर्टी. तो हमें करना क्या है? बॉटम लाइन, हमारे घरों में 2 डस्टबिन होने ही चाहिए, कंपलसरी होने ही चाहिए. मैं इवन बीएमसी में बात कर चुका हूँ, लेकिन उनका कुछ दाल नहीं कर रही उनकी. दे डोंट फॉलो दिस प्रैक्टिस. तो आपको बचा अलग कर दिया. प्लास्टिक आपको स्वीपर को दिन में जितना एक भर जाएगा थैला, तो जाके बेचो. अगर उनका बिकता नहीं है तो मैं गाड़ी में डिक्की में डाल के उनको ले जा करके बिकवा भी देता हूँ. ये हमको करना है.
बिल्कुल सही.
मैंने बीएमसी ऑफिसर्स को बोला, कमिश्नर को, आप मिक्स कचरा लेते क्यों हो? आप गुनहगार हो सबसे बड़े. स्टॉप टेकिंग. पीपल विल हैव टू सेपरेट. वी मस्ट सेपरेट ड्राई एंड वेट वेस्ट. दैट इज द बेस्ट थिंग दैट वी कुड डू एंड द इजीएस्ट थिंग. अच्छा, उससे पैसे भी आते हैं, स्वीपर को पैसे मिलेंगे. आई नो एक स्वीपर, हमारे सोसाइटी का स्वीपर, देयर अबाउट 50 फ्लैट्स, जिसको 600 रुपये मिलता था महीने का बेच के, अभी उसको 1200 मिल रहा है. वो मेरे को इतना मतलब ये करते हैं. थैंक यू.
Really a good point. You're bringing a basic awareness.
Exactly.
What need to be there.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. And we have any last question? Last question to the panel. If you have any question for the panel, otherwise we can conclude this. Yeah. So what we'll do is, what's your good name? Sadeep, I have some information, maybe I'll share it with you. This carbon tax, when is it getting implemented, what is the structure, and what one should do. We have detailed information, I'll share with you. We'll talk in the evening. Yeah, sure. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It's a wonderful panel. I think they truly appreciate everybody, sharing their thing. Fabulous.
I appreciate the anchor. She's wearing green saree.
Okay, thank you.
I would request our president to please join for the memento. Gokulani ji will be joining us. We shall be proceeding with the memento for our panelist.
It's good. Yeah.
I'll start with the anchor. Yes.
Thank you.
A huge round of applause to Dr. Venkatraman.
Thank you. It's okay. So I'll give it some. It's okay, no problem. Yeah.
Mr. Ashok Dubey. Dr. Prashant Samant, yours truly. Dr. Yadav. Come on, everyone. Can we have a huge round of applause for our panelists? It was indeed one of the interesting segments. You people are talking about green. Because my mentor was right sitting in front of me, our president. He's the one who is supposed to inform me all the details. Thank you, gentlemen. Can we have the perfect photograph, please, with all the memento and right in front of the stage before you leave? Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now moving ahead, last but not the least, but very important segment, that is motivational lecture that motivates us. And to introduce the motivational speaker, I would request Gaurav Sathe to please come on the stage and do the honors.
Yeah. Hi, good evening, friends. We're heading towards the last motivational speaker segment. I think we've had a wonderful session. It was on sustainability, a lot of talk on sustainability. All work and no play is not that sustainable, is it? Yeah, all work and no play, not that sustainable. So we're coming towards the motivational part. We want you to get ready towards the entertainment. It's my honor to announce and welcome our guest speaker, Mr. Deepak Karanjikar. He is a multifaceted personality, an actor, a writer, a management proficient, a motivational speaker, a socio-economic expert, an international project management expert, a profound orator. All this one single gentleman. Huh? We don't have a battery of team. Deepak ji, please. My honor welcoming him. 28 years of senior level management of business, 16 films in Marathi, Hindi and English, 11 TV serials, 8 plays including an award as Actor of Maharashtra State, an independent director with Rail Vikas Nigam, a trustee and a national spokesperson at Artha Kranti. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an excellent speaker here who's had 1400 plus lectures already. He's going to talk on why entrepreneurs miss the bus. Deepak ji, over to you.
Jeb medal. That's what I thought. Is it okay now? Okay. So I was in ISPA for 4 years as a keynote speaker because of my friend Let Shirish Pongshe, and I know some of you because some of us made there in Kolhapur, in Mount Abu and all that. So thanks very much for inviting me, Mr. Sathe and his all team. The topic is very different. Why do entrepreneurs miss the bus? This is a very famous sentence said in US around 20 years back by one of the management guru. And that question got a lot of elaborations and a lot of inference of that question. Today we are going to see that. So why this happens to an entrepreneur? First of all, I would like to ask you whether you are entrepreneur or businessman. And we'll together answer this question as we go. Entrepreneur has a lot of taboos, lot of tags to it, that he is so and so and he that and she and that and all that. All those words are
babbling words are around entrepreneur. They always move in any seminar in the world. Go to any seminar from a five-star city to a C-class city. Entrepreneurs are always looked at with the different names. Why to know this? Why we want to know that why entrepreneur missed the bus? Because the world around us has changed in last 20 years especially. Around us means in India for sure. The mass has become a niche. And I'll explain if anybody has question what does it mean. But that is not topic. But I just wanted to put the 50,000 feet overview to you. The scarcity has become abundance. Geographies has changed to interest. Cooperation, procure has become a consumer. Transaction has become an interaction. Alignment has become a convergence. Innovation has become a transformation. The innovation era is also over now. It's a transformation. Also, there is another change. Flexibility versus efficiency. We constantly dwell with. This is battery is. Time versus price. These are the dilemmas we go through. When the world has changed from all these parameters to the present one, we are also going through dilemma as a business people, as an entrepreneur. Also, solutions versus products. Are our products solutions or they are just products? That's another dilemma. Because there is a product has a traditional history and solution has always a dynamic need. Solution works on. Value adding and cost. How much value it added and how much cost it put in. That dilemma is constantly there for any innovation. Internal flexibility versus external control. Some of them are compliances. Some of them are market-driven controls. Temporary versus permanent. People as an asset or expense and people as an, I think it should be a liability. So these are the dilemmas we constantly go through. There are two pictures. When the world has changed from a business scenario, we are also facing these dilemmas. And that's why we want to know that whether we are entrepreneur or a normal self-employed. Navigation versus evaluation is very slow or what? There is a business concept which we need to understand. I was trying to put a marketing scenario. You see a gorgeous girl at a party and you go to her and say, I am very rich, marry me. That's a direct marketing. You are at a party with a bunch of friends and see a gorgeous girl. One of your friends goes up to her and pointing at you say, he's very rich, marry him. That is advertising. These are the very subtle differences where the business progresses. You see a gorgeous girl at a party, you go to her and her telephone number. Get her telephone number, next day you call and say, hi, I am very rich, marry me. That's a telemarketing. It has this meanings has only that definite penetration of your call, whatever you do. You are at a party and see a gorgeous girl, you got up and sit on your tie, you walk up to her and pour her drink and open the door of the car for her and pick her bag on after she drops in, after a ride and then she says, by the way, I am rich, will you marry me? That's a public relation. It encompasses a lot. You are at a party and see a gorgeous girl, she walks up to you and says, you are very rich. Can you marry me? That's a brand recognition. You see a gorgeous girl at a party, you go to her and say, I am very rich, marry me. She gives your nice hard slap on your face. That is customer feedback. You see a gorgeous girl, you go to her and say, I am very rich, marry me. And she introduces you to her husband. That's a demand and supply gap. You see the same girl, you go to her up to say, you say nothing. Another person comes and tell her, I am rich, will you marry me? She goes with him. That's a competition eating in your market share. You see a girl and again you go to her and before you say, I am rich, marry me, your wife arrives. That's a restriction for entering new markets. These are metaphors, of course. And I am not saying girl as girl, boy. That gender-wise is not that way. Don't do that. I'm just trying to say the niche of the market. The niche is like this. It is one marketing phenomenon which Peter Drucker used to teach us in long days when we were in college that has taken so different shapes now. Every day it is changing. And that's the reason I wanted to make sure that we are entrepreneurs. Entrepreneur, what it is? A lot of people get confused. I just thought of putting a definition. What entrepreneur means? This is a very common word we use. Most of the people I have seen when I go to factories and talk to some entrepreneur or some entrepreneur conference. So on the entrepreneur, that is a French word come which was the simple meaning of dictionary to undertake. So entrepreneur is not a seller, is not a marketeer, is not a salesman, is not some shop owner, is not a trader, is not a business discussion, it is not a friend, nothing. It is who has a ability to undertake. Do things not done in normal business, that is entrepreneur. Taking risks of new enterprise, that is entrepreneur. Process of creating an enterprise is entrepreneurship. I create an enterprise. We give a lot of traders have name of enterprise, but they don't know what that name actually means. It means you are creating an entrepreneurship. Combination of visualizer and actualizer. देखता भी है, सोचता भी है और उसको रियलिटी में लाता भी है. ये पूरा साइकिल है एंटरप्रेन्योर का. He is not only a visionary who will show this vision and then you, best of luck. You go whether you reach or not, that's your problem. He is not a consultant like me. Innovation is the core of entrepreneur. Whichever business you do, you must be an entrepreneur. If you want to really get yourself ahead of everyone, no matter which business you do, does not matter. In this changing world and changing dilemmas, we need to be an entrepreneur, and that is the why we will miss the bus. If you don't do this, what we are going to discuss now, or the constitution of entrepreneur, you will always make who I am. Most of the people, they think I am an entrepreneur, they are self-employed. They go to the office every morning, they open the office, they have a security guy, they will ask some question to him, some files are ramping up on their table, then they will sign whole day those files, and while leaving they will say, सब ठीक है ना, फिर they will say lock लगाओ, मैं खड़ा रहता हूँ, लॉक लगाया फिर घर जाएंगे. ये लोग सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड है, एंटरप्रेन्योर नहीं है. एंटरप्रेन्योर ये सब काम नहीं करते. एंटरप्रेन्योर क्रिएट्स ओनरशिप, रिवॉर्ड प्रोपोर्शनल टू रिस्क. वो रिस्क लेता है रोज आके. जो एक दिन भी आके ऑफिस में कोई चीज का रिस्क नहीं लेता है वो एंटरप्रेन्योर नहीं है, पीरियड. और कोई डेफिनेशन नहीं उसका. इनोवेटर तो है ही. एबिलिटी टू रिकॉग्नाइज अपॉर्चुनिटीज एंड एक्ट. बहुत सारे लोगों को न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ के, अभी यूट्यूब चैनल देख के, कोई मैनेजमेंट गुरु को पकड़ के बहुत सारी चीजें रियलाइज होती है, लेकिन उस पर क्या करना है, दैट इज अ गैप. दे स्टैंड बिटवीन, एंटायर लाइफ स्टैंड इन बिटवीन दैट गैप. सो ही सेज एक्ट ऑन इट. मोर प्रोडक्ट फोकस्ड. वो हर टाइम कुछ लाएगा. स्टीव जॉब्स, वेरी फॉर्चुनेटली आई सैट इन 2 मीटिंग्स विद स्टीव जॉब व्हेन आई वाज इन यूएस. उनका जो कोई भी आईफोन लॉन्च का एनी प्रोग्राम ही डिड, दैट वाज अ कंप्लीट शॉक टू एवरीबॉडी. फोन तो वही है, फोन का और है क्या काम कॉल करने के बजाय. लेकिन ही विल ऐड सो मेनी फीचर्स एवरी डे. हिज प्रोडक्ट इज यस्टरडे, लाइक ही ऑलवेज यूज्ड टू से माय प्रोडक्ट इज दैट इज यस्टरडे न्यूज़पेपर, आई एम प्रिंटिंग टुडे फॉर टुमारो. दैट इज अ अप्रोच ऑफ अ एंटरप्रेन्योर. सेल्फ एम्प्लॉय का क्या है, वो रेंडर हिज सर्विसेज टू हिमसेल्फ. मैं खुद के अंडर ही काम करता हूँ और मैं राजा हूँ, मालिक हूँ, ये सब लोग बोलते हैं, बट बेसिकली रेंडरिंग हिज सर्विसेज. ही इज आंसरेबल टू एवरीथिंग व्हाट ही डज एंड व्हाट अदर्स डू. एंटरप्रेन्योर इज नॉट आंसरेबल. रिस्क वाला आदमी आंसरेबल नहीं होता है. ये बहुत सटल डिफरेंसेस है. मीडियोकर होता है अप्रोच में, अरे ये करेंगे तो डूबेंगे क्या. फिर वो अपने बच्चे को भी बोलता है अभी कल से तू आके बैठ फैक्ट्री में, लेकिन मैंने तो बहुत कष्ट से खड़ा किया भाई, डुबाना नहीं इसको. दैट इज अ कम्युनिकेशन लेवल ऑफ अ सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड. जिसको आपके पास के बारे में हु हैज, एंड वी आर गोइंग टू दैट पास्ट यू एंड फ्यूचर यू, जिसको पास के बारे में बड़ा अहम है ना, उसका फ्यूचर नहीं होता. एग्जीक्यूटर फोकस्ड ऑन मार्केट प्लेस. वो मार्केट इज ऑलवेज क्रिएटेड, मार्केट डजंट एग्जिस्ट. कुछ मैं सेंटेंस बोलूंगा जिस पे हम डिबेट कर सकते हैं इवनिंग टाइम में. मैं थोड़ा टाइम रुकने वाला हूं बिफोर लिविंग टुनाइट. We can debate, but those are the things which I learned at least through all out on my journey to 70 countries and meeting various people. ये नहीं है मार्केट, ऐसी कोई जगह नहीं है. मार्केट हम क्रिएट करते हैं. तो सेल्फ एम्प्लॉय वो कर नहीं सकता. क्वालिटीज ऑफ सक्सेसफुल एंटरप्रेन्योर, अभी these are just I'm running through, but at the end you will understand. Adopts high targets, has high energy levels, बहुत फिजिकली फिट होता है वो, मेंटली भी. is self confident, has a drive to succeed all the time, every day. On a failure day, he comes to office and drive to succeed. Has a long-term vision, takes pride in their work, is deadline oriented. मतलब जो हिंदी में कहते रात गई बात गई, वो अप्रोच है बिजनेस का. ये नहीं हुआ, नहीं चला, मार्केट नहीं मिला, खत्म, बात खत्म. सोच के बैठना नहीं उसके ऊपर. फिर कोई एस्ट्रोलॉजर को पकड़ो, उसको पूछो क्या शनि चल रहा है, राहु चल रहा है, ये सब एंटरप्रेन्योर नहीं करता। खुद ही उसका वो एस्ट्रोलॉजर है, खुद उसका वो नुकसान सहने वाला है, खुद उसको फायदा करने वाला है। द एंटरप्रेन्योर्स कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, ये घटना है उसकी, एक उसका कोई एक वैधानिक स्वरूप है। देयर इज अ डेफिनेटली बॉर्डर ऑफ अ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन टू एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप। Two fundamental choices of an entrepreneur. Once you think you are an entrepreneur, you have two fundamental choices. First, I depend on my own abilities to economically secure my future. स्वयंभू है, स्वयं सिद्ध है। I will not depend on, अरे ये करना था लेकिन डुबा दिया ना मोदी गवर्नमेंट ने, वो क्या टैक्स का लेके आया है। ये होता ही है, जिंदगी का लेन है। मतलब कोई लंगड़े को आप बोलेंगे अब क्या लंगड़े हो, तो बोले क्यों लंगड़ा, इसका जवाब दे नहीं सकता, दौड़ सकता है कि नहीं उसके बारे में सोच सकता हूं। जो है वो गिवन है। आई क्रिएट वैल्यू फॉर अदर्स फ्रॉम द अपॉर्चुनिटीज आई एम गिवन। वॉट एवर अपॉर्चुनिटी आई एम गिवन बाय द सिचुएशन, बाय माई थॉट प्रोसेस, बाय द एनवायरमेंट आई ग्रो इन, I will create value for others. This is the basic difference. The world over, there are two types of businessmen. एक economical infants है दुनिया में, जो एक थोड़ा थोड़ा खिला मार के रोज थोड़ा थोड़ा काम करते रहते हैं। दूसरे है वो इकोनॉमिक चिल्ड्रन है, ये एंटरप्रेन्योर नहीं है। 100 करोड़ का 150 करोड़ कर दिया, 200 कर दिया। मैं आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू क्वान्टिफाई, आई एम ट्राइंग टू से कि जिस पे लोग खुश हो जाते हैं थोड़ी चीज पे, दैट इज नॉट एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप। वो इकोनॉमिक चिल्ड्रन हो सकता है। यू कैन प्रोग्रेस फ्रॉम इन्फेंट टू चिल्ड्रन, एंड दैट्स द नेचुरल ग्रोथ। यू आर नॉट डूइंग एनीथिंग, यू आर जस्ट एजिंग। हाउएवर, जैसे कहते हैं ना कि 8% अगर तुम्हारा ग्रोथ हुआ तो इन्फ्लेशन 8% पे ही चलता है, मतलब ग्रोथ कुछ नहीं हुआ, रिलेटिवली तुम वही खड़े हो जाते। सो ग्रोथ परसेंटेज, आई एम मेकिंग 10% प्रॉफिट, दीज आर ऑल, जिसको दिल को बहलाने को गालिब ख्याल अच्छा है, वैसी बात है वो। However, an entrepreneur required to be an economic adult. ये बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस है। एडल्ट चिल्ड्रन में क्या फर्क होता है? और वो नाम में ही फर्क है ना। सहारा लगता है चिल्ड्रन को, एडल्ट को लगता नहीं। कभी देखा है आपने एडल्ट कोई गाड़ी लेके रास्ते पे चल रहा है, कोई उसका हाथ पकड़, अनलेस यू आर सिक, कोई हाथ पकड़ के चला रहा है, कोई डायरेक्शन दे रहा है। एडल्ट इज सेल्फ डिफाइंड, एडल्ट इज माइंड सेट, एडल्ट इज नॉट फिजिक। आई हैव सीन 70-year-old चिल्ड्रंस, और 15 साल का एडल्ट भी देखा हूं मैं। एडल्ट ये माइंड गेम है, ये कंप्लीट एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, ये माइंड गेम है। जैसे कहते हैं ना एक्सरसाइज, हु इज डूइंग, वर डूइंग रनिंग और डूइंग एक्सरसाइज। मेरे को एक बार मैं आई वाज वेइंग 122 kg वंस अपॉन अ टाइम इन यूएस। तो वो बोला कि ये हाथ में जस्ट somebody has took me to a trainer, he said ये हाथी दौड़ेगा, ये तो गिरेगा। So I felt very bad because I was opening bowler of my university when I was in college. I said I'm down so much. So I started running, then I definitely got some issues of breathing, this that सब हो गया। उसके बाद 6 महीने के बाद when I started good running, 7 kilometers, 6 kilometers, फिर उसने बोला you now climb and run, all that thing did. But in that process what happened to me, I decided mentally that I can run. That's the only difference. My body was same. वेट कम हुआ ये रिजल्ट है। वेट कम करके रनिंग करना शुरू नहीं किया मैंने, रेट कम होते चला गया बिकॉज मैंने दिमाग में सोचा कि आई कैन रन। कोई भी एक्सरसाइज ये माइंड गेम है, ऐसे कोई भी बिजनेस एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप माइंड गेम है। क्या इसका यार फॉरवर्ड नहीं हो रहा है, फॉरवर्ड थिंकिंग। फॉरवर्ड थिंकिंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स गेन फ्रीडम फ्रॉम डिपेंडेंसी। ये अभी मैं 10 लेसन वेरी क्विकली आई विल टेल यू व्हाट डिपेंडेंसी मीन्स एंड व्हाट आर द डिपेंडेंसी का पैरामीटर्स क्या है। दे बिकम इंडिपेंडेंट। सो व्हेन इफ यू थिंक यू आर एंटरप्रेन्योर, एट द फर्स्ट थिंग इन अ डायरी यू राइट डाउन एम आई डिपेंडेंट और इंडिपेंडेंट। तो आप बोलेंगे मैं सप्लाई चेन में काम करता हूँ, इस्पा का ही मैं सप्लाई चेन हूँ, रेजिन मतलब, तो डिपेंडेंसी तो है। आई एम नॉट सेइंग दैट डिपेंडेंसी। आई एम डिपेंडेंट फॉर एनीथिंग टू थिंक। एम आई किसी कोई आके बैठा तब तक मेरी सोच शुरू नहीं होती। ऐसे कुछ लोगों का होता है ना, जब तक कोई सामने बैठेगा नहीं सोच शुरू नहीं होती। आईने में देख के सोच नहीं सकते। तो आई एम आई इन दैट, दे बिकम इंडिपेंडेंट। Why did you choose to become an entrepreneur? ये सवाल पूछना चाहिए अगर आप entrepreneur बनते हो तो रोज खुद को आईने के सामने. उसकी वजह है why you have choose. There are reasons for that. Do you have because you want to achieve 10 rights for entrepreneurs independence. ये 10 right बहुत important है. I know you are all doing business. You are all doing good business. You are masters in business. I have no way saying that you don't know what we are doing. Don't try to get me that. But unless you shift yourself from a businessman to entrepreneur, ये growth नहीं होगा. That I can give in writing with my blood. It will not happen. मतलब ट्रेडिंग करके किसमें इसमें काले का सफेद, सफेद का काले का ब्राउन करके आप थोड़ा ग्रो नहीं करेंगे ऐसा नहीं. स्पाइक तो आएगा लेकिन जो ग्रोथ है और उस ग्रोथ का जो इंडिपेंडेंस है वो आएगा नहीं. व्हाट आर दोस 10 राइट्स? तो इधर ही खड़ा रहना पड़ेगा. बेनिफिट्स ऑफ द 10 राइट्स पहले देखते हैं. 3 बेनिफिट है बेसिक. एलिमिनेट्स द अनवांटेड. You have the freedom for that. Have you listed what is unwanted for you in your office, in your factory? Every day you go. What is unwanted for me? Have you listed any time? अभी don't. तो इसलिए मुझे ये बोर्ड अभी चाहिए था. I'll ask you anyway. इधर दो रखो ना. Tell me a difference between a painter and sculpture maker. आप बहुत बुद्धिमान लोग हो, फटाफट बोलिए. 45 मिनट का ये टाइम मत पकड़िए सर. What is the difference between a painter and a sculpture maker? 2D, 3D हो गया, correct. और छोड़िए, मेरा मुंह काफी. और बेसिक क्या है? कंसेप्ट अलग है, वो मालूम है मुझे. स्कल्पचर मेकर अलग जाती है, चित्रकार अलग जाती है. Culture has a concept. Painter doesn't have a concept. Okay, interesting. मैंने वो ये खोलने से पहले पूछना चाहिए था. जिस चीजों को which are unwanted, if I identify and try to remove, the picture I want will arise of its own. I don't need to search for it. पेंटर को वो चॉइस नहीं है unfortunately. He has to draw what is required and that may take ages. Because dream में जो picture होता है और जो खड़ा होता है उसमें हमेशा फर्क होता है. That's why some people say when I am businessman for 20 years, it's like telling some doctor telling this he is a patient for me for 35 years. तो मैं डॉक्टर को पूछता हूँ तुमने किया क्या फिर उसको 35 साल में? पेशेंट ही रखा. वैसे 35 साल में पिक्चर बनाता रहा. Because unwanted चीजों को लेके मैं चला. And that's the basic difference. You need to remove that. लगेगा तो बोलता. Brings in what you really want. अभी रिमूव करना तो बोल दिया. अनवांटेड का लिस्ट बनाएंगे. आपको अगर फ्री माइंड में बिठाएंगे या 2-3 पेज के बाद में बिठाएंगे तो आप सभी चीजों को लिख देंगे अनवांटेड हमको नहीं करना है. फिर वो ब्लैंक पेपर खड़ा हो जाएगा. फिर उस पर कुछ ड्रॉ करना पड़ेगा. तो ब्रिंग्स इन व्हाट यू रियली वांट. बट एक बात, एक रूल है 24 लीटर की अगर बकेट है पानी की, अनलेस यू टेक आउट सम वाटर, न्यू वाटर विल नेवर कम इन. सवेरे उठ के रोज वही अनवांटेड प्रॉब्लम, अनवांटेड लोग, अनवांटेड रिलेशनशिप, अनवांटेड झगड़े, अनवांटेड सब चीजें लेके चलेंगे तो शाम को उसको ही वांटेड को लेके घर में लौटोगे. वाइफ सोचेगी यार इतना फ्रेश होके भेजा था, डब्बा वब्बा देके अभी शाम का आता है, ऐसे आता है, ऐसे लुट गया और मेरे को अभी फायर करेगा. दैट इज अनदर साइकोलॉजिकल थिंग विच इज गोज इन द हाउस. एंटरप्रेन्योर वॉक्स इन का मैंने एक बार एक शो भी किया था. अब वो मेरे को स्लाइड नहीं मिला. वो एक शो भी ऐसा था कि वो जैसे जाता है तो बहुत मेकअप वेकअप करके फ्रेश, जब आता है तो घर में ऐसे गुस्सा कर करके लोगों को देखता है. तो दिन भर का पूरा उतारना कहाँ पे. सो दैट इज द थिंग. lays the foundation for all your goals. For that you need to identify the goals. अगर आपको मैं पूछूंगा सर, आप तो उम्र में बहुत बड़े मेरे से, कि आपका क्या गोल है, तो आप बोलेंगे कि मुझे बड़ा फैक्ट्री खड़ा करना है, 1000 करोड़. यू विल ट्राई टू क्वांटिफाई. मुझे क्वालिफाई करो गोल. इस ड्रीम के पीछे मैं लुट जाऊंगा लेकिन ये ड्रीम छोड़ूंगा नहीं, इसको कहते हैं गोल. कंपैरिजन में 100 का 150 करोड़ हो जाता है. मैंने बोला 5 साल में इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ता है, रुपए का वैल्यू डाउन होता है, डॉलर बढ़ता है, वो सब छोड़िए. दे आर नॉट डिपेंडेंट ऑन योर ड्राइविंग. पहला जो इंडिपेंडेंस का राइट है, यू हैव द इंडिपेंडेंस टू बिकम द बिजनेसमैन यू आइडलाइज. डू यू रियली वांट टू डू व्हाट यू आर डूइंग? हाउ यू आइडलाइज? डू यू आइडलाइज योरसेल्फ? आप आपके आइडॉल है क्या? क्या किसने फादर ने बिजनेस ठोक दिया, कोई भाई में झगड़ा हो गया तो एक मेरे को उठाना ही पड़ेगा, अभी क्या करेंगे, इतना बड़ा परिवार है हमारा। अब ये तो मेरे दोस्त ने निकाल दिया, उसको कुछ आता नहीं था, उससे मैं होशियार था, लेकिन उसने निकाला तो मैं क्यों नहीं कर सकता? ये रीजनिंग नहीं है जिंदगी में। किसका नहीं होता है ना, किसी का भी नहीं होता है। अगर मैं कल को मैं एक्टर, मैं अमिताभ जैसा काम नहीं करता, मैं सुसाइड कर लूंगा, तो उसमें कोई सेंस है क्या? आई कैनॉट लिव ऑन कंपेरिजन एंड आई कैनॉट आइडल, मतलब कुछ आइडॉल ऐसा होता है जो हमारे दिमाग में, हैव यू ड्रॉन दैट आइडॉल पिक्चर? एंड इफ नॉट, then it's not late. You can draw tonight. If not, then कैसे मालूम है कहाँ जाना है? गाड़ी में तो बैठ, गाड़ी कहाँ जहाँ जाएगी वो आ जाएगी। वो एक सोच है, वो फिलोसफी है अपनी। अगर होगा भगवान तो खटैया पे देगा बैठ के। वो भी एक सोच वाले लोग बहुत है अपने हिंदुस्तान में। लेकिन मुझे कहाँ पहुंचना है, डेस्टिनेशन क्या है, मैं क्या आइडोलाइज करता हूँ, ये अगर मेरे दिमाग में क्लियर है। बट एंटरप्रेन्योर को वो इंडिपेंडेंस है वो सोचने का। हो सकता है कोई शॉप ओनर को नहीं होगा, कोई टेलर को नहीं होगा, कोई मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, हेवी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग वाले को नहीं होगा, जो अगर सालों साल एक ही तरह की मशीन बना रहा है। एंटरप्रेन्योर को वो सोच में इंडिपेंडेंस है। एंड इफ यू कैन सिट डाउन विथ योर सेल्फ, those 2 points, 3 points what I said, and then you try to analyze, this is why I wanted to become, maybe at the age of 50, at the age of 65, at the age of 82, at the age of 32. वो उसको डालो मत, जरूरी नहीं है। यू डोंट हैव टू काउंट एवरीथिंग अगेंस्ट द टाइम। टाइम के बारे में कभी लेक्चर करेंगे। टाइम इज वैसे भी डिसीविंग एंटिटी है, टाइम रिलेटिव होता है। यू हैव द इंडिपेंडेंस टू क्रिएट द आई दैट यू विश टू बी। डिफाइन आई फर्स्ट। मैं आपको ये स्लाइड दे दूंगा सर, आप चिंता नहीं करो, भेज दूंगा सबको, नो प्रॉब्लम, फ्रॉम मी आई विल सेंड इट। दूसरा, कंट्रोल योर टाइम। You have the independence to create a balanced qualitative lifestyle. आपको कोई बोला नहीं 9 बजे आप उठो या 4 बजे उठो या 8 बजे फोन लेना ही है। आपका फ्रीडम है, आप फ्रीडम भूल जाते हो ना तो आप एंटरप्रेन्योर नहीं बनते, सेल्फ एम्प्लॉय हो जाते। यू विल डिसाइड व्हेन आई विल पिक अप द कॉल। ये ड्रीम करके देखो, फिर भी अच्छा लगेगा, बहुत दिल को बहुत सुकून आएगा रात को। आज ये सोच के रखो, मैं नहीं 9 बजे तक मैं बोलूंगा कि कोई कॉल नहीं करेगा, चाहे आग लग जाए। करके देखो, इसका इतना मतलब यू विल से, अरे अच्छा है सुनने को आपका लेक्चर, शाम को दारू के साथ भूल जाएंगे, रात को कल सवेरे पूछेंगे साढ़े को किसको लेके आया यार। ऐसा कभी होता है कि आपने कॉल किया और मैं लिया नहीं लूंगा तो पीरियड। ये है आय। तो फिर आप आय नहीं है, कोई और डिसाइड कर रहा है आपका आय क्या है, और फिर कोई और डिसाइड करेगा आय में, तो उसको मोती बिंदु काच बिंदु सब आता है उसके साथ, वो फ्री नहीं होता। 3, you have the independence to energize your space, remove the negative and bring in the positive. I have seen some entrepreneurs, some businessmen, we go to their factory, sometime वो प्रोसेस का ऑडिट होता है, तो वो लोग बोलते हैं सर ये 2 लोग है ना, ये मेरा दिमाग रोज खाते हैं। मैं बोला उनको भगा दो घर। सर कैसे भेजे, क्या हो गया? 20 साल से। मैं बोला 20 साल आप दिमाग खाने दे रहे, क्या गिरवी रखा आपने खुद को उनके पैरों में? इनको देखता हूं ना सर, ऐसे गुस्सा आता है सवेरे। अरे उसको देखते क्यों? तुम्हारे पास फ्रीडम है, उसको बोला आओ मत भाई, मेरे को नहीं देखना है। Why we don't take the risk? उसमें क्या रिस्क है? आपका बिजनेस है, you are the boss, and you every day you prove yourself that you are not a boss, somebody is boss, you are self-employed. फिर निकले, घर पहुंचेंगे, फिर फोन करेंगे, अरे वो बंद किया क्या, मैंने भूल गया था, वो टॉयलेट साफ करने वाला आया क्या आज? Such tiny things. And you have complete independence to bring in positive. देखो माइंड गेम में ऐसा होता है, you have 2-3 things in life. One is a intuition, which is connected to soul. The second is intelligence connected to brain, and the third is instinct connected to body. ये याद रखो मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ। अभी इसमें सबसे घातक, सबसे डुबाने वाली चीज है इंटेलिजेंस। आप एग्री नहीं करोगे, सुनो खाली मैं बोलता हूँ, डिबेट करो खुद से, फिर कभी भी मुझे मेरा नंबर लेना, साठे सर से मुझे पूछना, आई विल एक्सप्लेन इन डिटेल, बिकॉज वो आज टॉपिक नहीं है, माइंड गेम की बात कर रहा हूँ। योर इंट्यूशन टेल्स यू एवरीथिंग व्हाट इज राइट इन द फर्स्ट इंस्टेंट, एंड योर इंस्टिंक्ट बॉडी हैज टू फॉलो इट। द मूमेंट ये इंटेलिजेंस आता है ना, आपने मंकी को पकड़ते हुए देखा है किसने? वो मंकी कैसे पकड़ते देखा है आपने? वो एक सुरई होती है, उसमें वो चना वना डालेगा उसमें, और नीचे होता है, उसको जमीन में गाड़ेगा, और जहां पे मंकी वहां वो गाड़ के बैठ जाएगा बाजू में बीड़ी पीते हुए। मैंने देखा है मेरी आंखों से। फिर वो मंकी आएगा, वो चना उठाएगा, मूंगफली उठाएगा, जैसे हाथ में आएगा उसका हाथ बाहर नहीं आएगा। फिर वो सोचेगा अरे हाथ भी बाहर आना चाहिए, चना भी चाहिए। ही विल कीप थिंकिंग। फिर वो ऐसे करेंगे, 2 उंगली से आता है क्या, एक ही आता है, फिर गिर जाता है ऊपर आते आते। इस खेल में वो डूब जाता है, और इस व्हाट इफ के खेल में डूब जाने का नाम है इंटेलिजेंस। इट विल पुल ऑल ऑप्शंस इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू एंड यू विल नॉट डू एनीथिंग। अरे ऐसा करेंगे तो वो लूट जाएंगे। इंट्यूटिव लगता है, वी डोंट लिसन टू इंट्यूशन एट ऑल। रिलेशन के बारे में, कोई डील के बारे में, कोई कस्टमर मीट के बारे में, कोई सप्लायर मीट के बारे में, कोई एम्प्लॉय जजमेंट के बारे में, इंट्यूटिवली समझता है इफ योर इंट्यूशन इज ऑन, और इंस्टिंक्टली यू कैन वर्क। बॉडी विल फॉलो इंट्यूशन एंड बॉडी विल बी वेरी हैप्पी टू फॉलो इंट्यूशन विदाउट इंटेलिजेंस। तो दिस इज अ निगेटिव पॉजिटिव जो है ना, एनर्जी, पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग, नेगेटिव थिंकिंग, वो सब छोड़ो, फिलोसॉफी है। निगेटिव पॉजिटिव, यूर सोल, वट एवर दैट इनविजिबल थिंग, आप उसको माइंड बोलो, सोल बोलो, जहां भी उसकी बस्ती है शरीर में, वेर एवर इट रिसाइड्स, बट टेल एंड लुक एट दैट। यू कैन, दैट मीन्स जस्ट कीप दैट यू हैव इंट्यूशन ऑन। वो होता है ना वाईफाई ऑन मोबाइल पे, वाईफाई कॉलिंग ऑन, वैसे उसको ऑन रखो, आपको इमीडिएट समझेगा नहीं करना है। You will do still because you will fall in love with intelligence and intellectually you will defend it. Why I did that? मैं जा नहीं पाया 9 बजे, मालूम है ट्रैफिक का क्या इशू? अरे ट्रैफिक क्या आज पता चला तुमको? जब से पैदा हुए तब से ट्रैफिक ही ट्रैफिक है सब जगह। कहाँ रेगिस्तान में पैदा हुए हम? When you surround yourself with positive, that means to it the intuition clicks. शादियों में चॉइस होता है कि नहीं मुझे मालूम नहीं, लेकिन होता है आजकल, तो होता है, एक जमाने में नहीं होता था। लेकिन क्लिक जहां होता है वो हमारा पॉजिटिव है। यू अट्रैक्ट द पॉजिटिव। व्हेन यू सराउंड योर सेल्फ विथ निगेटिव, यू अट्रैक्ट द निगेटिव। सिंपल रूल है, कोई डिफिकल्ट नहीं मैनेजमेंट नाम की चीज। 4, मेक योर डेस्टिनेशन योर डेस्टिनी। You have the independence to make your own strategy, manifest your goals. अब strategy का अगर मीनिंग पूछूंगा, इसलिए हाईलाइट किया हूं। We don't have much time today. This should have gone for 2 hours so that I can ask you and we can have interaction, but that's okay. You can listen today and we can have another session someday. Strategy का सबसे बड़ा simple definition है, it is a plan. ये mind map है, strategy है। पहले strategy दिमाग में आती है, strategy कागज पे नहीं आती। अगर इफ यू आर सेइंग यू आर स्ट्रेटेजाइज, मतलब क्या? हवा में है वो माइंड में है, माइंड गेम है। सो इट्स अ प्लान ऑफ एक्शन डिजाइन टू अचीव अ पर्टिकुलर गोल। 1.5 घंटे में यहां से बंबई पहुंचना है। अगर ऐसा जब मुझे पता चलेगा, माई माइंड विल स्टार्ट वर्किंग आउट ऑन अ स्ट्रेटेजी, टाइनी लेवल थिंग। बिजनेस में वही चलता है, खाली एम्पलीट्यूड चेंज होता है, एप्टीट्यूड नहीं, एटीट्यूड नहीं। इंस्टेड ऑफ कंटिन्यूइंगली रिएक्टिंग टू चेंजेस, अदरवाइज नहीं है स्ट्रेटेजी तो जो भी ट्रैफिक लगेगा खड़ा हो जाऊंगा, गाड़ी काम नहीं करी खड़ा हो जाएगा, ड्राइवर नहीं सोएगा खड़ा हो जाऊंगा, फिर मेरे हाथ में कुछ है नहीं। मैं कुछ भी सोचूं 1.5 घंटे में यहाँ से मैं लोनावाला भी क्रॉस नहीं कर सकता। बिकॉज जब मैं सोचूंगा जाना ही है तो आई विल थिंक ऑन द वर्किंग आउट ऑफ द हर्डल्स विच आर प्रोबेबली कमिंग। स्ट्रेटेजी अलाउज यू टू बी इंक्रीजिंगली प्रोएक्टिव। 10 मिनट में I have fortunate to attend some central government meetings sometime, and some of the people at higher post, the way they think in 3-4 minutes for a 1-month task, it is amazing. It's like a sponge, I get it completely, मैं suck कर लेता हूँ इतना वो, how can they think? That means that's a reality, it happens. It is not some philosophy. Using strategy, you achieve more with less stress and greater enjoyment. That's why you have that freedom. Choose your relationships. ये सबसे बड़ी देन है एंटरप्रेन्योर को। He or she can choose the relationship she or she wants. That is the freedom for that. I don't want to burden with this relationship. I can say in my business, thank you very much, good night. Finish, end of story. I don't say because I lag in courage. Because the intelligence comes in and they tells, अरे वो चला जाएगा तो करेंगे क्या? इसलिए वो उसके रहने का कॉस्ट हम सहते हैं बजाय उसके जाने का बेनिफिट लेने के बजाय सहते रहते हैं. And that is a killing. So relationship, you have to independence to select whom to associate with. धंधा नहीं करना है. You can cut away the negativeness, toxic cords with people and situation that seems to be harm you and establish positive energy, enhancing cords. You can always go for enhancing cords. इसके साथ धंधा नहीं करोगे डूबोगे थोड़ी. अभी तो world is flat. एक जमाने में होता था world was in like a tunnel. और सब लोग गाड़ी का उधर से लाइट का इंतजार करते थे. वो लाइट उस तरफ से आने वाली गाड़ी का होता था. वो जमाना चला गया अभी. अभी कोई टनल नहीं. वर्ल्ड इज फ्लैट. देयर इज नथिंग राउंड एंड राउंड. यू विल नॉट मीट द सेम पीपल अगेन इफ यू रियली बी कंप्लीटली इनोवेटिव. वेल्थ क्रिएशन, यू हैव द इंडिपेंडेंस टू लव मनी विदाउट फीलिंग गिल्टी. हिंदुस्तान का एक और इशू है. फकीर मतलब ऑनेस्ट और रिच मतलब बदमाश. ये हमारे डीएनए में कहां से सोचा है मुझे कभी समझा नहीं. That is the most stupid thought India is going through. पैसा कमाता है मतलब चोर होगा. अरे गॉडफादर में उसने लिखा है सक्सेस, देयर इज अ क्राइम बिहाइंड सक्सेस, बट दैट इज वेरी अनफोर्सिन. सक्सेस के पीछे क्राइम होता है. इसका मतलब हर सक्सेस के पीछे क्राइम है ऐसा नहीं है. और सक्सेस होने वाला क्रिमिनल है ऐसा नहीं है. और गरीब है मतलब एकदम ऑनेस्ट है ऐसा भी नहीं है. बिकॉज ऑलवेज रिमेंबर योर नीड्स आर प्रोपोर्शनल टू योर फाइनेंशियल सिचुएशन. मतलब कंप्लाइंग ऑफ नीड्स. तो ये गरीब तो ये हमेशा वेल्थ यू शुड लव मनी. अदरवाइज व्हाई रन बिजनेस? बिकॉज यू आर क्रिएटिंग वैल्यू फॉर अदर्स. धर्मशाला नहीं चला रहे हो ना. सबको लंगर में खाना फुकट मिलेगा, सोने की जगह मिलेगी, 4 बजे उठना पड़ेगा, लाइट ऑफ हो जाएगा. हॉस्टल थोड़ी चला रहे हो आप. कोई रेक्टर थोड़ी हो आप. बिजनेसमैन हो. यू कैन से मेरे को पैसा चाहिए भाई. आई वॉन्ट टू रिटायर इन 10 years एंड आई वॉन्ट टू डू वट एवर 100,000 अदर थिंग्स इन माई लाइफ. एक ही बार लाइफ है. 40 साल फैक्ट्री चलाई सर. क्या फैक्ट्री चलाई? अरे 40 साल का टाइम कितना होता है? बाकी क्या क्या कुछ नहीं. 8 बजे गया 8 बजे आया रात को. एकदम ऑनेस्ट सर. डिसिप्लिन. अरे ये डिसिप्लिन नहीं है, बकवास है. 12 घंटा रोज जाके बैठना कोई ऐसी जगह जहां पे कोई उत्थान नहीं है. दैट्स नॉट ए डिसिप्लिन. दैट्स अ मजबूरी. टू अर्न द मैक्सिमम यू नीड टू लव मनी, रिस्पेक्ट मनी, बी एक्साइटेड अबाउट द generative power of wealth. Money, if you generate, more people will be happy. You can do for society. If you are, आप खुद ही अगर हाथ में थाला लेके खड़े हो, किसको निवाला दोगे? कौन किसको? whom you will be useful to? मतलब 4 रोने वाले लोग बैठ जाएंगे. अरे बहुत बेकार. तो इससे क्यों ये कुछ नहीं और बेकार है. ऐसे होते ना लोग. कुछ भी बोले तो बोलते हैं ये कुछ नहीं, हमारा सबसे बेकार प्रॉब्लम है. हमारे स्कूल में एक पाठ हुआ करता था दुख का ताज करके. तो उसका मीनिंग ये था कि कोई भी किसको मिलकर बोलता है आज बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है. हर तरह छोड़, मेरा कितना बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है. तो इससे क्या वैल्यू ऐड है? मल्टीप्लाई द सॉरो, मल्टीप्लाई द पेन एंड गो होम एंड मेक योर पार्टनर पेनफुल. 7, focus. You have the independence to focus your energies, resources and abilities on your most important commitments. आपका कमिटमेंट थोड़ी पैसे कमाने का थोड़ा ही होता है, जिंदगी जीने का भी होता है. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कभी सिंगापुर में नाश्ता करूंगा और शाम को बैंकॉक में जाके खाना खाऊंगा. इसको क्या डायमेंशन है? उसको वेल्थ है. और वेल्थ से ज़्यादा डायमेंशन है करेज है. ये करने की ख्वाहिश है. ख्वाहिश तो दिल की बात है. ख्वाहिश का कोई प्राइस टैग नहीं है. 100 रुपये की ख्वाहिश, 200 रुपये की ख्वाहिश, वो खाली इच्छा है अंतर से. इट्स इनर फोर्स. फायर अंडर बेली. उसके लिए मैं कुछ भी, ये मेरी कमिटमेंट है खुद से कि ऐसे हफ्ते महीने में एक दिन ऐसे गुजारूंगा. कितने लोग आप बताओ आपको फ्रीडम कितने यूज करते हो टू ट्रैवल एंड सी इवन योर एरियाज इंटरनेशनल फैक्ट्रीज हाउ दे ऑपरेट. एनी रेजिन मैन्युफैक्चरर सिटिंग हियर हैज सीन द बेस्ट इन क्लास resin manufacturers of the world, which you can easily see. क्या what stops you? आपको लगता है मैं जाऊंगा तो फैक्ट्री को आग लग जाएगी इधर. ऐसे जाऊंगा ये लोग डुबा देंगे 4-5 लोग मिलके मेरे को. अरे ये फियर का क्या मतलब है? आई डोंट सी हाई. मतलब ये कभी कभी लीडर बोलते हैं. मैंने तो एक मिनिस्टर को ही बोला था, बोले सिंगापुर करने. बोला आप सिंगापुर गए कभी? नहीं मैं जाना है। मैं बोला आपने जो देखा नहीं वो क्या करेंगे बंबई का, मालूम ही नहीं आप क्या बकवास कर रहे हो। नहीं नहीं बट हमको भी देखना। बोला आपको जरूर देखना चाहिए, फिर बोलना चाहिए ना। इसको शंघाई करूंगा, शंघाई देखा है क्या है? देखा कुछ नहीं। आइडेंटिफाई व्हाट यू आर पैशनेट अबाउट डूइंग, लुक टू डू मोर इट। बीइंग अपॉर्चुनिटी फोकस मेक्स द गेम ऑफ बिजनेस फन एंड एनर्जाइजिंग। ये देखा है हमने, आपने भी देखे होंगे बहुत सक्सेसफुल लोग जो 4 बजे फ्री रहते, 11 बजे फ्री रहते। Whenever you call them, they say, you have time? Oh, sure. अरे अभी नहीं यार, अभी कहाँ, मंडे को मत फोन करो यार, फिर वो ट्यूसडे को करेगा। यार ट्यूसडे देखो यार, मंडे को नहीं निपटता है सब। मतलब वो एक दूसरे को इतना दुख बताएंगे, रादर देन उसको पूछो क्या काम है, खत्म करो 5 मिनट। वो फ्रीडम नहीं होता है, फ्रीडम ऑफ टाइम सबसे बड़ी देन है जो हमने हमारे लिए क्रिएट करनी है, भगवान ने देता है वो। ट्रैवल फ्रॉम ऑर्डिनरी टू एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी। You have the independence to make an ordinary idea to multi-crore extraordinary business concept. You know, India is the only country in the world who gives missed call. मालूम है आपको ये? आप तो विदेश गए होंगे, आप किसी विदेशी दोस्त को बोले मिस कॉल दो, बोले क्यों? तो साला उठाएगा नहीं, मैं क्यों कॉल करूंगा तेरे को? वो लॉजिक पे जाते हैं, लॉजिक के आगे विजडम है, उनको पता नहीं, ये विजडम की दुनिया है। मैं फिश वाले को कॉल करूंगा, उसको वो फिर वो रिटर्न करेगी कॉल हमारे पार्ला में और बोलेगी उसका रिटर्न आ गया, मतलब उठाया नहीं, बात नहीं किया, मतलब फिश अवेलेबल है, मैं जाके लेके आऊंगा। हमने कम्युनिकेट कर दिया, मैसेज दे दिया, रुपया किसको दिया नहीं, गया नहीं। तो ये इनोवेशन है ना, ये सर्वाइवल मोड में आता है। हमेशा जिसको ग्रो करना है उसने सोचना चाहिए कि मैं आज अगर मैं कंफर्ट जोन में चला गया तो खत्म। आपने कभी सांप देखा है जिसकी स्किन निकल जाती है, उसको चलते हुए देखा है? नेचर वो सांप जैसे चलता है ना, जब उसकी स्किन वो शेड करता है, आपको मालूम होगा, उसकी स्किन निकलती है, तो वो लिटरली इन 1 और 2 मिनट ही विल मूव अ मिलीमीटर, क्योंकि इतना उसको चुभता है सब। वो ग्रास भी चुभता है, छोटे छोटे वो पत्थर बिल्कुल बारीक रेत का ये भी चुभता है, उसके आंख में पानी आता है, लेकिन उसको मालूम है अगर मैं इसको शेड नहीं करूंगा तो मैं मर जाऊंगा। दैट स्किन इज हिज कंफर्ट जोन, एंड इन कंफर्ट जोन यू डाई। उसको क्यों कंफर्ट जोन बोलते मालूम नहीं, वो डेथ जोन है, उसमें प्रोग्रेस नहीं होता। सो ही हैज टू शेयर दैट कंफर्ट टू लिव एंड टू बी वेरी स्किनी एंड टू बी वेरी एनर्जेटिक। ये उल्टा है। यू हैव द फ्रीडम टू क्रिएट द इंक्रीज वैल्यू, क्रिएट समथिंग एक्स्ट्रा, वो हमने देख लिया। 9 सक्सेस, यू हैव द इंडिपेंडेंस टू राइट योर ओन सक्सेस स्टोरी। आगे आपको मैं एक्सरसाइज एक दे दूंगा आपको, और आप जाके जो चेयरमैन है आप जरा इनको एक बार होमवर्क दीजिए एज ए चेयरमैन ऑफ दिस एसोसिएशन कि आपका सक्सेस स्टोरी 1 पेज में लिख के भेजिए। 1 पेज नहीं, आधा ही पेज बोलो। कॉपी पेस्ट कोई करेगा नहीं, आई होप किसी और का। जिंदगी में क्या उम्र है आपकी? मैं ये नहीं पूछूंगा क्यों नहीं किया, इंटेलेक्चुअलाइज नहीं करना, खाली लिखना। ये सक्सेस स्टोरी लिखने का आपके पास इंडिपेंडेंस है, फ्रीडम है, वो आपका कॉल है। यू डोंट हैव टू शाय अवे फ्रॉम दैट, बट फॉर दैट सक्सेस स्टोरी हैज टू बी देयर। द डिफरेंस बिटवीन अ सक्सेसफुल पर्सन एंड अदर्स is not a lack of strength. Remember this. Is not a lack of knowledge. अरे नहीं वो IIT है, मैं तो BSc केमिस्ट्री हूँ, कोई मतलब नहीं है, कोई मतलब नहीं, स्ट्रेंथ का कोई मतलब नहीं, बट रादर लैक ऑफ विल। फिर माइंड गेम है। अच्छा ये तो मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ भाई, ये बहुत बड़ा आदमी कह रहा है, जिसने लोम्बार्डी का जो ओनर है, इसकी गाड़ी आज भी मेबैक है, जो भी गाड़ियाँ हैं वो दे आर द बेस्ट सेलर कार्स एंड कस्टमर मेड कार्स। That's a realization at the end of the era. ये झूठ नहीं हो सकता ना। Dream big. You have the independence to imagine, commit, and realize your biggest dream. You just keep building 1 minute at a time, 1 block at a time. गांधी जी हमेशा कहते थे मुझे टॉर्च चाहिए, 1 मील जाने के लिए कोई मतलब नहीं, 1 फीट जाएगा उतने टॉर्च चाहिए। एक बार मैं 1 ही पैर उठाता हूँ, मैं 1 मील का पैर थोड़ी उठाता हूँ, कोई मतलब नहीं है। You have independence to dream very little small baby step, but do dream करने का independence तो यूज करो। साइज कौन डिसाइड करेगा? साइज इट डजंट मैटर। ये कोई कोलेस्ट्रॉल की स्टोरी थोड़ी है साइज मैटर करेगी। Are you truly enjoying this 10 rides? This question you need to ask to yourself when you go home, when you see this. अभी दो और चीजें बोलनी थी मुझे. क्लाइंट्स है, इंस्टीट्यूशंस है, सपोर्ट टीम है, ये सब आप इनके साथ रोज दिन रात घूमते रहते हो. वाई दे ट्रस्ट यू, वाई दे सपोर्ट यू, वाई इंस्टीट्यूशन टेक यू सीरियसली, इसकी वजह क्या है? कभी आपने सोचा है? अगर किसको लेते होंगे सीरियसली तो नहीं लेते होंगे तो फिर उन सब बैठ के गाना गाएंगे दुख का. लेते होंगे तो उसका एक ही वजह है, योर यूनिक एबिलिटी. समवेयर यू आर कनेक्टेड टू देम विथ यूनिक एबिलिटी. अभी यूनिक एबिलिटी का थोड़ा बोलता हूं, इसको आपको खोजना पड़ेगा, इसलिए बोल रहा हूं, ये एक्सरसाइज है. 4 चीजें हमेशा याद रखो. देयर आर समथिंग इन लाइफ वी आर इनकॉम्पिटेंट ऑफ. इनकॉम्पिटेंट कुकिंग करने को बोलेंगे आप, नहीं, इनकॉम्पिटेंट. एक्सेप्ट दैट फर्स्ट डे, फर्स्ट इंस्टेंस, फर्स्ट मूवमेंट, इनकॉम्पिटेंट. कोई इनकॉम्पिटेंट के लिए बड़े होना कोई गलत नहीं है, अच्छी बात है. उल्टी कॉम्पिटेंट, हम किस में कॉम्पिटेंट होते हैं? कर देंगे, इसको दे देंगे, वो थोड़ा इधर उधर घूमेगा लेकिन करेगा. ऐसे अपने एम्प्लॉय होते हैं ना, वो कॉम्पिटेंट है, उसको मतलब हीरोइज्म होता है. सब कुछ फंस गया, इसको दो यार ये कर देगा. ये जुगाड़ मास्टर है. जुगाड़ को अंग्रेजी में पेटेंट बोलते हैं, आपको मालूम नहीं होगा शायद. फैक्ट है, हम लोग पेटेंट रजिस्टर नहीं करते, वो अलग टॉपिक है. बट एनीवे, आई एम वर्किंग विद द पेटेंट यूनिवर्सिटी टुगेदर, सो इफ यू हैव एनी पेटेंट काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स प्लीज गिव. यू शुड गेट योर पेटेंट्स. तो ये कॉम्पिटेंट वाली वो जमात वैसी है. फिर एक एक्सलेंट होते हैं. अब ये एक्सलेंट जैसे आएगा ना, निश की तरफ बढ़ते हैं. यू गिव दिस टू समबडी, ही विल डू इट. किसको बोलो मार्केट रिसर्च करो, एक्सलेंट. और उसके सबसे बड़ा ताज वाला जो चीज है वो यूनिक एबिलिटी है. यू आर ऑल कनेक्टेड टू योर गुड पीपल, योर क्लाइंट, सप्लायर, योर वर्किंग टीम, because you have some unique ability which has touched them, which has ring a bell in their heart, in their soul. ये कर सकते हैं. तो यूनिक एबिलिटी, आप ये 4 चीजें लिखो. मैं ऐसे ही मैं खुद के बारे में भी लिखता हूं, तो मैं सोचता हूं इनकॉम्पिटेंट एक्टिविटी क्या है मेरी, तो फेलियर इन टर्म्स ऑफ रिजल्ट, फ्रस्ट्रेशन, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, इसके ऊपर सोचते रहना. इनकॉम्पिटेंट एक्टिविटी है वर्किंग ऑन कंप्यूटर. कभी किसका हो सकता है, ये तो एग्जाम्पल है. दिस नॉट शुड नॉट बी योर, शुड नॉट बी माइन अलोन. तो ये ऐसे एक्टिविटी का आपको लिस्ट करना है. कौन सी इनकॉम्पिटेंट एक्टिविटी आप करते हो जिसमें आप इनकॉम्पिटेंट हो. जैसे मैंने कहा ना कि पेपर पढ़ा है, गेट खोला क्या नहीं, गेट पूरा खोला क्या नहीं, ट्रक आया क्या नहीं अंदर, टॉयलेट क्लीन है क्या नहीं. लता मंगेशकर कभी आपने देखा है गाना गाने गई और देखी वो चेयर सब ठीक है ना, कभी पूछा उसने? अच्छा, सबको चाय वाय का वो कभी नहीं. शी विल ओनली वॉइस एंड द माइक, नथिंग. दैट्स व्हाई शी इज लता मंगेशकर, शी वाज लता मंगेशकर. यूनिक एबिलिटी में काम करोगे, तेंदुलकर, मंगेशकर, रामानुजम, ये सब यूनिक एबिलिटी के लोग हैं. दैट्स व्हाई दे आर सेम 24 आवर्स एज वी हैड. उनको वही 2 हाथ 2 पैर ही थे, 2 ही आंखें थी. उनको भी कभी कैटरेक्ट हुआ होगा, उनके भी दांत गिरे होंगे, डेंटिस्ट के पास गए होंगे, उनका भी कभी स्लिप हुआ होगा, लेग फ्रैक्चर हुआ होगा, उनको भी एसिडिटी होती होगी. तुम कौन से तोप आदमी हो भाई कि तुम अकेले हो, तुमको ये सब होता है, बाकी लोगों को नहीं होता है? ऐसा कुछ नहीं. तो यूनिक होना और यूनिक एबिलिटी होना अलग बात है. सो दिस यू नीड टू लिस्ट डाउन ऑल दिस एक्टिविटीज. साइनिंग डॉक्यूमेंट, इनकॉम्पिटेंट एक्टिविटी फॉर ओनर. आदमी मिलता है किराए पे डॉक्यूमेंट साइन करने को. कुछ लोगों को तो ऐसा होता है, ऑफिस में गए और टेबल पे एक भी पेपर नहीं, मतलब अरे आज क्या भाग गए क्या, सब बंद कर दिया. तो मैंने पूछा, मैं कोचिंग करने जाता था, बोला क्या हो गया सर, और कोई पेपर नहीं आता मेरे पास. मैं बोला अच्छी बात है ना. अरे क्या अच्छी बात है, क्या करेंगे, बेच डालेंगे मेरी फैक्ट्री. मैं बोला ये फियर में आते हो आप, ओनर हो क्या? तो उन्होंने आपको काम पे रखा है. फिर किसी के टेबल पे बहुत पेपर थे, बोला अच्छा लगता है. मैं बोला आपको साइन करने के काम पे रखा है उन्होंने, एम्प्लॉय ने आपके, जो सैलरी वो लेता है, काम आप करते हो. You can write down competent activities, just meet minimum standard, client coordination, status report, blah 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 blah. Time management कभी कभी करते, कभी नहीं करते. Excellent activities का एक मैंने list. As an example, these are the list. You can write down your these things. What you are competent at, what you are incompetent at, what you are excellent at. And that you can, then you can say unique ability activity. इसके सब चीजें जो है ना इसमें, superior skill, एनर्जी, पैशन, ये तो राइटिंग एक्टिंग मैंने लिया था, डिलीवरिंग स्पीच, ये सब इससे जुड़ा हुआ है. मैं एक पैर वाला भी होता ना, अगर एक ही पैर होता तो भी ये सब मैं कर पाता. राइटिंग भी कर पाता, एक्टिंग भी कर पाता, लंगड़े का रोल मिलता, और क्या होता. दैट डजंट स्टॉप मी. व्हाट स्टॉप मी इज इनकॉम्पिटेंसी. व्हाट स्टॉप मी इज ओनली कॉम्पिटेंसी. व्हाट स्टॉप मी इज ओनली बीइंग स्टॉपिंग एट एक्सलेंसी. तो ये आप इसको भी लिस्ट कर सकते हो। एक फेनोमेनन, अभी ये कहाँ से आता है यूनिकनेस, आप वो भी पूछेंगे ना, अच्छा है सुनने को अच्छा लगता है, आएगा कहाँ से? अंडरस्टैंडिंग योर कोर, को हम करके एक हमारे उपनिषदों में सवाल है, कभी आप पढ़ा करो थोड़ा सा, चाहे अंग्रेजी में पढ़ा करो, हु आई एम, ये सवाल पूछा है उपनिषद में, मंडूकोपनिषद में, हु आई एम, केनोपनिषद में भी है, मंडूकोपनिषद में उसका एग्जाम्पल है नेवल ने दिया हो, कौन हूं मैं? तो ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग कोर, मैं किस चीज का आदमी, क्या हूं मैं? अच्छा, उसके ऊपर डिपेंड नहीं है क्या कर सकते हो, लेकिन क्या हो वो पता होना चाहिए। अंडरस्टैंडिंग योर कमिटमेंट्स टू फ्यूचर और पास्ट, टाइम एंड स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट, ये उसके नुरखे हैं जिससे आप यू कैन मेक योर सेल्फ यूनिक। 3 चीजें याद रखो, एक पैराडाइम, दूसरा हैबिट, तीसरा ईगो। एक्चुअली ये 3 टॉपिक ही एक दिन का टॉपिक है मेरा, बट आई वांटेड टू कवर सो दैट यू नो एटलीस्ट गेट द ग्लिम्स, वी विल डू समथिंग समडे इफ ऑल एग्री। पैराडाइम क्या होता है? इट्स द वे यू सी समथिंग। इस आदमी ने मुझे कल डुबाया था, या आज भी डुबाएगा, ये पैराडाइम है। दैट्स अ मैप यू आई गो, माइंड मैप आई ऑलवेज लिव विथ। ये रिलेटिव ने मुझे दगा दिया था, ये दगा ही देगा। रोज सूरज नया उगता है भाई, रोज नई जिंदगी की शुरुआत है। आप कौन हो? लॉर्ड फॉकलैंड, जिसने पकड़ के रखा है सबको कि ये एक ही मेरी इमेज है, पत्थर की लकीर बदलेगी नहीं, इम्पॉसिबल। Who are you? You are not God. Even God doesn't have that stupid feeling. Nobody has that. The people who are great, वो कभी सोचते ही नहीं है कि ऐसे, ये फीलिंग ही नहीं होता है, ये बहुत ऑर्डिनरी फीलिंग है। पैराडाइम इज योर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू है। एक बार बोल दिया, पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू बदलना चाहिए ना रोज। तो फिर क्या सीखे आज से? मतलब 7 साल का था तब से मेरे को ये बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं लगता, आज 70 साल का हूं फिर भी अच्छा नहीं लगता। अरे ये दिमाग का दही होने वाली बात है, ये कोई सोच वाले की कहानी नहीं है, सोच वाले इंसान की। ये मेंटल हॉस्पिटल में इमीडिएटली एडमिट करने वाले की कहानी है। क्यों? 70 साल में कुछ देखा ही नहीं, वही विंडो पे आए, वही देखा पंछी, वही अंदर चले गए, बोले ये बेकार है। जो लोग बैठे उनको भी बोल रहे बेकार है, बोलता है ये रोज क्या बेकार है, बोलता है दे विल अवॉइड यू। पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू कैनॉट बी कांस्टेंट। फ्रेम ऑफ रेफरेंस और बिलीफ, इट्स अ मैप इन योर हेड। Shifting paradigm is a good psychological exercise to achieve what you want to achieve. इसके ऊपर कभी बात करेंगे। अभी हैबिट का आपको एक थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग चीज बोलता हूं, जिसको भी करना है करके देखिए। एक बार मैंने बोला था शायद, ये हमेशा का बीमारी है। 4 बजे का अलार्म लगाओ 21 दिन। Your circadian clock of the body will adjust to 4 o'clock. You will get up. You will not get up from bed. That is your physical problem. मतलब दिया लगाओ, खिड़की किधर है, दरवाजा किधर है, वो आपका एज का प्रॉब्लम है। लेकिन आपको नींद खुलेगी, आपकी आंख खुलेगी, आप उस स्लीपिंग अवस्था से जागरूक अवस्था में आ जाएंगे अपने आप। 22वें दिन, अगर 21 दिन अलार्म लगता भी नहीं, 21 दिन 13-14 दिन में आदत हो जाती है। लेकिन ऐसे देखना नहीं 13 दिन में आता है कि देखो 21 करते रहना। क्यों नहीं आएगा तो आप मेरे को ढूंढते फिरोगे, इन्होंने 21 दिन बोला था, मैं अभी 2-3 महीने से घंटी सुन रहा हूँ, लेकिन हर 10 दिन में एक बार लगाते नहीं, देखो करेक्ट आता है कि नहीं। ये नहीं चलेगा चापलूसी, ये प्रूवन है। इट इज नॉट समथिंग आई एम सेइंग। ये हमेशा याद रखो, एवरी पर्सन इन द वर्ल्ड इज कंप्लीटली 100% डिसिप्लिन। रोज आके घर में कपड़ा फेंकता है, वो डिसिप्लिन ही है। रोज गाली देता है, वो डिसिप्लिन ही है। डिसिप्लिन अच्छा है और हैबिट बुरा है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। ये सब दिमाग का प्रॉब्लम है। रोज सवेरे इसको 3 बार बुलाना पड़ता है, फिर हेलो बोलता है, ये डिसिप्लिन है। वो प्रोग्राम्ड है, रेजिमेंटेड है। All habits feel natural at the time we are having them. सिगरेट पीने वाले के पास जाओ, बोलो क्यों स्मोकिंग करते हो? रवि को अगर जाके पूछो तो वो लगा, अरे यार 40 साल हो गए, अब क्या है, आपको मालूम है? It will feel right that time. उसके आप एक्सरे दिखाओ उसको, मतलब I'm praying for you, nothing should happen to you. एक्सरे दिखाओ, कुछ भी दिखाओ, बोलता है दूसरे सिगरेट लगाएगा। It look, that is the tragedy of the habit. At that time you feel it is correct. So अगर 21 दिन में एक हैबिट बदलती है तो यू कैन चेंज हाउ मेनी हैबिट्स इन अ ईयर। अच्छा, साइमल्टेनियस भी कर सकते हो, एक ही चल रहा है दूसरा नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। ऐसा कहते हैं 52 हैबिट्स यू कैन चेंज इन अ ईयर और ऐड। मतलब कोई सिगरेट पीने की आदत लगा लेनी है तो 21 दिन पियो, 22 दिन आपका सांस ही निकलेगा नहीं जब तक सिगरेट नहीं पियो। दोनों तरफ से हैबिट है वो, बुरा अच्छा ये सब सोच है। It takes 21 days to establish a new habit. छोड़ना भी हैबिट है, पकड़ना भी हैबिट है. आई नो, फिनिश ना. आप मेरे तरफ ऐसे देख रहे हैं, मेरे को टाइम का ऐसा है. अभी ये ईगो नाम की चीज ये सबसे खतरनाक है. बहुत लिखा है, लेकिन आपको मैं आई विल टेल यू उसका एक बिल्कुल कोर बोलता हूं. इट इज वेरी इजी टू डील विथ अ ईगोइस्टिक पर्सन. यू विल नॉट एग्री. आई डोंट वांट यू टू एग्री. मैं कोई बाबा, निर्मल बाबा नहीं हूं, कोई मठ नहीं चला रहा हूं. यू डोंट हैव टू एग्री टू मी. किसी भी ईगोइस्टिक आदमी को आप बहुत अच्छी तरह से हैंडल कर सकते हो. इट्स वेरी हैंडल टू अ सिंपल मैन. इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू हैंडल अ सिंपल मैन. ईगोइस्टिक मैन इज द इजी मोस्ट टू हैंडल. क्यों? ईगो का एक बाय प्रोडक्ट है, उसका नाम है फियर. ईगोइस्टिक है, अच्छा ईगोइस्टिक, चलो अपना काम हो जाएगा, ऐसे करके जाता हूँ. मैं ढूंढता हूँ इसको डर किस बात का है. कोई फंसा देंगे, कोई रिमार्क मार देगा फाइल पे, तो वो काम निकाल, वो काम उसको शिफ्ट कर देने का, वो इसका वो एकदम ईगो चला जाता है. सर बोलिए, आप बोलिए सर, ये हुआ है, ये होता है, ये रोज हो रहा है, ये कर सकते हैं आप भी. कोई सप्लायर होता है, कोई कस्टमर होता है, बहुत ईगोइस्टिक है, उसका 9 से 10 बजे मूड खराब रहता है. ये सब उसने इंप्रेशन क्रिएट करके रखा आपको डराने के लिए, क्योंकि वो खुद डरा हुआ है. देयर नो ईगो एग्जिस्ट विदाउट फियर. नो ईगो एग्जिस्ट इन लाइफ विदाउट फियर. एंड ईगो क्या है मालूम है? ईगो बहुत सटल भी है. किसको मेल भेजने का, ये करो, ये करो, लेट मी नो, ये ईगो ही है. व्हाई यू लेट हिम नो? वो करेगा, उसको काम दिया, उसको काम आता है ना. कॉल मी इफ रिक्वायर्ड. इफ रिक्वायर्ड ये पॉलिटिकल करेक्टनेस का स्टूपिड स्टेटमेंट है. कॉल मी बहुत जोर से है, टोन में भी फर्क आता है. कॉल मी मतलब अगर जरूरत पड़े तो. ये एकदम धीरे से बोलने का वो डिस्क्लेमर होता है ना, स्मॉल क्या जो लाइन बोलते हैं ना, पतला लाइन में होता है ना डिस्क्लेमर, एडवर्टाइज में, वैसे करो करो, तुम करो, बताना मुझे यार. लेकिन आप ऐसे करेंगे. दीज आर ऑल सटल ईगोज. दिस वी बिल्ड बिकॉज वी बिल्ड फियर फर्स्ट एंड देन द ईगो. लोगों को आपका डर दिखता नहीं है, आपका ईगो दिखता है. लोग सहते हैं. आप किससे चलते चलते अगर कुछ काम बोला और सडनली किसकी तरफ देखो, इन तरफ देखूंगा, लोग ये विल फील माई ईगो कि आदमी को इतना टूल दिया फिर भी हमारी तरफ देख रहा है 2-2 मिनट में. यू विल फील द ईगो. ईगो इज ऑलवेज. आपके पास कोई ईगो का बैरोमीटर नहीं है, जेब में लेके नहीं चल सकते, ऑक्सीजन मीटर जैसा. किसी और को आप इसलिए पूछना चाहिए. सो बाय प्रोडक्ट है ईगो. बहुत ईगो इज वेरी डिफरेंट. यू हैव टू फेस ईगो. डीलिंग का भी बहुत टेक्निक्स है और बहुत प्रूवन टेक्निक है. सबसे बड़ा टेक्निक है ईगो को पहले फियर से डील करना. फियर का एक ही डर टेक्निक है डील करने का कि यू हैव टू फेस द फियर. एनीवे वी विल सी इट सम अदर डे.
Deepak sir, can we
Stop.
max 5?
Okay. Then I will go very fast, or I will finish. That's what I asked you. You said no.
No, that's what I thought. That's the hint.
अच्छा, हिंट आप ओपनली देना नहीं चाहते, देना चाहते हो. नाइस नाइस. सो एनीवे, सो आई विल स्टॉप दिस. एक चीज आपको खाली बोलनी थी, उतना बोलता हूँ. जो मैंने एक कहा था कोर अंडरस्टैंड करो, इसमें 3 चीज आई. तो थोड़ा टाइम मैनेजमेंट. आई विल जस्ट टेक, नहीं सकता क्योंकि टाइम नहीं है. I did a survey with various things. You only for a 75-year-old life, you have only 4 years to do something for yourself. ये लाइफ का ट्रेजेडी है. So time management and stress management. Stress is the byproduct of time management. What is stress? You are doing which you don't want to do. That is stress. आपको अभी बैठने को बोला 7 बजे के बाद में, तो you will all get stress. बैठने का नहीं है. अगर मैं और 5 मिनट बोलूंगा तो इनको स्ट्रेस आ जाएगा, इनके चेहरे पे दिखेगा. मतलब ये नेचुरल है, बिकॉज ही डजंट वांट दैट टू हैपन, एंड दैट इज हैपनिंग टू यू एंड अदर्स, एंड यू गेट स्ट्रेसफुल. स्ट्रेस का सिंपल डेफिनेशन है. सो नेवर गो इन अ सिचुएशन वेयर यू आर नॉट लाइकिंग एंड स्टिल यू आर डूइंग दैट. नेवर डू व्हाट यू डोंट लाइक टू डू. वो फ्रीडम आपके पास है. और तीसरी थिंग क्या बोली थी? दैट्स ये बफर डे, डेज का एक ये है. यू ऑल्सो हैव अ फ्री डे, टोटली फ्री फ्रॉम ऑल एक्टिविटीज. ऐसे फ्री डे आप हफ्ते में 1 दिन निकालो. ये फ्री डे आपका, कुछ नहीं करना है, ना कॉल लेना है, ना फैक्ट्री में देखना है. उसी दिन आग लगने जो फर्क नहीं पड़ता. बट ये फ्री डे आप डिसाइड करो. आई एम नॉट सेइंग एवरी मंडे और ट्यूसडे. यू डिसाइड एनी डे. देन देयर आर फोकस डेज. जो फोकस डे पे नथिंग एल्स अदर देन द गोल, नथिंग एल्स. एंड देयर आर बफर डेज which give a stress management technique between free days and focus day. ये 3 दिनों का ये एक तालमेल है, इसको भी आप लेके चलेंगे तो आई थिंक यू विल बी एंटरप्रेन्योर. इफ यू आर नॉट, if you are entrepreneur, then you must have all this quality. This presentation is useless for you. If you are not, then please adopt that, because if you become entrepreneur, your organization will be an organization of 1,000 people, where you will be pioneers to take it to that level. Thank you very much.
So we say that we keep the best at the end, isn't it? So I would request Mr. Dhananjay Sathi to please come on stage.
Small memento for you. Oh, उसमें 2 मिनट जाएगा.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. So now may I call upon our convener and co-convener, Mr. Siddharth Shah and Mr. Manish Khandekar on stage along with our president.
We are coming towards the closing session, and just bear with us for a few minutes.
Also, I would request our co-convener to kindly give us a summation of the day.
You still want to listen to me? Yes. Listen to me in the morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, again I say what Mr. Deepak said. I don't want to stand between you and the cocktail and the dinners, but I think it's been a wonderful day, probably a bit hectic, but the sessions, technical and non-technical, have been very, very, very good. I think we should say that even the technical sessions have been motivating. So once again, on behalf of the IRMA committee and the IRMA association, I thank everybody. Have a nice evening. There's a lot of things to discuss, to carry on, ask questions. So the evening is free for all of you. Thank you so much.
Now I would request our Secretary IRMA Aditya Chandrashur to please join us here and take us to the felicitation ceremony.
Good evening, everybody. As we all know, for the success of any event, an organization requires a strong support from their patrons. And IRMA has been blessed to receive such support, not only in form of ads for our souvenir, but also our patrons have supported IRMA generously in terms of sponsorships. Under the able guidance, of our convener, co-convener, past presidents, president, and our IRMA team, the seminar team, we have been lucky that we have received a wholehearted support from our patrons. It is not only our duty, but also our pleasure to felicitate our sponsors for this seminar. I will now read out and call upon our sponsor companies and request the member present to collect their memento as a token of our appreciation. I now call upon our title sponsor, Resin Industries Limited, Aditya Birla Group. I would like to request our convener, Siddharth Shah. Friends, Resin Industries Limited, Dr. Venkat didn't even take 2 or 3 seconds to decide that he wants to be our title sponsor. So great thanks to him. So next will be our platinum sponsors, Redda Chemical Industries Private Limited.
Sanjay, LK, come, Paresh.
Come fast. You don't have time. No, it's okay. I think they can hear.
I request President Mahadevan.
It's a pleasure having you all with us.
Our next platinum sponsor, Vimal Intratrade Private Limited. I request Dr. Prashant Samant to come and hand over the memento, please. Next, I call upon our diamond sponsors. Anybody from Ramniklal Gosalia, S. Gosalia and Co? Okay. Our next diamond sponsor is Anuvi Chemicals Limited. I request Bhupendra Bhai to please present the memento. Bhupendra Bhai, just be here for one more. Next, diamond sponsor, IRMA Chemicals India Private Limited. Our next diamond sponsor, Resin Industries Limited.
Anybody from Resin?
Yeah, Sonali ma'am was there. I think she is not in. Our next diamond sponsor, Pidilite Industries Limited. I request Past President Dhananjay Satiji to present the memento, please. Our next diamond sponsors, Perstorp Chemicals India Private Limited. I request Mr. GB Singh ji to present the memento, please. Our next diamond sponsor, Anupam Colors Private Limited. I request our Vice President Hiren to present the memento.
For all your love, all your support, and we cherish all the support that's been given to us, and we do hope that you will be supporting us in all our future events. A huge round of applause for our convener. Anil from Hotel Fariyas.
Anil and Gupta ji.
Anil and Gupta ji. Yeah, so that आप ही दोगे 100%. मेरे लिए thank you. And one last thanks to our MC Pallavi Shetty, who agreed to do this program for us despite her busy schedules. She is an accomplished actress who does a lot of shows across the globe. So thank you very much, Pallavi, for agreeing to do it for IRMA. And thank you all for supporting us.
It's always a pleasure working with you.
One second. One second. Okay, with these words, I officially declare the seminar closed. I would request Sate Saab to please sum up in his wonderful words. Closed is for the seminar, but आपका thing remains. आइए. Because this thing doesn't get closed without your this thing.
What time people to come back and assemble? What time people should assemble here? What time? 8 p.m. on. Cancel हो गया अच्छा.
So 8 is entertainment?
Yeah. Everything will start at 8. Entertainment and bar at the same time.
So very, very important announcement. So 8 o'clock the bar opens, 8 o'clock the entertainment begins. So you shall resume back around 8 and it was a good time with you all. Thank you. This is Pallavi Shetty signing off.
Thank you. Well done, Pallavi.
Thank you.
We have to hear satisfied.
Yeah, we are there. Hey, one second. Just a few minutes, please. Sati sir, आप पीछे आ जाइए.
Okay, everyone resume back. One last segment.
Sign up किया तो थोड़ी होता है. Sati साहब कहे.
What is this?
Sir, the bar won't be open till I allow you to go. Please sit down. Now you are forced. It is forced on you now. Everybody wants to go unless they have got a bottle in the room. Actually, I was waiting here. I had removed the jacket and tie. I was hoping that the convener will give me a forest green t-shirt. But that was not to happen. So I had to just put on the dress again. So friends, all the good things have to come to an end. And unfortunately, this also. And so today this IRMA seminar on the theme of Green Initiative for Resin Industry has come to end. In fact, the moment President announced that the program is over, I thought I am relieved of this assignment now. Because I feel, see, this is extremely privileged to be asked to, hey gentlemen, as it is not clear what I am going to talk. So if you can be either outside or please keep quiet. Sorry, because see, people who are not used to talking, that has to talk to them, yes. Sorry, sit down. No? You are going to give memento, give me afterwards. Having accepted the assignment, I started to look for some material to talk about. Google said that the vote of thanks has to be only a 2-minute affair. So I rejected Google. I can't do 2 minutes. So I realized also that till I say yes, I don't have to take permission from the president, till that the bar will not be opened. So I have got a liberty of talking at least 3-4 minutes. Fortunately, most of the people have been already thanked. The morning session is over. The chief guest and the awardees have been thanked. All the sponsors have been thanked. All the rest of the people, including the hotel people, though the food is yet to be served, have been thanked. Right? Now, so that leaves me only a small list of people to thank. And I have written down. The reason is, I don't want to forget, because if I forget you, I know how my life will be miserable. So I have done it. Okay. Now where do I start the list? Okay. Yeah. So we come straight to the speakers first. Mr. Pankaj Verma of Grasim. Wonderful talk, sir. Thank you very much. In fact, whatever you said was understood by me also. That means it must be really intelligent. Mr. Ashraf Munir, I hope he is around, sir. He spoke brilliantly. In fact, that was a very, very interactive session. And nearly as much of the work was done by our great Subhash also. Subhash, I'm talking to you. Yeah. You are Guruji, no? You nearly 50% of the time you only spoke. Yeah. Yeah. So, no, you spoke correctly. In fact, you were appreciative more than us actually. We didn't know the subject anyway. Mr. Jitendra Khanderai, He spoke brilliantly as well. Already gone? Wonderful, sir. Enjoyed. Okay, that brings us to the Venkat's seminar panel. He conducted beautifully. गर्मी का आलम भी कुछ ऐसा है कि मिट्टी का मटका भी अपना आधा पानी पी जाता है. What a beautiful line है. ये रियल में रियल है जेर है या मिस्टर अशोक has done it? Last part was completed by Ashok, no? Is that how it is? Venkat? No, but is it correctly said or something else he added his own? Okay. Because this is first time I heard. It's beautiful. I am going to preserve it for future occasions, maybe, hopefully. The panel was really well chosen, I must say. Why you don't face faces because I get really nervous. Actually, patient is there. I thought he has gone, so I was very relieved. वो देखता है ना वो इतना मिनट है उतना मिनट है. Okay. So the panel was really brilliant. Mr. Nitesh Mehta, Subramaniam Sripati, Dr. Prashant Samant, of course, Ashok Dubey, and Deepak Yadav. Everything was wonderful, really brilliant. You see, continue to do that. Yeah. I have to present a vote of thanks to Mr. Deepak. Deepak is not around. Our motivational speaker, he said a lot of good things there, and actually, that's something that reminded me. Incidents of, see, everybody loves Bollywood. So there was a great movie called Mughal-e-Azam. 1960 it was released. And K. Asif, the producer, made that movie. He took 16 years to make that movie, from 1944 to 1960. And he had one simple principle that nothing substandard should be accepted, only the best. It was so good that, I had noted the people who were called for costumes were from Delhi, from Surat, the artists for embroidery, goldsmiths from Hyderabad for making the jewelry, specialists from Kolhapur design the crowns of the people, the lohars, the ironsmiths from Rajasthan to make the weapons. You remember that the Pyara Kiya To Tarna Kya song. That was spent, the money spent was so much that in those days, at the same amount, a full film could be made. And the song of Jindabad, Jindabad, 1,000 chorus singers were called to produce the echo. Because in those days there was no technology to produce that sort of effect in a it is the fear of my president. Time nahi dala. 8 o'clock. Yeah. But the most interesting thing was something else. There was actually in that film, there is this Salim and Anarkali, they are talking in the late afternoon. And in that, on the background, Tansen is singing. So K.S. asked this music director Naushad, कि अभी तानसेन के टक्कर का आदमी कहाँ से लाने का? तो Naushad said there is a person called Bade Ghulam Ali Sahab, but he doesn't sing for films. तो बोले कहाँ रहते हो? He is in Lucknow. चलो मिला तो दो एक बार. So they both went and met him, and he introduced, yes, Mr. Asif है, फिल्म बना रहे हैं और आपसे फिल्म का गाना गावाना चाहते हैं. But I don't sing for films. Now the Asif used to smoke cigars. Now some of these great smokers while no, he was used to smoke cigars. So he said, ऐसा करके झटका उसने बोला नहीं गाना तो आप ही गाएंगे. तो बोला पर मैं गाना नहीं गाता हूँ. So he called Naushad inside And he told him that, यार ये किस पागल को पकड़ के लाए? I am not going to sing for this song. और ये मैं तो भगा दूँ? भगा दो. I told him that he is not going to sing. In those days, I am talking 1944, the one singer would get only 500 rupees to sing for the whole month. And in those days, the things were different. So he said, unko bula lo andar. So he was called in. He came once again the same story. Gana to aap hi gayenge. So, Bade Ghulam Ali Sahib said, मैं उसके 50,000 रुपए दूंगा. So 500 rupees for 1 month is the rate. He said, for one song I'll take 50,000 rupees. So Asif put hand in his kurta पहनते थे. उसे 10,000 का नोट निकाला. गाना तो आप ही गाएंगे. Kept it there and said, बॉम्बे आएंगे तो बैलेंस दे दूंगा. That song is something which I don't like, honest to you. But the song was, ये क्या गाना है वो? That is not something I much know the song. Anyway, जो है. And the thing of interest is, he never charged a single नया पैसा for that. Asif sang for it, never charged a single नया पैसा. And this was how it is. Now this is not my story. This is something which is reported by one Mr. Rajkumar Kesariya, who has written a book on how Mughal Azam was made. Now this was I reminded when I am talking about, the gentleman just walked in. It was all for you, the story. Anyway, yeah, I thought I will also impress you, but you vanished. So it was for Mr. Deepak. I think we enjoyed that session fantastically. And if President had not stopped, we would have learned a few more tricks. But anyway, next time, President, we'll call him again. We'll call him once again. Okay. Anyway, thank you very much. We thoroughly enjoyed. We have learned a lot and wonderful. Okay, I think I have perhaps not forgotten anybody so far. If somebody has been forgotten and if he is present here, please raise the hand so I can thank him also. Okay, gentlemen, good night. You have got time up to 20 more minutes to change if you want to. Otherwise, the bar will be opened at 8 o'clock. Be there at sharp 8. Good night.